This is Big Ten country. This is where it lives.
The BTN Championship Tournament has been full of surprise upsets, epic comebacks, and today we will crown our champion.
From 14 teams down to 2, our finalists are playing for more than pride. They're playing to secure their spot in the bracket of the C-Ball National Championships.
Our first finalist, Illinois, with a mixture of veteran experience and a talented new bot lane duo, ran through the West bracket without dropping a single match.
They're facing up against a team on the warpath. Michigan State are also boasting a perfect season, which means that one team's miracle run ends tonight.
And of course, Aiden Zyrene Moon returns for the finals to help break down these championship plays.
The time has come to crown our victor. Illinois, Michigan State. Who will it be? Let's find out. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the BTN Championship Tournament. It's finals day. I'm Paul Inverum Topkill, joined by Daniel Degon Gonzalez. 8 weeks. We have our playoffs, and it all comes down to this.
That's right, Championship Sunday, and we've got our top 2 contenders, the 2 deserving teams here in the finals to see who will be crowned the #1 team in the BTN Championship.
Oh yeah, we've had so many amazing games. And Zyrene, you've been able to join us here as well. What have you thought so far of these matches?
I actually thought they've all been pretty high level. Like, coming from the collegiate scene myself back in 2013, this is a much higher level of play than I actually experienced back then. And we had people like Vtine, if people remember in season 3, like #1 alive. We had people like him back in like UCI's team. So I actually think the level overall, though, has just gone up immensely. And we haven't even seen a lot of those scholarship teams that, will be in C-Law. So I'm actually very impressed by the BTN tournament so far.
Yeah, we've seen a ton of high-level plays, and they've worked their way all the way through this tournament now to the finals. Let's actually take a look at that bracket to see how exactly we got here today, down to these final 2 teams. Degon, it all started in the West.
Yeah, in the West, Illinois just untouched, a perfect season, didn't drop a single game in their matches. 2-0 against Wisconsin, 3-0 against Purdue, but that 3-0 was pretty close. Now, on the opposite side, though, Michigan State, it was indicative of their season. Yes, they had an undefeated match record throughout the regular season, but that finals game, Michigan against Michigan State, the in-state rivalry to see who was going to be punching their ticket to go on in, that was a heck of a series. Michigan State coming out on top 3-2.
Oh yeah, that was one incredible series. But our first semifinal match was as well. Let's take a look at that Illinois versus Purdue matchup. The scorecard says 3-0, but that's really not the whole story. Illinois was behind every single one of these games and somehow turned it around.
Yeah, and it wasn't that Illinois was necessarily making huge mistakes. Purdue played great. They just were not able to make the adjustments to close out the game. Parky Lowe in the mid lane, shout-outs to him, led the team. Great job in the mid, but Zeno, Topopotamus, and great job from the AD carry on the bottom side of the map, the Bosch.
Yeah, they did fantastic. If we look at our other semifinal matchup, this one was a bloodbath, going all 5 games.
Yeah, and it went all 5 games, but I would say the 3 games that Illinois won were all closer than the total of the 5 games. The only game that was very close was that final game 5. Both teams going back and forth, trading blow for blow until it came down to one big barren fight. And as you'll see later on, it was just a great display of understanding who you needed to target. And finally, Tarzan Canyon showing up big in a finals.
Yeah, he was a little bit quiet to start that off, but he showed up in a big way in that final semifinal game, which now leads us, of course, to the grand finals. It is Illinois taking on Michigan State, the #1 seed from the West, taking on the #1 seed in the East. Let's start in the West, though. Let's start with this Illinois roster. We talked about it quite a bit, and I want to direct your attention to this bottom lane because they're the new guys. They're the young guns, but they have shown up in a big way.
That's right. The old guard of the top 3 players there, Topopotamus, Project One, and Zeno, all got to play on stage for Illinois in their semifinals run last year in the U-Law Championship, now named C-Law. And the Bosch was the analyst at that time. He comes in with Timmy Tommy, brand new, and his experience and their savvy play in the bottom side of the map was consistent, allowed Illinois to hold off Purdue for such a long time and allow them to make plays later on. You got to keep your eye on that guy, the Bosch. He's made some huge plays.
And Timmy Tommy as well. His support play was sick. He's actually my MVP of that semifinal match. But if we look at their opponents in Michigan State, we see a roster that I think there's not really like one really standout star. They all tend to share the spotlight.
Yep, and they all have had struggles as well. Like, I think Michigan did a fantastic job in the match against Michigan State, shutting down the star mid laner, I Am Nightshade, putting him on things that weren't playmakers and saying, hey, someone else beat us. Eventually, Dillaran was able to step up, Tarzan and Canyon was able to step up, Sunlight was able to step up, and the only person that was consistent throughout that whole series was Moonlight at the support role. I think this team is great because they're able to make adjustments after game is done and say, hey, look, this isn't your day, give me an opportunity to carry, and they show that in the draft, and they were able to come out on top.
Yeah, they were able to correct the mistakes they made over the course of the series and take it in that game number 5. We had so many amazing plays in those semifinal matches. Irene, break some of those down for us and tell us what these teams are all about.
Thank you, Paul. Yeah, I'm going to start with Illinois here because that 3-0, like Degon had said, was actually way closer than that scoreline actually makes you think. Started off, you look at the top, they're behind right now. Illinois are the blue team, but they basically stayed in the game off of Timmy Tommy on the Morgana and the Bosch being a Bosch on that Vayne. You even see this play here where he does the condemn flash to change the orientation or the direction that Lucian's going to go. The Bosch played out of his mind to just keep the game even, as you saw at the top there. And even at this Baron play, this is where Topopotamus got a piece of the action. Either 5,000 gold down, but they're able to get this massive Vanguard's edge, and he's able to help clean up this team fight. And that's where Topopotamus came into play. The bottom lane stabilized the game, allowed the Aurelia to scale, and then that allowed Xeno to allow them to get that first game. And then in game 2, once again, off to a slow start, down in gold, but then the quadra kill comes through for Xeno in the mid lane on the Orianna, and that gets them further in the game to get them that victory. And then Xeno, once again, we're talking about this mid lane of Nightshade. You got to talk about Xeno on the other side. Played the cast in game 3. Once again, same story, down in gold, gets a fantastic TP flank, and they get that series 3-0, and it easily could have just gone the other way based on if they had played it correctly or played it slower on Purdue's side. But the thing that really got to Illinois there and made it so that they won the series was they would make a mistake, but then they would adjust in-game. So their in-game adjustments are the things I'm looking for here in this best-of-5 series for Illinois, because I think that's one of their strengths is if something goes wrong, they know what went wrong, and they know how to rectify it before they just lose the game flat out. So now we have to talk about the other team here in Michigan State. They had that 3-2 series, but this one also could have just been a 3-0 for Michigan. This game started off with the first one being in favor of Michigan. ShamWow, this top laner that we've been talking about all tournament long, played Vladimir and decimated on it, played Shen, played Urgot. This guy is absolutely crazy. He gets a 2v1 that gets them that first game. And then in this part, you look at the top, they are down 8,000 gold right now on the side of Michigan State, who are the red team. And then, boom, they have Sunlight scale up on the Kale. They waited for critical mass, and then Nightshade, like you guys were saying before, that star mid laner of this team, who will be going up against Xeno today, gets into the back line with the Valkyrie, helps take care of business, and gets them that final kill that they need. This series started off 2-1 in favor of Michigan, not Michigan State, and that second game was the one that we had just seen with the 8,000 gold lead. So this could have been a 3-0 the other way, but they stayed in it, and this was off of their out-of-game adaptations, their draft changes between the game. They kind of went for not just a tournament meta, but a series meta, and knew what champions were working for the other team and what champions were working for them and what they could take away and use to their strengths. So for Illinois, it's those in-game kind of decisions and those in-game adjustments, whereas when I'm looking at Michigan State, it's those out-of-game series adjustments. It's the game-to-game that seems to really be working for them. But there are some things that they do in the game that are fantastic to watch, and we're going to show a clip right here of the 5th game. This is where it almost got away from them. This is where the nail was almost hammered into the coffin, where we see Julius on the Zoe do Zoe things. He gives 2 people a paddling here. Let's roll this clip out, and you're going to see that he gets 2 kills on Tarzan and Canyon and Dillaran. That starts it off for them on the right foot for Michigan. Michigan State are now set in a 3v5 at the Baron Pit. They walk up, and then we have to pause it here, because this is an approach of a 3v5, a Silas, a Poppy, and a Lulu, versus the entire roster on the opposite side. The thing to keep of note here is that as soon as he gets in, even though Silas gets rooted here, Nightshade gets rooted, he ends up having the Morgana ultimate on 4 different targets: Julius, Miyu, ShamWow, and Essence. All 4 of these people are now in danger, and Tipti is half HP. He's the closest person to the Baron, and he's getting targeted by it. And meanwhile, the other thing that's going on is Poppy, Sunlight, is looking for an ultimate to knock somebody completely out of the fight. Multiple people would be ideal for him, but he ends up hitting ShamWow, who is the one person that you really want removed from this fight. And even though ShamWow is on the Fiora, what he's looking for is he's looking to time his W, his riposte, on the Morgana stun, not the Poppy stun, not the Poppy removal. So as we play this out, you're going to see ultimate goes off, removes him from the fight completely, and now, see how close this is afterwards? The Silas Morgana ultimate did work, but as ShamWow finally gets back into this fight after the entire thing is basically over, he finds himself in a 1v3. They had actually cleaned up 4 members in a 3v5 or a 3v4, and now he almost 1v3s on the back end of it. If ShamWow were in that the entire time, then that would have been an easy victory for the side of Michigan, and they potentially could have taken the series 3-2 for themselves. So there were so many moments where the pressure is on, both for Illinois, but also for Michigan State like we saw there. And we see that both these teams know how to handle the pressure, which is exactly what you need when you're in a finals, when you potentially go to a Game 5, and when you're playing for that spot in the C-Law championship bracket. That's my analysis for this match coming up right here. Let's throw it back to Paul.
Thank you so much, Zyrene. It's awesome to hear all this pro insight and analysis into these plays. But you know what's also great is hearing from the players themselves. We have representatives from both schools on the line. Tarzan and Canyon and the Bosch are here. How are you guys both feeling?
Pumped.
Really excited. A little nervous.
Yeah, you can definitely tell with those responses. So, guys, you guys obviously have gone all the way through the regular season. You guys had a quick chat yesterday. What are one of the main things that you want to focus on going into the day? Let's start with you, Tarzan and Canyon.
For me, the most I need to focus on is playing well. I didn't play really well yesterday until the last 2 games. So if I play like I did the last 2 games and I can keep a cool head, then we'll be able to win today.
How about you, the Bosch?
Just sticking to our game plan today. Honestly, yesterday we faltered a little bit in the early game, but today if we can stick to it, should be a clean 3-0.
I heard some confidence there. Obviously, both of you now have made it all the way to the finals, which means you're at least guaranteed a spot in the play-ins, but the winner of this, of course, gets a spot in the bracket phase of the CL National Championships. What would it mean to you to go all the way and secure that play-in spot, be the BTN championship tournament victors? Bosch, I'll start with you.
Having come up short the past couple of years, in Illinois, we've been in the finals a bunch, but we never quite made it. So coming up and showing up today, being able to win today would be huge, not just for morale, but for having just a good mental going into for the rest of the season and finishing up. So it would mean the world to us.
Tarzan?
For us, it's just kind of doing what our goal was. It's just accomplishing what we intended to do. There's no reason to play other than to get first place. So it would be nice because we finally accomplished something that I wanted to accomplish last year, and I felt like we could have last year, and then we fell really short. So it would feel like good, comeback story, and at the same time, it would feel like just what we were supposed to do.
I like that there, Tarzan and Canyon. Going full Ricky Bobby there. Why other race unless first place? Now, you're going up against an opponent here who has a ton of experience, obviously made CLL National Championships last year. How does that feel for you guys being less experienced on big stages like your Illinois counterpart?
It definitely gives us a lot of respect for them. They're one of the best teams last year. They were one of the best teams in the country, still are one of the best teams. So it helps us understand that they're good and they're not going to make a lot of mistakes that other teams would make, and it makes us more focused on what we need to do in order to win the game and make sure that we can snowball our leads and make sure we don't end up like Purdue with 3 winning games and then lose the game somehow. So we just have to make sure we can do our game plan regardless of who's on the other team, and then we'll be able to.
Oh, sorry to cut you off there. I was just saying, Bosch, to follow up on that, how do you take the experience that you gained from last year and apply it to this season? Because obviously you guys made it pretty far in. How did that help you grow as a team?
Yeah, of course. Last year I was on the analyst position for the team, so I got to see sort of from a third-party perspective how our team worked and how we operated, and honestly what some of our shortcomings were as a team. So hopefully as I came in this season, I was able to identify those and lead us to, well, I'm not going to specify exactly what happened, but obviously, hopefully we remedied our issues and we're here to win this time.
All right, before we say goodbye, before you hop into this draft, do you guys have any final words for each other? Tarzan, I'll start with you.
Good luck, buddy. You're gonna need it. uh, we'll still be friends after, but yeah, you'll still do well in play-ins if we win. So I'll see you at California either way, hopefully.
Yeah, you stole my thunder. I was gonna say see you in plans, buddy, but I guess that works too.
All right, guys, good luck to both of you. We're going to hop into draft here in just a second. We'll see you in game.
Hey.
You heard it there from both of them. See you in play-ins. I like it. I like the confidence, and you have to go into it this way. You can't go into it thinking you're going to lose. It's got to be pedal to the metal at this point. Don't look back from start it off strong from game one.
Yeah, and apparently Tarzan Canyon has been known to kind of pop off at the mouth a little bit, so you see him getting a little bit more PC in his smack talk there. I like it. It's very witty by these guys.
Yeah, I dig it too. We're going to hop into our draft here in a little bit. But before we do, I just want to sort of get some final thoughts for this matchup because we've got a chance to see these teams grow over the course of the season. I guess I'll start with you, Degon. Looking at both of these teams, and I guess we'll start with Illinois, what do you think sort of is one of the big things that kind of defines Illinois as a roster?
The experience that they have, right? They're returning 3, de facto 4 if you count the Bosch as an analyst on that run to the championships last year. I think just making sure that they know that they've been there before. And you can see that because they didn't even drop a game all year. And I think that's such a huge thing because we saw the adaptation they made with the drafts that they were given throughout the year. They didn't have to wait for, all right, we're going to take this loss and then we'll retool our draft. Their drafts have been on point. They play to the draft, and even when they fall behind, they know how to play from behind. And that's something that so many teams don't know how to do, especially when you don't have experience like this Fighting Illini squad.
And how does that contrast with Michigan State?
With Michigan State, they need to stick to their guns and remember their identity. They're all about getting Tarzan and Canyon in the jungle rule going and then figuring out how to play through whatever laner is now on fire, right? If you're going to play through Nightshade in the mid lane, you do that. If you're going to play in the top lane through Sunlight, do that. And Dillaran is always a force. It was so weird to see Dillaran not have the consistency that we're used to. Again, in their wins, he looked great. In their losses, he looked not great. And you don't see that on the opposite side of Illinois. So I think as Michigan State realized, hey, look, we're happy to be here. We were able to knock off Maryland and prevent them from going to their 5th consecutive ULAL championship. And so we're here. We're happy to be here. We trust each other. Let's make sure that no matter what the odds, we figure it out and work together.
Yeah, I mean, but I think that teamwork that they've got going for them, you cannot understate it for sure. And Tarzan and Canyon being at the 4 of that. Let's get into our draft for our very first game here of the Grand Finals. It's one of these situations where you got to start things off on the right foot. You got to start things off with one band. What is that first band going to be for both of these teams? I was going to ask you to pick it, but I'm not really surprised by that first Aurelia there from Michigan State.
Yeah, Aurelia now rising up the priority because we've seen multiple games now where Topopotamus, in those early deficits against Purdue, was able to come back and make huge plays. As Vladimir gets removed as well. Vladimir, the most banned champion in the BTN playoffs, so no one will be playing that one. Silas, tied with Vladimir as the most banned champion. Nightshade was able to pop off on that one.
Yeah.
Zillion removed. That was huge for Moonlight. Moonlight did a fantastic job being the no-fun champ Zillion there, making whoever stepped out in front, whether it was Dillaran or Tarzan and Canyon, giving him that extra life, but also allowing so much more aggression from Michigan State when you have the Chrono Shift available. Rek'Sai removed from Project 1, and so now this frees up one of the aggressive junglers, and okay, there it is, banned away for both champions again. That's a Tarzaning Canyon champion is the Kazakhs, but we've seen Michigan State ban that out as well in their last series against University of Michigan, MIU, and so both junglers saying, hey, look, or both teams saying, hey, look, we don't want to have the other team to have it, but there are other picks that we need, like this late game scaling Kale. When Zyrene was talking about the series meta, all of a sudden Kale just shot way up the charts because these teams have had trouble closing out games. No one's been able to do it very quickly other than Michigan State early against a inferior opponent. Now they're going up against Illinois knowing that, hey, these guys can stall out games. They know how to play within their base. Let's get something that scales so we don't have to worry about it. Galio and Victor going to get locked in here. This is the first time we've seen Victor in a very long time. And yes, you can get cute with it and think about flexing it into different roles. Victor last season was played at bot, in mid, and also at top with the bully Frozen Gauntlet build that you're able to play. And so maybe this is a counter here for Kale. Kale wants to kind of either stay far away and just farm safe and then step up whenever her E's off cooldown, or she wants to get right in your face. And so when you're able to kind of play the spacing game like a Victor can, it'll be a little bit difficult. And also the Galio has been flexed all over the map.
Yeah, we've been seeing Galio played oftentimes in the support position. Timmy Tommy, wouldn't be surprised to see him pull that one out. The Kale was such an interesting pick because when you and Zyrene were talking about 9.6, you're talking about the champs that you expected to see. Urgot, Kale, and Hecarim were the 3 champs that you said, hey, let's watch out. And the 3 times that we have seen those champs played so far in the tournament, or the couple times each now, I guess, for the Urgot, they have had insane success. There is a reason that you guys are calling them out. And again, for those of you who are just joining us, keep in mind, this is being played on 9.6. This is the live patch, because the players are still figuring it out. You know, you don't appreciate, yeah, somebody can tell you, on paper, Kale's going to be great, hit 16, you can't beat her. Yep, that's fine. But until you see it, until you experience it, until you're on the receiving end of it, then it's not quite so real. But we're looking at this now, the Sivir being locked in for Illinois, so that'll be for the Bosch. And then once again, okay, walk us through this draft right now for Michigan State, because this is just everything they were doing right for them yesterday.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing here are 2 different metas. Like, Illinois is bringing the meta that they had in their series against Purdue. Michigan State is now prioritizing what they learned against with Michigan. As you said, 9.6, no competitive games for these teams here other than this week's championship. And then you're getting to look at the NALCS possibly as some picks as well. This Tristana pick was highly contested in the Michigan State versus Michigan rivalry match in the semifinals. And Dillaran, haven't seen him play it before. All of a sudden, he picks it up and is like, yeah, actually, this champ's pretty good. Got self-peel. You're able to jump away with rocket jump. So he gets that. Now we're going to start focusing in some champions here. In the jungle, though, it's starting to be the Olaf and the Urgot taken away.
Yeah, so there's something you also discussed in the idea that Urgot's going to get flexed into that jungle pick more and more, and clearly Illinois is thinking that's actually something that Tarzan and Candy might pull out, despite the fact that that doesn't really feel like a Tarzan champ to me.
No, not quite. And you're not exactly sure the Morgana, is it going to go at support, is it going to go mid? More than likely will go at the support role, but you just got to cover your bases just in case. Urgot still has been played top here in the BTN championships. I believe it was by ShamWow for University of Michigan. So I think if you're Illinois, it's like, hey, that champ's just strong overall. Let's get rid of that. Something that did slide through here that we did get to see played a couple times in our championships, and then just today in the NALCS was Hecarim. Hecarim has slid through, so both these guys can roll and pick with that. However, Zeno going to get himself a comfort champion in the Cassiopeia. Obviously hit with some nerfs over the last several patches, but still very viable, scales well, and so that dictates that, to me, that the Victor will now go to the top side of the map. So Victor is trying to get the beneficial matchup against Kale on the top, so Victor Kale, and now Nightshade gets his one trick.
Oh my.
We've seen it over and over again. The Ahri, even into something that is a hard counter like a Morgana, he's found ways to get charms to land from these unorthodox angles, max range charms. He's done a fantastic job on that, and I think Illinois is saying, hey, hit us with your best shot. We think we can take it.
I don't want to take my eyes off this mid matchup the entire rest of the game. Zeno, I am Nightshade on these true comfort picks. To me, that is going to be the true showdown there in the mid. Everything else is sort of going to ripple and stem from that. I'm super pumped to see that. Sejuani coming in from Tarzan and Canyon, so he'll have that the tanky element for this squad as well until Kale can sort of ramp to the late game. And Zyrene, as we lock in this last pick here, I got to get your input on this draft.
It's not done just yet. There's the Lee Sin. So, all right, let's put this all together. There's a lot of teleports. It looks like we're going to see teleport bottom lanes, I assume, as well. It's kind of been the meta that's been developing. So we'll have the Galio as support, Sivir to back it up, shoving lane, but at the same time, Tristana Morgana is very, very deadly. That top lane matchup, that's the one that I think is most interesting here for pretty much everybody, is this Victor is probably meant to just chase the Kale. If the Kale was mid, Victor would be mid. If the Kale was top, Victor would be top. And it's going to be trying to bully Kale, who has a weak early game when she's melee and has intermittent times where she can actually poke. So this is an opportunity to see if there is a big counter pick to this Kale. Because if you're able to establish that Victor beats Kale in game 1, you may then open up Kale for yourself. If your opponent doesn't play Victor, then they have to ban Kale for the rest of it or lock it down for themselves and try to play the matchup again. So this is a huge moment for, as the game progresses, I'm watching Topopotamus, I'm watching Project One, and seeing if they can punish Sunlight on this Kale, because he popped off on it before, and he wasn't really able to be punished in their previous matches.
Awesome. Thanks for that, Zyrene. I have the unfortunate job right now of asking for predictions going to this game. And I say this is unfortunate because this is a tough one to call off the bat. Looking at both these drafts, I see pluses and minuses, lane matchups that'll be won and lost. It's tough because in my heart I say, Illinois is probably the favorite in this. They're undefeated pretty much. They're probably not going to drop us, but I love the draft, the comfort picks that Michigan State's coming out, and off the passion we saw from yesterday. I think I'm going to go with Michigan State for game number 1 on this one.
Yeah, I think everyone, it's not an overstatement to say that Illinois is the favorite in this. Illinois has the experience. They've had the undefeated season, including game record, and I'm going to go with Illinois. I just think that Zeno and the guys are just, with that draft adaptation, you're risking a whole game to see if your research is correct in that top lane matchup. And I feel like if they did the research and they're correct, it's going to be a little bit too easy for them. Illinois takes the win.
Zyrene, what are you thinking?
I'm going to agree with Degon on this one. Despite his predictions being a little bit all over the place, I've agreed with him before and still come out on top. I think that it's going to be Illinois for 2 reasons. One, I think that they are pretty much the superior team on paper. I would basically be calling them the Immortals of Illinois because they haven't dropped a single game in the bracket stage so far. They've been untouchable, and even if they get behind in their games, they can still claw their way back in, and they're very intelligent about how they go about it, where I feel like Michigan State showed that if they get behind, it's very hard for them to come back. They had those games that just snowballed all over them. So I feel like Illinois will be able to take this one because they have some proactive lanes too.
All right, you heard it there. A bit of a split desk, but I can't fault you guys for your picks on this one at all. I'm just sort of going out on a limb on this one. And Zyrene, I got a chance to ask Degon earlier sort of his overall impressions from both of these teams. And I get the chance to ask you that. Let's start with Illinois. What sort of defines Illinois as a team for you?
So far, it's been Illinois. They're really good at making sure that they adjust in the game. I've said it multiple times already, but they play through their mid laner, their top laner, and their bottom lane is their insurance. Those 2 guys who, the Bosch and Timmy Tommy, have impressed me in particular. And we didn't really see too many games where they were able to play through the bottom lane on Michigan State. That was only kind of like Dillaran on a Draven was kind of the one that stood out to me. So I'm expecting the Tristana to be not as potent in this one, because I think the Bosch is a better player than what they were up against yesterday.
Yeah, and I agree with that sentiment. I feel like you got better players on the side of Illinois, and Michigan State is that cliche, larger than the sum of their parts. And their parts are great. And it is scary that Nightshade did get his Ahri. I think that's you get a lot of comfort here, but it seemed like Illinois prepared for Michigan State's draft. And so, yes, it looks like Michigan State has a strong draft, but until we get into the gameplay, we won't know if Illinois has the anecdote for the draft.
Yeah, we're going to see here in just a second as we get into our game. We did have a bit of a pause, so we're just resolving that, making sure all the players are good to go before we start things off. And it's interesting you talk about this mid matchup, and Zeno, every time we see Zeno on one of these picks that's a little bit more immobile, and the Cassiopeia is one of those things, he always looks great, but he never looks like that max Super Saiyan level that we know he can go, where he's just dashing all over the place and making these crazy mechanical plays. Though, walk us through this matchup. How much of an impact do you think it's going to be having I'm Nightshade on that? You touched on it a bit, on that super comfort pick of the Ahri.
I think it really depends on the first ultimate usage there by Ahri, the first Spirit Rush. If you're able to start snowballing, get yourself a kill or two, roam to a lane and help out a lane, I think that makes it so much harder when you are the immobile one in that matchup. Because now, if you're Zeno, you're trying to guess when to use your Petrifying Gaze. Are you using right away? Is he going to turn around? Is he going to Spirit Rush backwards and then you look dumb and then you're stuck in no man's land? You do have help with the miasma that can get thrown down, hold the Ahri in place, and all of a sudden the aggressive-minded I Am Nightshade now has to think, okay, I need to either walk through this miasma and just tank it, or I got to back up, get out of it, and then Spirit Rush and then figure it out. Just it slows the rhythm of the thinking of an Ahri who's so much like go, go, go.
Yeah, Zyrene, you got some additional input on this as well?
Yeah, I think that the matchup is a little bit difficult for the Ahri. Cassiopeia's poke is actually pretty potent early on. Sure, she has the wave clear advantage on Ahri's side, but even though you have the mobility, Cassiopeia will almost always take cleanse, especially with a Sejuani on the other team too. So you get charmed, instantly cleanse, and then petrifying gaze, because you're going to bait him into a false sense of security of that he's charmed, you can do your damage at that point. And the Cassiopeia, like Degon was saying, the miasma is very, very potent as well. So she'll scale up alongside the Kale. So it's also an insurance policy, but I also think it's really good in this matchup too to prevent the spirit rushes.
There you go. Yeah, obviously keeping them grounded with that miasma going to be a pretty important factor in this mid lane matchup. Our players have all reconnected, so let's get into our game. This is, of course, game number 1 of our grand finals of the BTN Championship Tournament. Michigan State University going up against the University of Illinois. Both of these teams have had perfect seasons going into this. Perfect regular season. Perfect playoffs. All of this, it all comes down to this. Irene, thank you so much for joining us here on the desk. Lads, let's get into this game.
Of course.
Lads.
Mad lads at the desk here. And like I was saying, the cleanse has come through here. The teleports have come through as well for the bottom lane. It pretty much became all about that. And you can even see the supports have made adjustments too, where they both have heal. And the other thing I'm looking at here is Moonlight has gone heal, Guardian, and he's gone coin. So he's not looking for gold from a Spell Thief's Edge. He's looking to just get shoved in by the Sivir, pick up coins, roam a little bit, and have that for the later parts of the game in terms of the movement speed. That's usually why you take the coin, is you prefer the movement speed over the little damage, because you don't feel like you're going to kill anybody in this lane. And I like that. I wonder if he's going to pick up Ardent Sensor as the Morgana, because Guardian is very, very good. It's not just the idea of, hey, Guardian is when somebody's next to you and they get hit, you give them a shield. Guardian works when you shield somebody too. It gives them movement speed for a brief period of time, and it gives them a shield that's good against physical and magic damage. So you shield somebody with Black Shield, they get extra movement speed when they get hit. They are immune to spells. So it's fantastic. And actually, I was looking at Morgana win rates. Comet, Airy, all fine and good, but as you increase the elo, Guardian actually way surpasses. So Diamond, it gets better. Challenger, it's actually through the roof. It's like 57% win rate compared to about 52, 54. So this seems to be the better keystone when you're on a better team and you have people that, when they're protected, they can do more with it.
Yeah, Dillaran is one of those players to do that. And on this Tristana that he discovered, I would say, in last series, he was known for his Draven play. He had a couple Ezreal games and a couple Jinx games, but then the Tristana priority just went way up in the Wolverines and Spartans matchup, and he looked good on it. He didn't look that rusty. He's now seeing the fight over the Scuttle Crab in the top lane push, going to Project 1.
This is going to be really good for Project 1. He's going to pick that up. It's going to delay the Sejuani. Also, he saw Sejuani doesn't have red buff. So this is actually prime time to, instead of doing your camps, just run to the other side of the map. Go get that red buff, man. Go. Go, go, go.
Well, this
Go.
This is so interesting, too, because this is the early little skirmish, Tarzani Canyon. We've seen games be won or lost on those opening skirmishes. Yes, he didn't die, but he didn't pick up a kill, but he also lost that first little fight. He's also going up against Project 1, and from a mental point, he's already like, I'm already behind. And it's one of those players we talked about, not necessarily super feast or famine, but he's definitely a momentum-driven player.
Yeah, he likes to just get off the ground. Like you said, he plays things like the Kha'Zix, make sure that he can actually get off the ground. But honestly, playing the Sejuani, he's playing a little bit more for that late game, and the team overall is playing for late game. The Sejuani will scale against the Lee Sin, the Kayle needs to scale against the Victor, and the Tristana, it's the same boat there. But everybody actually has good scaling in this game, aside from maybe the Lee Sin is the worst scaler in the whole thing, to be honest. That's about it.
So I'm expecting Project 1 to be the facilitator in this early game phase, checking out that bot side of the map, or in the mid lane with Xeno. Again, I am Nightshade, has to deal with a lot of pressure from the Cassiopeia, dropping the Twin Fangs, and maybe while he's focusing on the CS a little bit more, he'll have some difficulty.
Yeah, and you're going to see that Project 1, he's going to pick up that Raptor camp because Tarzan and Canyon, he was looking for him, and he went to the other side. I'm actually surprised that he went for the invade now. I was expecting him to, instead of just go from his Raptors to Scuttle Crab to this red buff, I was expecting him to go to the second Scuttle Crab, pick up 2 Scuttle Crabs, and then potentially invade and find the Sejuani at the red. So I think he delayed himself with the Raptors.
Yeah, and he had the opportunity to do that because Timmy Tommy and the bots have continually kept Dillaran and Moonlight stuck under the turret. No rotation from the bottom side of the map. That would have been good.
Yeah, I love talking about this bottom matchup because I think both supports, we highlighted them so much. They're definitely two of these players I need to talk about over the course of this game. Timmy Tommy on this Galio, something we've seen him play a decent amount, but both of these players have so much experience on the Morgana, and I think a lot of this is going to come down to the Morgana play, especially in these early skirmishes. Which one is going to be able to get ahead in terms of momentum, and finding that first binding, that first jungle rotation, that first gank, that is going to help snowball this bottom lane matchup so hard because we've seen it. Both of these teams love to play through the bottom here. They have carries they know can do just that.
Yeah, and they can scale incredibly well. And right now, it's, like I said earlier, because of the Morgana playing defensively, this is pretty much just going to be a farm off. This is going to look a little bit more like LCS play in terms of you get farm, I get farm, gentleman's agreement, you know, cheerio, we're all doing great down here. Just get our items, because both people believe that they do better in the mid-late game with those items, so they aren't really picking fights with each other, especially when there's heals on the bottom side. There's no ignites here, your kill potential goes down as well, and even if you chunk somebody out or blow flashes to try and kill them, if you don't kill them, you blew your flash, and they just TP back to lane, and now you're gankable. So people are just going to say, let's not do anything here, because if we do this, 3 minutes later, I'll be punished for it. And that's pretty much the mentality that looks like what's going on the bottom side.
Well, speaking of punishing, Tarzan and Canyon trying to punish Topopotamus up there. We touched on this a little bit in the draft, this top lane. Walk us through this one.
Yeah, you can see he's already up in CS by about 14, and this Victor, it's interesting because normally the Kleptomancy is what you will take in matchups where you just feel like you're going to be able to farm. He took the Comet for even more harassment, but Sunlight did this on Kayle, which is a little different. Sunlight's kind of that guy where everybody has that friend that they play League of Legends with, and you're like, how the hell does this work for you? Like, the guy was playing Ignite Garen, and they still won the game without him having to rely on TP. He plays these things where it's like not Klepto Kayle, where you just scale, potentially get a potion, hit one things a level earlier, and get a ton of gold to get your items. He's like, I'm going Grasp to trade. He's trying to actually hold his own in this lane, and it's working for him. And it's something that if you don't play against Kales that have done this, because everybody takes Kleptomancy, it'll throw you off. He does more damage, he sustains a little bit more than you would expect, and it seems so far like it's actually fantastic for the laning phase.
Yeah, Kayle able to survive through this, and you like the adaptation from these guys in the college realm. Just because, hey, look, just because it works in LCS, everyone else uses this certain build, they're able to use something different and get tankier there on the top side of the map. Both top laners do not have TP, but the Drake is now being started up by Illinois. No response right now, but like going to try to get it.
Tarzan and Canyon might go over the wall and try and contest this. The rest of Illinois are looking to move in. Project will take a lot of damage, but that will be Illinois securing. However, a lot of damage going on to him as well. The Bosch can be the next follow-up target here, but Zeno coming in on the flank, trying to clean this one up as best he can. However, it is Illinois in a terrible spot. Timmy Tommy back against the wall, forced to use the flash, but Tarzan and Canyon and Dillaran chasing him on through. Timmy Tommy, I'm not sure he's walking out of this one alive, so Illinois secure the Drake, but they lose multiple members.
Yeah, they secured the Drake like you said, but honestly, that was because Zeno had no mana. Zeno doesn't have anything in the tank. There's no fuel in there. Nightshade gets to the backline, and he's able to do a lot of work, but there's nothing for Zeno to do here. As you see them actually collapse, there's kind of no minion wave there in the mid wave. Then, here comes the Cassiopeia. This is one of those fights where the mid laner goes, I flashed in, I didn't get to stun on anybody, but now he's out of mana. He's got nothing left, and so it's basic attacks from a Tristana versus basic attacks from a Cassiopeia. So it's an easy cleanup there for the side of Michigan State, and that's one where the Cassiopeia has to say, hey, I'm not ready to contest this. We aren't fighting, we're trying to get out. And that looked like it was not the call.
No, not at all there. And unfortunately for Timmy Tommy, using the Justice Punch right into the wall, it looked like he punched himself straight to death.
I mean, even if he punched the guy, I think he's dead anyway.
Yes.
So
wasn't able to get himself out of there. 3 for 1 in that trade. The Drake does go over to Illinois, and they do get themselves a little bit of scaling help with the Infernal Drake. However, it was at a big cost here at a relatively stagnant early game.
Well, I mean, talking about early game, this feels like every Illinois game. It feels like they get behind early, they make some missteps.
Oh.
Hello.
Oh, Project One looking to continue to maybe find some redemption there for his squad. Normally, Degon, you say lazy recalls lose your games. I don't even think that was lazy. I think it was just a great rotation from Illinois.
Yeah, and it's the same thing that we've seen so far by Project One, where he's not afraid of shoving into the opponent's jungle because of the lanes. The lanes have been on the opposite side. Now that we've hit past level 6 here in the mid lane, starting to see it slide back over to Nightshade for now. But in that moment, lane was shoved. He was able to invade, find himself a Sejuani.
yeah, there's kind of two ways that could have happened. Either there was a ward he walked over earlier, but you kind of have to think about when's the last time Project One saw the Sejuani? How was he reading him? Because sometimes it's, hey, I saw him cross over from mid. He hadn't backed yet. I think I have an item advantage. Time to fight him no matter what. But he walks in saying, I'm going to go ahead and cover for my top laner because he's shoving, and you just kind of hit the jackpot there. You strike oil, and I think it was the latter there because he's like, I can win this matchup because the Lee Sin is stronger, and I think that's what he should have been doing earlier in the game, but he's doing it now. So it's those in-game adjustments from Illinois. I didn't invade her earlier and contest the red. This time I'm going to go in and try to contest her in this jungle. So I really like that from him, trying to separate the map and leave the Kayle on an island.
I also love the idea of trying to continue to shut down Tarzanian Canyon. We talk about him being this driving factor for Michigan State. If there was one person I absolutely want to shut down in the early game, it's got to be him.
And I think that's why this is an interesting draft here for Michigan State. They're not playing an aggressive jungle here for Tarzanian Canyon. They're saying, hey, Starlight, you get to carry first. Nightshade, you get to carry as well. And Dillaran obviously is going to be on an AD carry. Who has to play the tank? It falls upon the captain and leader of the team on Tarzanian Canyon.
Everybody keep an eye there. You just noticed I Am Nightshade missed his charm. Keep an eye on that because it's almost never going to happen again. He is always so consistent with this, but I love the continued pressure that Illinois is putting up here. They are not stopping.
Yeah, and if you can't gank the lanes, then it's better to go into the jungle, find the enemy jungler, and just track him. Fight him for the camps, get him low so he can't gank lanes, put down wards so you see him and your lanes are safer. Because if you have lanes that want to shove up like the Sivir and like this Victor, knowing where the Sejuani is absolutely pivotal. It's crucial to the survival of your team. And with this 300 gold difference between them, tracking this guy is so important. Can he go in?
Tracking him. They found him, Zyrene. Tarzanian Canyon forced to go back in there, but that could have been disastrous. 3 members of Illinois there. More fighting is breaking out down towards the bottom. The Bosch is in a terrible spot. Dillaran absolutely chunking him. Now Timmy Tommy's going to be the next one here. They're not going to chase him down. They got what they came for.
There's the charm. It lands onto Zeno, and you're talking about it. Nightshade doesn't miss it often, but now Zeno getting pretty low. Ult going to miss. Now Nightshade, oh, there's the cleanse. Sidestep by Zeno, and he stays cool in all the pressure. It's a 1-for-1.
There's so much pressure. You saw how long he kept that cleanse on. He waited for the ignite to come down. He's like, all right, we're cleansing the ignite. Not cleansing the charm, cleansing the ignite, the damage that would have killed him in that fight, that would have lowered the healing of his E. That was so well played from him.
Well, this was a question mark for us when it comes to this mid lane matchup. Who is going to come out on top? And in the first real contest of the wills, it is Zeno walking away victorious, and he's continuing to put the pressure on Michigan State.
And something to note, Tarzanian Canyon's ult is down. That's why in that earlier skirmish, he had to ult immediately because it looked like Project One was going to go for like the skinniest ward hop. Tarzanian Canyon, good reactions, but now won't have it for this next Drake fight down here.
Yeah, that's actually very, very important here. But also keep in mind the Ahri doesn't have it. You don't have ultimates on the Morgana either. So a lot of the team fighting ultimates from Michigan State are down. And this is the second Infernal. Having a Cassiopeia have it, you know, nice kickback. That's the wham bam. Let's get back to this dragon, man.
We see in Illinois making up for their first less successful Drake attempt there. They will, of course, secure this. You want to talk about ramping up their scaling. 2 early Infernal Drakes, a great way to get that done. We're still looking dead even pretty much here in terms of gold. Michigan State not really doing too bad, considering the fact that also we predicted a couple losing lane matchups here, but they're still sitting pretty solid.
Yeah, you look at where the CS discrepancies are. Top lane, Topopotamus doing a great job of a 30 up. Mid lane, 30 up there for Zeno. Bottom lane is the opposite. Is 20 up for Dillaran, so this Tristana is already scaling. He's got the kills, 100% KP, the 202. He's already got the Infinity Edge and a Zeal, so he is just stomping the Bosch in the bottom lane, and this is one where the Tristana also took free boots, so he even got more gold on top of that. So this guy's just cashing in right now. This is pretty much the ideal scenario for this player right now.
And I think this goes back to the most picked champion in the tournament so far, Morgana. It counters a lot of the pressure that the Galio brings. You want to flash, taunt, and if you're just doing that in the Morgana, Morgana puts down the black shield, says, all right, now you're just kind of stuck in the middle of us. We'll auto-attack you and you're going to die. That's why you're looking at the kill they lead as well for this bot lane.
Yeah, this bot lane has been sort of the saving grace for Michigan State right now. As predicted, they're struggling a little bit up top. They're struggling here in the mid, but down in bottom, Dillaran and Moonlight are looking oh so solid, getting that turret plating, continuing to scale this gold advantage.
Yeah, and I think that there's just going to be, as this progresses in terms of the series, a high priority on that Morgana. We see the Rift Herald being used top lane here from Project One. I'll finish up my Morgana point though, because I honestly think that this champion will be seeing more and more of it. The Guardian, but the skill order is when you have Guardian, you max E first. But what Moonlight's doing is he's got 2 points Q, 2 points W, 3 points E. He's got it all over the place. It's just everybody gets a little bit of love. It's the jack of all trades level up here, where he wanted a little bit more pushing power, a little bit more shielding. There's a little bit more on the binding duration, which is very interesting, because normally it's just all in on the E. And look at this, as they're pushing, oh, Sunlight!
Sunlight coming over the wall, or getting kicked over the wall by Project One, and he didn't even have the opportunity to use the Divine Judgment to mitigate the damage coming in by Lee Sin, and just an immediate response by Illinois, now putting pressure on the bot and mid lane.
Yeah, Illinois has been doing a fantastic job. That Herald got them so much off the top side. It was before turret plates went down, so they got all that extra gold. They pushed into the second one, got a kill, and then they were able to push mid. It's basically Illinois, they're fighting back here, and that gold at the top, Illinois is in the lead in terms of overall because of those 2 Drakes. So even though it's a 400 gold game on the scoreboard, those Drakes give them more combat stats, so they're actually slightly ahead.
I love this from Illinois, pushing the advantage where they know they should have the advantage. They're like, all right, that's fine. The Bosch, Timmy Tommy, they're going to back up. They're going to let this push happen. That's A-okay. We appreciate that. But we're going to take down mid. We're going to push down this top. We're going to get some kills. We're going to continue to snowball this back. Because, yes, Illinois can play from behind. But they don't want to play from behind. They want to get ahead early.
I'm playing from behind. I want to play from behind. You fools! It's the 10-death power spike.
It's more dramatic that way, Zyrene. Come on, this is the finals after all.
It leads to that false sense of security, and in this case, this might be the earliest we've seen Illinois overcome a goal deficit in the BTN Championships.
Yeah, and like we're talking, they've overcome it. It's basically been, they got back to even here. The kills, the turrets, all even, but the Drakes, that's the discrepancy here. And then the scaling is what you have to worry about. Sunlight, he's at that level 10. When he hits 11, gets a power spike, right now, becomes a ranged champion for the rest of the game, and doesn't have to rely on that E as he goes for his crit build like he did yesterday, the Trinity Force into some crit later.
Yeah, keep an eye on the teleports and the macro play here, because both teleports for the side of Michigan State are on cooldown. The AD carries now bringing teleport. That is a new meta shift here in the BTN. And on the top side, Top Eponymous has his. Sunlight doesn't for about another 45 seconds. We'll see if something transpires at a different turret than where Kale is.
It's interesting you talk about the macro here, Degon, because this is one of the areas we sort of praised both teams for intermittently. Illinois generally has pretty good macro play. It's allowed them to get back in games where they were farther behind. But Michigan State has had some moments where I question their macro. It all comes down to these fights, like we're seeing breaking out right now in the jungle, continuing up this pressure. Michigan State tends to win off these big game-shifting fights.
Yeah, and right here you're seeing Illinois. Project One looking for Sunlight. Has the kickback.
Yeah, and it looks like Sunlight is going to be in a lot of trouble. Here comes the Galio as well to help him out. Uses the stopwatch to change the turret aggro, and Zeno stays alive. It's an easy dive here on the bottom side of the map.
And that's the communication coming through. They have the Galio to make these dives happen. Project One has the stopwatch, and even though it swaps over to Zeno, it's such a great kind of kill there, and you can see right now they're trying to make a counter on the top. Top Eponymous, he's got flash.
Top Eponymous in a lot of trouble. Nice dodge on the charm, though. He's able to get himself back out despite the glacial prison being burned. Beautiful positioning there from Top Eponymous.
Yeah, don't need flash when you got your dancing shoes on. He's able to just go right back in, come right out. That is what you want out of a top laner, somebody who can absorb the pressure of 2 people while your team gets something else done.
And we're so used to seeing him do that on a tank and something else. This time he's doing it on this hybrid tank bully here on Victor, and just a nice sidestep, staying cool, no flash, no TP, and it's just a great play, and it gets them the Drake on the bottom side of the map.
I mean, staying cool, Degon, he was ice cold, but he walked right through it there. Sejuani could do nothing to him. Sunlight just not in position to follow up on that there as well. This is just Illinois looking like they are in full control of this game. Tier 1s are in shambles. Michigan State being pushed back, yes. They have this scaling composition, and yes, they haven't lost too much yet, but they've got to be thinking, we're on the back step right now.
Yeah, they're on the back foot, but honestly, it's kind of what you signed up for here. You can't go, man, what are these sandals? Why are my feet cold? It's like, well, that's what you signed up for when you go to the Arctic with them. It's like, yeah, it's what's going to happen. You draft an early game composition. or late game composition, you're going to fall behind early game, and you're not going to have as much pressure in your lanes. So if there's a Lee Sin on the other side, he gets to kind of have his way with the game.
Yeah, and I think they got a little spoiled with those gold leads, or the gold lead as well. It was all on the bottom side of the map, all on Dillaran, and they've been in this position before where the AD carry has had to perform, and Dillaran has been there. However, the last series was the first time we saw him struggle a bit, and now here he is, might be picking up a kill here on the Bosch.
The Bosch able to get himself out, but Dillaran with that black shield to keep him steady in this. No CC going his way, hitting like a truck already at the 19-minute mark.
Yeah, and top Hippopotamus is causing so much pressure. There's no Sejuani ultimate available just yet. If he gets this stun off, he might buy enough time.
Oh, there we go. This is the gank they're looking to execute on earlier. Top Hippopotamus not respecting their opponent this time around. He's too far up. Best dance shoes in the world are going to get you out of that one.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know why he's there, because the top lane is what they're going to go for next. It's the last outer turret that's available for Illinois. They want their Kale in the side lane, safe farming, almost against nobody. And then in the top side, I'm honestly surprised they didn't put Dillaran up there to just power push down that turret, but it was because the Victor has such good wave clear. So now Moonlight, whoa!
Going on in, taking a lot of damage to start off this fight. Tarzan can try to peel for him. That's the first kill on the Morgana. And this is Zeno just standing strong through all of this, not being able to get this done as the Lee Sin falls as well. So this is a 2-0.
Oh, and from Moonlight there, that's where you like try to take out your pocket watch, you fumble with it, can't get it out of your suit pocket. He couldn't find the stopwatch there in time. He had a few moments where he could press it, but it was just the CC combo immediately afterwards. That's where you greed for that one extra step, and then it just gets punished.
And it started with Zeno putting a great miasma down. I'm sure he was about to try and flash in, but because the flash wasn't working, he was so focused on trying to flash forward that he didn't get the combo off. He didn't want his zone. He was right there. See, it took him a while to walk through the miasma.
Yep.
Then he gets popped up and CC chained, and he immediately dies. No chains going down. On the bottom side of the map, Project One going 1v1 against the Kale, and the Kale picks up a kill. That's going to be huge. It was also shutdown gold for that late scaling Kale. So overall a 1-for-1, but nice gold going over to Michigan State. Illinois responds by finally taking down that mid lane turret.
We are dead even in terms of gold here at the 21-minute mark. We asked for even matchups. We've seen some, and this is exactly what we are getting. This is our grand finals after all. Both these teams are walking into this undefeated. One team will walk away with a spot in the CLOL National Championships, and the other one's just sort of walking away. Yeah, they get to play through play-ins, but every single one of these players wants to put their stamp on this. Of course, the BTN, the reason they get these spots is because this is such a competitive region, and we are seeing exactly why.
Yeah, and both teams, you're seeing pretty much great play, and I would say not standard play, but high-level play here from both of them. I actually even just like how minute it is, because you see even like a QSS for Dillaran. He's like, I have a lead. I can kind of cash that lead in. It's just like when you shove a wave, it's like you don't just stand there. You cash that lead in terms of your push advantage and go somewhere else. He's doing exactly that with the CS advantage. He can buy that QSS. It doesn't dip into his power spike at all. He's got his 2 crit items the same time Sivir does. Now, he's not as vulnerable to something like the stun from the Cassiopeia. He can get out of that. He doesn't have to, move backwards every single time and dodge it perfectly. So I really like that from him, just a nice little tech pickup. And then there's the Kale crit build. People start picking this one up because you AoE crit when you get to that level 16, when you get to the level 11 in the full stack. So everything you hit off that splash damage takes so much damage on top of it.
And I want to check in on our mid lane matchup because we put a lot of
eggs in that
emphasis
basket,
on
yeah.
it. Not based off of the champion matchup, but the player matchup, right? Nightshade getting his comfort champion, and Zeno being the best player for Illinois, the shot caller, the captain, and possibly one of the best players in all of the league.
And dealing with Zeno in this game is going to be very difficult. The Banshee's Veil is going to keep him safe, not just from the Ahri, but from the Morgana. Gives him that magic resistance. And he's so far up right now. He's the highest CS in the game aside from the Tristana. He's tailing right behind him by about 6-7. But he's 60 or 50 above his lane opponent. That is huge. He's at that 10 per minute mark. And it causes so much pressure when the Cassiopeia is online already.
This is a bit of a dance happening now in the mid here as well. Both players, both teams fighting towards this Drake pit at this stage. This is where we're starting to see, carries coming online. People start to feel a little more comfortable, and both just testing the waters. Tarzan and Canyon, though, maybe not feeling as tanky as he originally thought. He's going to back himself on out.
Yeah, Illinois had control of the river first. Michigan State tried to walk on in, clear it out, but then Illinois waltzed right back on down to the Dragon Pit as we started up.
And it's huge because, hold on, there's an engage.
Going on in, the Glacial Pusher in the hitting the pit, going to try and get this in the back line. Timmy Tommy trying to find Sunlight, not quite able to do so. And this is Michigan State actually looking pretty confident through this, but the health bars of Illinois are still there. Moonlight going way too far forward. The Morgana is going to be the first casualty of this one. Flashing forward is Zeno trying to find multiple members, not able to do so, but this is buying enough time for the rest of Illinois to get in here. Tarzan and Kieran forced to flash himself out as well. Project One not going to connect though, which means the rest of the side of Michigan State can walk away.
Yeah, and they can walk away, but they can also go towards that Baron. They can get some vision, deny vision, force a face check. They know there's almost no ultimates on the other side, so they could force a fight here, say, come at us, bro. There's the TP. They have to check this. There's the Scryer's Bloom. Do they commit?
Yeah, and you have a Cassiopeia which can burn through this one. They decide better of it, and Illinois will walk themselves off. No chase by Michigan State. I think it was the right call by both teams here.
Well, actually, I love that from Illinois because a lot of teams, they would just shove down mid. They wouldn't push for that. What they get from that, you say, oh, man, they're dumb. They're just going Baron, and then they have to walk away. They got the TP. So now there's side lane pressure for Topopotamus for the next 5 minutes where he just gets to be in the side lane. He can push. He's already the shoving Victor. And now Sunlight has to be in these fights and present when there's a split pushing Victor, which can deal a lot of damage to turrets.
Now we're seeing this game resetting a little bit here. Illinois finding a bit of momentum, but Michigan State punishing potentially a little bit of over-aggression there. I like the call from Illinois not to try and force that Baron play, because that's the point. You make that mistake there, and it's a little bit rough coming back, because we talk about the late game scaling. We talk about coming online, and every second this is closer for Sunlight hitting that point of critical mass.
Yeah, and speaking of late game scaling, 4 Drakes on the side of Illinois. We're at 25 minutes now, so there will be one more Drake to spawn before
they can get 2.
Yeah, and it's a third Infernal Drake here. It's going to be massive for both teams, even though, like, already Illinois just set themselves up so good for a post 30-minute Elder Drake battle, because now you can't ignore it. Sometimes if the Drakes are equal or there aren't a lot of Drakes taken in the game, you can always just focus on Baron and Elder Drake can be ignored. Not the case here. Triple Infernal Drake would be massive for the Fighting Illini.
Yeah, and even though the gold looks like it's even at the top, the pressure has just been on the side of Illinois. But if we end up with even gold in 20 more minutes from now, where Sunlight's online, this Tristana has a massive amount of range, reaching these guys is going to be so hard to do. But Topopotamus, I mean, Victor is known for just blowing up squishies, and I think that the person who's probably going to have one of the hardest times navigating these fights is both Nightshade and Zeno, because Nightshade, he in that last fight was like, I'm going for the back line, doesn't connect, and so he has to just get out of dodge, and the rest of his team is just left out to dry. And it's hard as the RA because you have to flank or find these opportune fights, but when everybody's trying to team fight, it's a little bit more difficult.
Speaking of going for the back line, Project One looking to go on in, say hi to Tarzan and Canyon there in the river as the dance, the tango for control around this Baron is ongoing. Looks like Illinois is actually going to start it up. Kale not going to be there for a little bit, but I think Michigan State is aware this is going on. The rest of the team is going to look to try and rotate through on this. They do have vision on this. Tarzan and Canyon goes in, but that's the Black Shield cooldown. Keep an eye on that. Not going to have this for this next fight. Miasma splitting this on up, but Illinois once again just backing themselves on off. They're trying to force Michigan State to an inopportune moment here. They're looking around for the flank. Can they find somebody out?
They're rushing top. They have the inside track to top. But wait, this is going to be
Tristana's splitting down the mid lane.
Yeah,
it's going to be a 4v5 with one person splitting down mid.
But this is huge because, like, wave clear, you have a decent amount of it here. They're going to have to get to this wave. They're going to have to avoid and engage.
This is a 5v4 situation. Illinois is taking down the inhib turret. It's not long for this world. They want this inhib to split. Tristana is split pushing simultaneously, though. The inhib is going to drop here. A couple more arrows will get it done. Can Michigan State hold on to this? That is going to be it. But will Tristana be able to get equal value?
Yeah, well, that's what they have to do now is they have to chase, not get caught, allow enough time for Dillaran to make it at least even. Or you could just chase them to all hell. Remember, Tristana does have TP, so if they put themselves in a compromised position, you can't TP in. Watch Project One.
Oh, they're going on in, finding multiple members. That is the blow up on Morgana instantly. Project One, the rest of the crew, the kills can pop you up, trying to survive through this. Timmy Tommy in the flank doing so much work, and that's Illinois picking up a couple of kills. Sejuani is absolutely gone. That is 2 kills, but Tristana still got what she came for.
Yeah, Tristana is still going, and right now in only 2 people left to defend. A TP is spent back on the Nexus turret, and the rest of Illinois going to turn onto the Baron.
Yeah, but they have that TP spent. Now Tristana, he's going to start running towards this Baron. Remember, Timmy Tommy rather low here. Zeno has no ultimate. Sunlight's going to check, going to poke, going to do some damage here. This is going to buy time for Nightshade to get there.
Tristana's coming back through. They're trying to group up as best they can to contest and fight this. But this is Illinois in a pretty commanding position. Can they pick up this Baron? Timmy trying to go with the Justice Punch. But
he's going to kill him.
He's going to kill him. The KO damage is there. But that is still going to be the Baron going the way of Illinois. Lee Sin gets it done. They're trying to turn back on. The Zeno getting absolutely killed. Project One goes into the back line. In the midst of the miasma, Nightshade cannot escape him. So Illinois is still turning this. But all the damage coming from the Yard. The Black Shield to keep him alive a little bit longer. The flash forward from the Bosch can continue to do that damage. Trading back and forth. But in the end, Illinois secures the Baron, and they secure those kills.
Woo, that was so close. Just you play that a little bit differently, it could go in your favor on the side of Michigan State. They were able to skirt that fight on the side of Illinois just barely. And that turret, it almost went down. This is basically, both teams walk away from this in emerging from the rubble. It's like, it's not as bad as it could have been, but it's also not as great as it could have been for both of them. Sure, Illinois get the Baron, it sets them up to do this next Drake, but at the end of the day, they flubbed a play that could have been 100% theirs.
Yeah, what an aggressive sequence of events, starting with the call onto the top side to rush that one down, and then immediately the call by Dillaran to shove down mid lane, and now another fight, this time around that third Infernal Drake, now spawning Illinois, trying to get their third.
Watch
Bosch in a little bit of trouble.
Dillaran finds the carry on the other side. That's massive. And now Sejuani is going to continue in, getting the ult on the top of Potamus.
He's taking over.
Absolutely. Dillaran rocket jumper to the back, pushing him on through. Tommy's getting battered around like it's a game of ping pong. But Illinois comes back in on this, turning this fight on its head. Tarzani Candy forced to flash away.
Nice move.
Project One can't hit a man right in front of him, but it does not matter because the rest of the team is continuing to pick up this next Infernal Drake. They want to scale. They want this damage. They want to take this game in control.
Oh, and Nightshade doesn't even go towards the fight. They're going to try to see this or go for a steal. That's what it looks like. They don't have the vision available to them. Sunlight on one side of it, 3,000 HP on the Drake, and Tarzan and Canyon just trying to buy time, but he has to not get caught. That's rule number one.
Well, rule number one is about to be broken as Project One is chasing him on down. Tarzan and Canyon may be able to walk away. Oh, no, he's absolutely dead.
Oh.
No.
You were right.
Almost caster cursed him, but he made it away. Oh, he didn't make it away.
I mean, but now everybody's respawning here, starting to walk up. Sunlight is just farming camps, trying to get to that level 16 and says, all right, that's fine. You can take that Drake. And the Elder's the next one that's on the table, but Illinois, 3-2. They got a full house. Infernal over Ocean.
Yeah, and I think the big thing to remember here is how annoying Xeno's miasmas are to both Nightshade and Dillaran. Multiple times he puts it down in such an angle, it covers a whole entryway, a whole walkway, and Dillaran, who has the resets on the Tristana, gets caught out. It was a huge kick by Project One catching him after that.
Yeah, you saw Dillaran use the QSS really well, too, to make sure that he got out of the Galio taunt. But as soon as Xeno showed up and then Project One had the kick through, that's where you're just dead to rights. They had his number because he jumped forward. If he had played that slower, sometimes you get a little too hypey, you're a little behind, you feel like you have to make this play to get back in the game, and you overplay your hand. Because now, Xeno, he's feeling real good about himself. Like I said, it's going to be hard to catch this guy. 6-1 and 7, got him Magi's. He's got him Magi's here. That's how he feels about this game right now. That's all he needs to say with his inventory.
I mean, he won that early game mid matchup. He's been dominating all game long. You talked about the miasma, keeping everybody locked down, keeping them in place, allowing the rest of the team to walk on through. Well, kind of like how this Galio is feeling, but luckily at this point he's tanky enough to survive a little bit longer. Start to set up Project One, who wants to continue to chase this down. Illinois setting up a camp in the opposing team's jungle. They're on Safari.
Yeah, and while they're on Safari here, there's a vacation in the top lane for Sunlight. He is farming up. He's got himself 2 items. And he's got that level 16, the crucial level 16 for Kale. But he needs about 1 more item. Oh, they're going jumping in. Oh, boy.
Topopotamus is realizing he's made some friends, and they're on the opposite team. Galio deciding he wants to ult in on this one, just feeding over the gold into the coffers of Michigan State. But in the meantime, I Am Nightshade may have also found some friends.
They're rushing mid. They're rushing mid.
They're going to go and try and end this. Sivir is back. The rest of Illinois needs to back and try and stop this as soon as they physically can. But I Am Nightshade is trying to stop these backs. He's able to do so. The Lee Sin's fighting this, but this is 4 members now pushing through the mid. Michigan State have identified this is their winning condition. They need to get it done right here, right now. Lee Sin has not been able to back through all this, and the Ari survives. But this is all the damage coming through.
All the inhibitor.
All the inhib respawns. The absolute worst moment if you're a Michigan State fan. Illinois getting a slight moment of reprieve.
Yeah, and you're hoping that, okay, you have your 2 main damage dealers. We kill one of them, we win this game. Surprise, inhib. It slows it down. Now Lee Sin is finally able to work his way back. Nightshade and Lee Sin were having one heck of a fight down there. Flash burned by Nightshade, which on the Q that would have killed him by Project One, and that slows it back down. What looked like to be an ending, not to be continued here.
Oh, man. And now it's just you come up for air for just a second because that is one that everybody is on edge. What's going to happen? Are they going to be able to push it for the win? And even that fight where Dillaran had Timmy Tommy backing him up, or sorry, Timmy Tommy was backing up Topopotamus and Dillaran had jumped in. He QSS'd perfectly on the Victor stun, and then he got the black shield afterwards. Because if you're Topopotamus, you're going, I've killed many a Tristana in my day. What's this guy doing jumping in here? You try to blow him up. He gets some shielding, and the fact that he was still able to just rapid fire on you because of his QSS. So his QSS usage has been fantastic here on the Tristana, and it's what he needs in this game. See, if he's not playing on point like that, this is easily an Illinois game, so he's keeping him in it.
And what I've loved about this is both teams are asking the other team very complex questions very quickly. And we've seen Illinois been able to answer it multiple times, and this is the same case. Against Purdue, they fell behind. It was all across the map. They got in a lot of trouble. Michigan State doing the same thing, and Illinois has consistently had the right answer.
Asking them hard questions. Hopefully they got the syllabus in the bracket stage because this is on the final here in these games that are coming up. Right now, though, you're being quizzed. It's your first final. First one you have to make it through. This is the one that gets you that momentum. You'll feel good feeling afterwards where you can walk into the next one with your head held high.
But this is where I have to give so many props to Michigan State because they're going in against the veterans, but they are still the ones often dictating the pace. There's a lot of situations where you could crumble if Illinois is out macroing you, if they're out rotating you, but no, Michigan State are still making these calls. They're still going to send Tristana mid. They're still going to try and end base race. They're going to still pose these intense questions to Illinois, who you'd think they might get flustered against this veteran team, but it's not happening.
And this is where teams will get flustered, in my opinion, almost 100% of the time. There are 5 Drakes on Illinois. That means the Elder Dragon is mega priority for Michigan State to stop it going to Illinois. Because if they get one, they can take almost any fight, even if you have the Baron. But Illinois, they might be able to get the Baron, say, we'll trade you that Elder Dragon. They are desynced by about 20 seconds here, but they also have to watch their mid lane.
Now we're seeing multiple scrimmages, well, I was going to say multiple fights, but multiple objectives being taken. The Baron is looking to go the way of Illinois here. And as you said, Michigan State have identified the priority. They're saying, look, we cannot allow Illinois to pick up this Elder Dragon, but they're still a little bit late. I think Illinois is going to be able to rotate through on this. Can Michigan State get this done in time?
But they had to go back and defend against the split pushing Kale. The
Well,
Drake
they wanna fight,
is
they
not
wanna
started.
fight.
They're fighting.
They're going to fight now in the mid. Sejuani connects on the ult, but it's not going to be enough. The Bosch trying to be the target. Dillaran looking to chase him down, not able to find it. Great dodge of the binding for Project 1 as well. So Illinois finding their cake and eating it too. And they're going to now try recollapse in the sunlight. The target getting hit by the miasma. Black Shield able to get him out. Timmy Tommy on the flank. Kale trying to find the damage, the roots to hold Illinois back. Michigan State doesn't want to take this.
That was a fantastic idea from Michigan State because they saw that there was a back there from Illinois, and so they're like, all right, it's a 3v5 mid. Topopotamus, though, you see Tarzan, he's not able to make it connect, get the fight start off on the right foot, and they have to disengage it. And now the Elder Dragon, okay, this is it. This is it. They're going to say, Tristana, go for broke, go down mid, try to keep them at this Drake. If they get the Drake, it doesn't matter. Their time is what they're trying to waste.
This is the battle versus the wars. The Elder Dragons being started from Illinois. Can they keep them here long enough?
Somebody has to back now.
Somebody has to back. We are going to see Cassiopeia trying to go back and do it, but so much damage being done to the side of Illinois. Project 1 is getting oh so low. Moonlight in the midst of his lead. Will secure the Elder Dragon. This is massive. Can they turn this fight around now? And Zeno goes back, able to keep Dillaran.
He's got the range on him.
But look at the amount of damage that Illinois is be able to dish here. They're able to stay alive with all of this bonus damage. Illinois looking oh so solid here. But can Tristana do it? That's the triple kill from the Sivir, and Dillaran falls.
They went for broke, and they went broke. Michigan State get completely aced. That is a clean ace, 5 for 0. The Elder Dragon goes over to Illinois, and they're able to make it back off the back of the Baron, and Sunlight not covering the backside with the Cassiopeia, where she recalled.
Yeah, no one was able to get to the back line of the Bosch, and the Sivir just going crazy with the bouncing boomerang blades. And Zeno against Dillaran, the 1v1, and we've seen it over and over again. Miasma holding the Tristana in place, wasn't able to get it done. A smart call by Michigan State, but Illinois says, hey guys, you outsmarted yourselves. We'll take the Elder Dragon, and we'll take game 1 of the finals of the BTN Championships.
Well, you said it there, Degon. Game number 1 going over to Illinois after a slugfest of a game. What an insane way to open up our BTN Championship Tournament Grand Finals. Both of these teams have secured their spots in CLL, of course, but somebody wants to skip plans. They want to go straight to the bracket stage, and if you're an Illinois fan, you are oh so pleased because they just took game number 1. There's a couple moments where they could have looked flustered, but no. They stayed calm, cool, and collected. There was a couple curveballs being thrown at them if you're a Michigan State fan, but in the end, they just couldn't quite execute.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even think it was quite execute. I think it was, hey, we're trying to get more out of this question than we're asking than what we should be getting, right? You're trying to end the game a little bit early instead of, all right, let's fake like this. We got to see Illinois set up the Baron multiple times and then decide, actually, this isn't the right time to do this and back off. It's that little bit of awareness, the wherewithal to withdraw from something where they're overreaching. Michigan State did a fantastic job setting themselves up, but then they have to withdraw when they're like, okay, Illinois has a good answer here.
I think the biggest thing was originally Michigan State said, we're going to scale the late. We feel totally comfortable with that, right up until the point Illinois had 5 Drakes. And then they're like, maybe we can't do this now. Maybe we can't. And now maybe we have to rush it. Maybe we have to push it. And in the end, couldn't get it done. But of course, that is only game number 1 of this best of 5 series. We're going to hop onto a short break. We'll be right back after this with game number 2.
The BTN League of Legends Championship Tournament.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got a pentakill. That was beautiful.
This weekend, streaming live on Caffeine, Twitch, and YouTube.
August 11th, the BTN Big 10K is back. Run with pride and show off your school spirit at Grant Park in Chicago. Then experience the ultimate post-race fan fest and tailgate party. Register right now at btnbig10k.com.
your network. BTN.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the BTN Championship Tournament. It's Grand Finals Day. Well, we just saw Illinois take down Michigan State in game number 1 in a back-and-forth slugfest for the ages. Questions being posed and answered, but in the end, Illinois, as Irene said, they had the syllabus for it. They had those answers. I'm in Verum. That is Degon. Degon, that game number 1 was about as epic as you'd expect.
Yeah, I mean, it was, I think, Illinois on the front foot, Michigan State on the back foot, and then all of a sudden taking these, like, heavy haymakers of swings, like getting very aggressive and engaged. As the game got later and later, all of a sudden you saw a split push Tristana. You saw that, I think, 2 or 3 times. And so this Michigan State squad that didn't seem to have control of the game all of a sudden would take control in Illinois and have to put out that fire and slowly start taking control back, and then do it again, and then slowly take control back until the game finally came to its conclusion at the Elder Dragon.
Yeah, it seemed like Michigan State wanted to push the pace, and it just said Illinois wanted to slow it down. Let's take a look at the highlights, though, from that last game, because there were so many crazy moments.
Yeah, and it started with a lot of fights around the Dragon pick. Tarzan and Canyon did a good job on a non-carry jungler, setting the pace until this, the lazy recall. And I think, as Zyrene said earlier, Project One just catching the jackpot there, catching the Sejuani sleeping, and then this constant Dragon pit control by Illinois. It didn't always lead to the cleanest escapes, but they were able to make this a threat as the game got later and later. And both teams, based off of their draft, believed that the game was going to get late, and it did. It did result into the Elder Dragon being a huge part of it, and with 5 Drakes on the map, Illinois was able to pick that one up and use that as an objective, almost like a bait here. It was like, okay, we can take the Baron, and now they have to protect against this Elder Dragon. We're going to use and abuse this skill set, and they were definitely able to into this last fight here.
Yeah, a lot of these last fights were just absolutely insane. It was sort of that desperation mode if you're Michigan State, knowing we cannot let them get this Elder Dragon. They have 5 Drakes. That's basically GG right there. They identified where they needed to win. This was the hill they wanted to die on. And they did just that, actually.
Yeah, and I think the win percentage of getting 5 Drakes is something like 90 to 95%. You didn't want to be the team that lost with those kind of odds. And I think Michigan State did do a great job trying to exploit that 5% opening there. But in the end, Illinois' great macro play and great spacing by their carries did the job.
Yeah, absolutely. And Zyrene, I got to get your input on this one because there were so many great plays. We asked you to only pick one. Which one did you pick to break down for us?
I picked the ending one. I picked the Elder Dragon fight because
Surprise.
I really want to go over a lot of macro concepts in this, because when you're going for a base race, when you're going for an all-in type play, it has to be an all-in commitment in one way or another. So the way that the map is right now, Tristana's going to go up the mid lane. You have the other 3 members of the team over here ready. Now, Sunlight is going to be threatening anybody who wants to come back over here and maybe potentially recall in this area. The big thing here is that he's supposed to cover that. That's his job. He's supposed to guard his man there. These guys are going to take care of the front, and if 2 people, 3 people try to recall and stop the Tristana, then you win the fight 4v2, 4v3, 4v2, even have a 4-on-4 potentially. But what ends up happening here is I want to pay specific attention to Sunlight the Kale. As we roll this out, you're going to see Zeno does a great job here. Zeno says, all right, that's my man. I've marked him. Puts a control ward down to guard, and also, we're going to pause it here. You got to check this from Sunlight. He actually has a ward available in his inventory. He has one that's ready to place. He could have placed it here in this bush when he was walking by, or he could even walk up and place it over here for temporary vision when he stands here. The big issue with this whole thing is that Zeno gets away from him. He stops marking his man, and when you're looking at a play like this, Sunlight has 2 options that I think are integral to this play. You have to do one of these 2 things for it to even have a chance of working out. You either have to all in commit to stopping Zeno as much as possible. Just walk up, down smash, I don't care, do whatever. Try to stop him from getting back to the base. Or you use your own teleport, you ultimate the Tristana to give her time to hit the Nexus, and you stop her from dying. But he does neither of those things. In fact, he gives himself away as we roll this clip out, where he starts attacking Project One over the wall. Zeno recalls on the right side to make sure that he's covered by his control board, and he makes it back as Sunlight goes over, goes, wait, where's Zeno? Missed him, walks in, dies instantly, doesn't even use his ultimate on himself or anybody else, where he could have even gone TP'd to the Nexus, used his ultimate there for the Tristana to actually attack instead of getting zoned, and it would have been a very different ending because you can see how long is it before somebody even shows up? It's 5 seconds before somebody shows up. That's enough for your TP to come through. If they have to TP to match, then it's an odd numbers fight, and your team can potentially stop Topopotamus from doing that. And I think that was a huge misplay there from Sunlight, because when you're looking for that all-in, throw down the cards, this is all we've got play, everybody has to throw their cards down, and I don't think Sunlight committed enough to the play in those 2 ways that I demonstrated there.
Well, it just goes to show that at this level of play, even the smallest things make the biggest difference. Thank you so much, Zyrene. We got to get right into Champ Select for game number 2. We got to continue rolling with this action. Degon, are you ready?
I'm ready. I think just that last little piece to that breakdown, it's the quintessential story of the Cinderella team trying to take down the big gods. You're only there for that dance for a little bit. You got to take that punch there, and I think they had a great job with the TP, but you've got to be the one that is able to punch up, and you're the one that is trying to take down the guys that are always there at the dance. So when you're there, you got to make it count. Don't you remember the story where Cinderella
you and I
punches?
remember Cinderella very differently. I feel like maybe we got different versions of the movie. Anyway, we'll get back to that one. Let's get into this draft. Identical to game number 1. No changes, no surprises there. I think both teams were quite happy, honestly, with the drafts that they ended up getting up for themselves. The only one might have been this Victor counterpick. I'm not sure that was something that Michigan State saw coming. And I'm not sure they necessarily adjusted well enough. I mean, yeah, they were able to pick him out once, I think, in that top when he overextended, but really that was kind of it.
Yeah, but I don't really think it stopped Sunlight from doing what Sunlight wanted to do, which was get to the late game and
get
scale
popped
up,
in one shot
right?
in that last fight.
The game, yeah, but that is a execution issue. That has nothing to do with the champion itself. And so I think they're fine with going back to it, saying, hey, Sunlight, if you would have TP'd there at the end, we would have won, bro.
Yeah.
So that has nothing to do with the Victor pick. I think it works for Illinois because it helped out in those team fights. You got to see in those fights you had another form of CC, you had another form of poke and bullying, but it didn't necessarily shut down Sunlight. And I think that's a testament to both those players. We saw Topopotamus start to get caught out in the mid game multiple times to let Michigan State slide back on into the game. And so I expect Topopotamus, whoever they pick, to have a better game in that case. And yeah, the draft's exactly the same, going the same way in these first 3 picks.
I think the only difference maker here is going to be the Morgana. That's about it. Now, Moonlight not going to be able to get that. Timmy Tommy going to be picking it up instead of the Galio. Caused a few problems for them early on. Part of the reason why Michigan State won that lane so hard. So Illinois is trying to shore that up, saying, look, we won mid, we won top. We can also win bottom. That's GG right there.
Yeah, and what is the adjustment here for Michigan State? I think when Illinois went with their draft, they went Victor Galio. And they're like, yeah, we can get flexible with the Galio. And Michigan State was like, yeah, we'll take the most picked, most banned champion in the game, Morgana. And it did lead to that early laning win. And so they'll go back to the Lulu, the Yordle bot lane, possibly if they go with the Tristana again. Michigan State did find some success in that. And yes, Dillaran going back to the Jinx on the bottom side of the map.
You love this.
I love
champ.
Jinx.
You love this pick. It's something I know that you run in solo queue.
Yeah, well, it's only because you can shoot a rocket from the bottom side of the map and be down, all of a sudden get that injection of 300 gold because you just helped out across the map, and then it changes the tide of the bottom side so differently than any other champion other than Ezreal, but Ezreal doesn't quite snowball. He scales, whereas if you're Jinx, you have such high snowball potential, and with some changes here with the crit builds in this Season 9 overall, Jinx, I think, is a champion that is undervalued. Now, Lee Sin going to be locked in yet again for Project 1. He did a fantastic job tracking the Sejuani, but I think Zyrene wanted to see him punish a little more against the Sejuani.
Against the Sejuani in the jungle, but if you compliment this Jinx, one thing she lacks is mobility. Lee Sin gets in on you there. If he can find a little more of those rotations in the early game, I think that's the one area Illinois is probably going to look to try and improve, is shut down that bottom lane. So we'll keep an eye on how that continues. We're seeing identical bans pretty much from the last game. The only difference being that that Cassiopeia is being denied for Xeno. Those miasmas shut down so many potentially awesome things for Michigan State. They're just like, get it out of here.
Yeah, and Cassidy as well. So right now, there isn't a true answer for the late game scaling of Michigan State. Yes, Victor gets strong as the game gets later, but the way that he's built right now is more of just kind of stunting the Kale. And like we said earlier, it hasn't quite done that yet in the split pushing. Kale was still able to get to that late game. There you go. Get yourself the Sivir once more. You got to see in that last team fight, 2 autos. It was a massive crit onto Sunlight. He wasn't ready for that, and that's what Sivir does at that late game stage once she's able to get multiple crit items. Just burst down damage and stay safe.
And one of the things to note, I should also mention, the Ahri was also banned through this. So both mid laners going to be starting fresh in this one. But yes, if you put the Bosch on this champ that he is oh so comfortable with, you put him on the Sivir that he has so many games on, he's going to continue to perform. His positioning in these late game fights is always so impressive.
Oh, interesting here. Ornn going to get picked up, so I think that means Kale will be moving to the mid lane, Ornn to the top side of the map. And that's what I was about to say. Nightshade has shown proficiency in a couple of champions, Ahri and Sylas. Zeno has shown proficiency in a multitude of champions. And so I think this mid lane ban targeting benefits Illinois. I was like, hey, what is Nightshade going to play where he's going to have that impact? And so it does look like he will rotate the Kale to the mid lane, Ornn to the top side of the map, and then Tarzan and Canyon getting Graves. Graves has fallen off this season 9 in competitive play. He pulled this out in Game 5, the deciding game against the University of Michigan, and was able to get the victory there. So now you have double 80 carries, one in the jungle, now one in the mid. If they're able to get ahead, you're going to have turrets that are going to die very, very quickly. On the opposite side, Illinois going to end this one up with the Swain, and Swain has been played a ton in the playoffs for the LCS. Zeno going to have his hands on that one.
Yeah, so seeing these final picks being locked in from both sides, Zyrene, what are you thinking with these drafts?
I think that both teams got a lot of what they want. They got the Kale on the side of Michigan. Now they have that bridge champion that I like to talk about. When you have scaling, I like to call an early game champion that can get your scalers to that late game a bridge champion. I think they have that with the Graves. I think the Graves will help them out contest the Lee Sin, who was dominating the jungle early. And now, because the Kale is mid, I think Zeno's going to take the Victor, and they're going to play a better Swain matchup in the top side. So the Victor flex was always meant to chase the Kale, like I said in the first game, regardless if it went top or it went mid, but now it's I Am Nightshade's turn to play this, and I want to see what he does on it, because the Kale build swaps over to a different one when you're mid sometimes. You get the Rage Blade, Phantom Dancer, there's a build out there that people have IE later on. So I'm looking at that scaling again, but the durability of Michigan State, I think, is pretty high now with the Ornn, and if things go later, that Ornn passive giving thousands and thousands of gold to his team will be a big factor and would allow them to contest in those later Dragon fights. But the last thing I want to tack on here is I think that Illinois got even more of what they wanted because they got counter matchups into both lanes, and they got the Morgana this time. So I'm really scared for Michigan State.
Yeah, I agree here, and as I ask for predictions, we'll see how that affects things. I am going to go with Illinois in this next game. Like I mentioned, I agree. The lane matchups, they wanted to win top, they wanted to win mid, and also now I think they have a great situation down there in bottom. I think Illinois, especially after winning game number 1, they're going to keep rolling through on this confidence.
I kind of have flipped here. I think Michigan State with the Kale now in the mid lane, we've seen Nightshade make big plays on playmakers, but also something that was understated, when he had more control mages, he was willing to just stay a little bit further back and wait for the right moment to strike. On something like a Kale where you're forced to do that, I think he'll be able to mitigate the counter pick of the Victor. And Jinx will outrange the heck out of the Sivir in the late game.
So you're going Michigan State.
Michigan State.
Michigan State. All right, Zyrene, to the last one. What are you thinking?
Degon, I'm disappointed, man. We were together in the last one. I have to go against my bro. I think it's Illinois. I think their draft looks even more improved than it was before, and I think they got multiple counter picks. I feel like with that pivot of the Lee Sin jungle and 2 winning lanes and a shoving lane bottom, like I feel like you're going to have a really good time. The only thing that would shut you down is Lulu Polymorph when you're jumping in as the Lee Sin. So I really have to give it to Illinois here. I really like their draft.
Yeah, give Tarzan and Canyon something aggressive. He'll be the bridge there. I believe in that bridge. I'll take the bridge all the way to the win.
All right, all right. You heard the predictions here. Let's get into the game, guys. Let's just jump right on into the action. Degon, I appreciate your optimism here for Michigan State, but I think that the early game is going to determine a lot of this here. You mentioned seeing I Am Nightshade and something different, something that's not one of these big playmakers. I've never seen I Am Nightshade play this champ. So that's kind of the big X factor for me, and I don't know. It's going to be interesting.
Well, you're coming into a finals with a strategy that involves a Kale. Everybody's got to be able to play those new things, right? If you're looking at pro or anything like that, I know this is collegiate and everybody doesn't have, infinite time to practice all the things. You still, if you want to be at that cutting edge and give your team a leg up in the draft, That's what you have to be able to do, is be flexible. It's the same thing with Zeno, right? He's got to be able to play the Victor into Kale and understand that matchup too himself. It can't just be a top-potamus special.
A top-potamus special. All right, at some point we'll have to have a further discussion on this one. We'll also have a further discussion on that lane matchup because I'm curious to see how the Ornn is going to fit on this and how Illinois is going to look to punish that one here. We're already starting to see Illinois establishing control in the river to start this off. I like this because it's setting themselves up right where they left off in game number 1.
Yeah, I think that the early game control is what they have. They have the winning lanes. They have that jungle matchup that can favor the Lee Sin in terms of the mobility early, and then the shoving lane bottom. So, well, watch out for the bind. He's got to watch it.
Ooh, forced to burn flash already. Illinois already got to be smiling with this one. Burning Sums at the 1 minute 30-second mark. Doesn't get much better than that.
Yeah, I think it's all right, though. I think Dillarant just wants to farm up, play a little bit safer anyways. It's like what you said beforehand with Moonlight on the Morgana last time. It is a coin start for Timmy Tommy, probably staying a little bit further back, also using the Guardian as well. So I'm not sure how much pressure they'll be able to get by themselves on the bottom side of the map, but with the Lee Sin, you wanted more pressure from Project One. Now he has a prime target of the Lulu.
Yeah, he also has a really interesting jungle route. He started blue buff, which is a big no-no. The reason you start red buff is it has negative armor, and blue buff has negative MR. So if you're a magic damage dealer, you start on the blue buff, of course, you want that mana. But the Lee Sin wants to start on red. Also, if you show up at a Scuttle Crab and they have red and you have blue, kiss your ass goodbye, because they will just slow you and they deal more damage. So if he were to show up at that Scuttle Crab, which they did ward, thankfully, and they could track the Graves and where he went, it would have been awful for him. So I like that he did that. He's not even going for the bottom scuttle, though. He's just going for a clear path here on the Lee Sin. And what this does is they didn't give away where the leash was. Bottom lane was in lane, top lane was in lane. So they don't know where the Lee Sin is. And you expect Lee Sin to go top red to bottom side. If he does something with that information and he goes from his bottom side to his top side, that could catch the Ornn off guard if he's looking for a top lane gank.
So we'll keep an eye on that, but so far both junglers just playing this incredibly passive. You mentioned the difference this time around of having this Graves, of having this double ADC going over the way of Michigan State. How is that going to impact the mid to late game?
Yeah, with the mid to late game, I just believe that once Tarzan and Canyon is able to, Tarzan and Canyon and the rest of Michigan State are able to get Illinois up against the turret. If Zeno is a little bit further behind, he'll have trouble wave clearing because the Death Ray won't be able to clear the full wave until it's level 5 plus the upgrade. So you're able to start putting pressure on turrets and start figuring out where the Lee Sin is going to be and force a fight on your own terms.
Yeah, and you can see Zeno there. He's already provided pressure in the mid lane early, even though he kind of took a little bit of loss there, went down a level. He's, you know, even in CS, he's not punishing as much. It's the fact that he was able to get his jungler, the bottom Scuttle Crab. And yeah, this top lane matchup, I'm actually sitting here going, wait, why is the Ornn up in CS? He was up a lot in CS earlier. And now he's just punishing top Potamus. He's giving him the clap, man.
Sunlight clearly feeling confident here on this Ornn. Can't wait to see what those Call the Forge gods look like as these fights progress. And if you're all just joining us here on the channel, if you're all just watching, wondering what is going on, this is, of course, the BTN Championship Tournament Grand Finals. This is Collegiate League of Legends. If you guys want to give us some feedback, if you like what you see, head over to esl.gg/BTN survey. We're always looking to improve the show, and we love hearing what you guys think.
Yeah, and if you're sitting there going, what the hell does this mean? It's, if you guys watched the collegiate scene last year, you would be familiar with ULOL, and they had BTN seeds into the bracket. The winner of this gets a seed into the bracket. The loser is in the play-ins to get to that ULOL championship, but now it's called CLOL.
It is indeed, and see you later, maybe top Potamus, Sunlight committing on the flash, but Project One comes on in.
He's gonna fight him.
For this first blood. And Sunlight caught between a rock and a hard place, almost gets it done. That was almost the 1v2 outplay.
It was so close. Like I said, Sunlight's that guy that he does something strange. You're like, how does he keep getting away with this? We almost did it top lane there. That was a sliver of HP for top Potamus.
If it weren't for those meddling kids, am I right?
And so take a look at this one more time. We got to see earlier the trade with Sunlight and the changes to Ornn, dishing out more upfront damage, less durability with that heal there, just that little bit of a heal. Top Potamus able to top himself off, and it's just, he knows after the flash there is no skill, everything's on cooldown, no auto attack was going to reach him, so he had to turn and almost got the kill. Not enough damage overall on the stats, and it's a first blood for Illinois, looking good to get closer to 2-0.
Oh man, Sunlight, he's a fantastic player, but there's these tiny, tiny things. Like, when he actually went for the headbutt into the knock-up there that he had, if he had actually warded the final bush, he would have been able to input buffer on a basic attack, and he had a ward available. This is the second time that I've seen him have an opportunity where warding and vision would have rewarded him very highly, but he hasn't gone for it. It's just that you got to get that trinket down. You got to use it in the right situation there, and it's just another one where the fog of war gets to him.
At least he's up in CS in this top lane. However, of course, he did give over that first blood, and now we're seeing Illinois up in terms of gold overall. They didn't lose that super early Drake fight a little bit differently here, and we're still, though, continuing to see Project One keeping up this pressure. I feel like every time I look down, Project One is somewhere he feels like he's not supposed to be.
Yeah, jungling is a team effort. It is a team role, and you have to give to your jungler, and you can see Zeno is doing exactly that, and Timmy Tommy is also assisting in that.
And no response here by the side of Michigan State. And for the second time in a row, Tarzan and Canyon getting his jungle invaded upon. And this is starting to be a troubling trend here for the Spartans. When Tarzan and Canyon is not able to get off and going, that's when they have trouble. Now on the top side of the map, Sunlight. And
I think he's got him.
Yeah, top and bottom is going back and forth. Oh, but the ult is fully charged.
Oh!
Can Sunlight get this done? The minions are continuing to Pokemon down. Will Topopotamus have it? Now this is Sunlight's moment to maybe look to try and turn this around, but there's so many minions here. He does not have a chance. Sunlight staring at Topopotamus. They see each other. Two ships passing in the night, just walking away. Oh my.
God, and the most tragic thing about that is the fact that there was an assist for Topopotamus meant he got his catalyst. If he didn't have that, he would have died. He wouldn't have gotten HP back from spending mana. He would have had a little bit less. And if it had been Sunlight who had actually just purchased one himself right before, because Ornn can build things, you know, while he's not in base, that would have been incredible. He would have been able to pick that one up. It was so close. Literally, again, Topopotamus, this guy, I don't know how he keeps doing it. He keeps getting away with just a sliver of HP.
He was a tightrope walker in a past life, apparently.
Typopotamus.
Yeah, I feel like we're watching mirror
Typopotamus.
images. We're watching mirror images of these guys, both Sunlight and Topopotamus, pushing their champions to the limit and then skirting away.
Now we're just seeing the continued back and forth in the bottom as well, despite those small little skirmishes, those invades. Now the team has really been able to secure a super solid foothold on this game thus far. Once teams start fighting for these early Drakes, once again, I think that's when we're going to start to see a little bit more action, because it's clear that Illinois puts a lot of priority in that regard.
Yeah, and the fact that Illinois have shoving lanes and they have that jungler who keeps going for the invades, I think that Illinois will once again have that dragon priority, and a lot of that's off the back of Zeno, who's been crushing his matchup every single time so far, and it is a bit to be expected with the level of player that he is. I believe he's in like Grandmaster, Challenger, and he just is able to play off his jungler. You can see even there, just being on that left side of the lane means if something happens, he's a little bit quicker to the rotation. It's just that tiny footwork, and they know that he's level 5. He's going to go for a kill.
Going in on Tarzan and Canyon, Project One. Oh, the flight from Topopotamus. Both top laners came on in, but one had the perfect movement, able to pick up that kill. That is 2 kills now, going over to Illinois, helping to continue to feed this top lane madness.
Yeah, and it was the last second flash there by Project One to dodge the knockup by Sunlight. It looks so clean. Topopotamus able to pick that one up, and now that top lane is really rolling as we take a look at it one more time. And you said it, mid lane priority shifting over, so if anything broke out, and look at this flash right there, and Project One gets the kickoff. Tarzan and Canyon doesn't even know what hits him, and it's now a 2-0 lead for the Illini.
Man, that is the biggest assist that I've seen so far in the BTN. That is the one where you just sit there and go, that guy, he set him up. That is the alley-oop. That is the one where he lets his teammate slam dunk it.
And he did just that. Beautiful positioning from both members of Illinois. The communication here seems to be pretty on point. This is what I like to see from them, and continuing to establish vision up there in the top jungle as well. That's one thing Illinois does consistently well. Michigan State struggling a little bit with that this time around. I think it all has to do with that lane priority, like you mentioned, the fact they're getting shoved in so often here. The spot lane being a bit of an exception right now, but generally they're being pushed back, not really able to go forward and establish that control.
Yeah, the Jinx has been doing a good job here, and alongside the Lulu for the wave clear. I'm actually a little surprised because the Sivir typically fares well, but what ended up happening here is it's just the difference in builds. You look at what the Jinx is going for. He's going for potentially Infinity Edge first, and then on the opposite side, you have the Caulfield's Warhammer. It's not as powerful. It has some CDR on it, but it'll be the Essence Reaver first for the Sivir, and I'm of that school of thought where if you build Essence Reaver, you are seeding whatever you could possibly have, because Essence Reaver versus IE, if you are both attacking each other, the IE will win almost every time. I would confidently say like 80% of the time, because the CDR doesn't kick into effect. Essence Reaver is for the long haul for, hey, I can still stay in lane, but there's more AD on Infinity Edge. Your crits crit harder. So once you have that, the Sivir, he's basically sitting back saying, I have to take this.
All right, back to the top side of the map, though. Sunlight trying to finally take down Topopotamus, and there it is. On top of the fact that they get double flashes, now Tarzan and Candy in a little bit of trouble. He's able to get himself out.
And you got to say, third time's a charm for Sunlight. He finally did it. He got him. He finally killed him.
Yeah, and both these teams saying, or both these top laners saying, hey, forget these farming truces. Let's go straight at it. It'll be boring anyways. And Topopotamus and Sunlight having a heck of a top lane matchup right now. 2-1's your score.
And the bot lane still is also going off right now. Tarzan and Candy's been sitting in this bush for a while now. He wants to go on in. They want to shut down this bottom lane. They know that if they let Bosch come online once more, they're going to have a bit of a rough time about it. And baiting them on back in. Will Tarzan and Candy be able to make the appearance? I believe the Black Shield will be back up off cooldown now. But keep an eye on Timmy Tommy.
But both junglers are here. The Lee Sin is actually in the tri-brush waiting. He's hovering, saying they are playing awfully strange. And Tarzan, all he's waiting for is some damage, and then he wants to get that ultimate off. If they're able to hit any of them, there's the TP to flank. Where's the boom?
They're going on through. Can they find this, though? There's a TP on the flank. As you mentioned, Dillaran has to try and walk himself on out of this. 4 members here for Illinois, but it doesn't matter. They can't convert.
Yeah.
And there's no TP now on the side of Topopotamus. Sunlight held on to his, waited, and trusted in his team to get him out of the trouble. And so with that, Michigan State will have some macro pressure.
Yeah, and there wasn't actually an ultimate there for Tarzan and Candy, so I don't know why he was there for so long, if they were sniffing the play out or something, but Topopotamus is now down 40 CS at this point. Like, he is doing so much. Sunlight is a monster.
He absolutely is. Yeah, as you're mentioning that, I'm looking at it going, what is going on? Topopotamus, I think, walked into this expecting to have a little bit of an easier time, but Sunlight is not playing this passive tank. He's not sitting back. He is going in, going toe-to-toe with Topopotamus, and I think that's throwing him off his game, especially considering he was up a kill, he was up an assist, and he was still taken down 1v1.
Yeah, it's crazy the fact that this Ornn has just done so much, because they got to counterpick. Topopotamus, they last picked the Swain, saying, yeah, this is the matchup that he wants to play into the Ornn. But he's just getting smacked around by this Ornn, literally and figuratively. This guy is doing so much work, and he's just going to become a massive tank. And if he's dealing that much damage, he's a massive team fighting force. He's 2 levels up right now over Topopotamus. 1 now, but that's a full level up. And that is so much in terms of base stats and what you have to worry about in the mid part of the game.
Yeah, and so after that whole exchange on the bottom side of the map, both junglers spending a lot of time. Illinois reset first, and so they'll take the Ocean Drake. I don't think it was a huge priority here for Michigan State to try and force that one. Ocean Drake a little bit less down on the priority list of the Drake types, but the Infernal Drake will be the next one. We'll keep an eye on that in the next 5 minutes.
Oh boy, and Nightshade is struggling in that mid lane. It looks like he's going for the Blade of the Ruined King into the Rage Blade build. There's been about 3-4 Kale builds. This is one of the ones that became more popular. It's that on-hit Kale build to get you through the laning phase. I've seen a Hextech Gunblade build, a Nashor's Tooth, and then there's this one as well as the other one with the attack speed where you have the Trinity Force. So this one is about the sustain. It's about hitting those tanks or people who will have a lot of HP, like Topopotamus. And this is a 14-minute turret for Xeno, who has just been decimating this lane.
He's been expected to, and now he's bringing back up. He's continuing to push right on through the ult onto Tarzan and Candy, trying to keep him alive a little bit longer, but Xeno just peeling it back in an instant, shutting down the Graves. No questions asked. Illinois had the bodies, they had the rotation, they had the push, and they got themselves the kill.
Yeah, and he had to heal, he had to flash to dodge out the damage from Tarzan Canyon, but they do get the kill all the while on the bottom side of the map. While we were watching the turret go down, a bit of aggression from Dillaran and Moonlight force out the Bosch and Timmy Tommy. So Michigan State are able to get the bot lane turret, but now priority shifts on over to the Rift Herald. No one over here, and Illinois transition that mid lane turret into the Rift Herald. Overall, good win here for Illinois.
And I think, again, that's the mark of this team, the fact that they're going to convert every single kill into something else. Talk about the game of chess. You're always looking 2 to 3 moves ahead. Illinois is that to a T. It's not just about this play. It's always about the next one. What does this get us?
Yeah, don't move just to move in chess. Don't fight just to fight in League of Legends. Fight for something. Have an ultimate goal. Set up a play that you're looking for 2 steps ahead. Take the fight. What are you getting next? Know what you're going to be doing afterwards and why you're fighting. Why do we fight? It becomes philosophical at that point. But in League of Legends, it's more simple. Sometimes it's for fun. That's the no-no.
Yeah.
That's the no-no.
That's
For
when,
fun.
that's when things go awry.
In real life and in League of Legends.
Look, they're
fun.
playing for school pride, Zyrene. That's what's on the line for these teams. Every single one of these fans are behind them, rooting for their schools at this stage. I mean, Illinois, Michigan State, these are two schools with crazy fans. If Twitch chat's anything to, is any barometer of that.
That's right. Shout out Michigan State University basketball team knocking off Duke. Spoilers for you. that haven't
whoa,
watched that
hey,
one.
hang on.
But
I've watched basketball once.
it was a revenge for my Hokies that lost last
I have watched the ball
The
basketball.
traditional sports.
Yes.
Sports get ball.
That's the one.
Oh, man.
A little bit of aggressive invade here by Project One Timmy Tommy. Now you can see the vision game get underway. Once you take out that mid lane turret, it opens up the rest of the map. And Nightshade walking right over that vision.
Yep, and you might get punished for it. Kick flash.
Oh, he is going to be punished. I am Nightshade. Not long for this world. Blinked and you miss it. And he's just gone. Project One, he's feeling so comfortable in this Lee Sin. And speaking of flashes, Tarzan Canyon wants to try and get some redemption here, trying to chase the Bosch back underneath the turret. He's going to have the backup cannon get it done. Yes, they do. The Jinx, the long-range dunk. But this fight is not over as Illinois is going to try and continue to push on in. Tarzan Canyon, stuck between rock and hard place. So wait, that's just Lee Sin who wants to try. And it's going to polymorph, though. Is going to be there, but not in time. Graves still falls, and Moonlight now up a creek without a paddle. And that's Illinois going on in, finding the double kill and their redemption.
Yeah, that was one where they get it back, and it's just going all Illinois' way right now. That next Drake in a minute. Now they have more gold for that fight. Now they don't have ultimates on the side of the Graves and the Jinx, and potentially not even the Lulu, which is one of the bigger ones for these fights.
And that was really close there because it was both the red buff and the challenging smite that took down Tarzan and Canyon. Moonlight got himself into a great position to support his aggressive jungler, and unfortunately the ticking damage of the true damage of the challenging smite takes him down.
Zeno is actually a monster here, up 50 CS, and like you said, it's a huge deal when you lose your mid lane. It allows people to roam around the map, but Kale, not a winning matchup. You know that you're going to go down in terms of gold. You know that it's going to be a rough lane for you. He's even got points into the heal. A lot of people will go EQ for wave clear. And he's going EW max for surviving this matchup to try and scale, but I don't even know if he's going to get to that point. He's 2 levels down.
No, and even with the Kleptomancy Keystone, he's 2,500 gold down to the mid lane.
wow. What?
Yeah, that's a full item.
That's true.
That's the
happens when you
gold
take
lead.
a turret. Yeah, that's what happens when you take a turret before the 14-minute mark. All that plating going over his way as well. He continued to scale that, add this amazing CS and a kill to boot. Zeno is taking this game over, and he's barely left the mid.
Yeah.
Jinx isn't here. He is the saving grace right now. Was able to pick up the kill
All right.
after the turret dive.
Here we go. Is Ornn going to be the difference maker?
Call the Forge God goes in, does find 2, can the rest of the team capitalize. That is going to be Silver still grabbing this Drake, and instant blow up in the backline simultaneously trying to get the knock of Sunlight is in the midst of everybody, but he's not going to be able to walk away from this one. Flash up the wall, still falls, and that is going to be 1 dead from Illinois, but they're taking down multiple members, continue to try and chase this through. I Am Nightshade has nowhere to go, and that's just Illinois looking oh so clean once again.
Yep, they get it, and there's going to be a TP to save that mid turret from Dillaran, who's trying to push it and get something back, but he doesn't even have the minion wave anymore. That was just absolute domination from Illinois with now a 3,000 gold lead.
Yeah, and I touched on it earlier. It looks like Michigan State was posturing around that Drake, try to focus on a retake. And Dillaran able to flash forward, pick up the kill.
Oh,
but Triumph not enough to heal him off. But Michigan State wasn't in position to take that fight. If your main damage dealer right now in Jinx is not at that fight, still coming into the base there on the backside.
Yeah, look
of
how
the
he
pit,
gets in.
He has to go one-way exit.
And he gets kicked out. So he's like, flash back in, what do I do? And then Sunlight is the focus now. They are able to just take him out, and Jinx doesn't get much done there. Blast cone in, kicked right out. That's it.
I mean, this has been multiple fights that Lee Sin has turned on its head. His ability to disrupt the opponent's positioning, not allow them to take the fights they want. That could have been a good collapse. That could have been Jinx in position to splash on everybody on the other side, just continue to dish that, but no cigar.
Yeah, if you're really going to like hard commit to that, you try to get the Kale to the Jinx. Man, he swaps the minigun perfectly there too to actually get the extra attack off with the attack speed. But yeah, if you're looking for a full commit there, Nightshade didn't even get to use his ultimate in that fight, and it could have been one where, hey, you go over with the Jinx if he's making the call of, hey, I'm going over with the blast cone. One gets kicked out, you can flash back in, you can give the Jinx the ultimate. You really want to give her firing time, and that's what this comp is all about. You have that with the Lulu to give her some defense, and then you also have that with the Kale, but they aren't really playing to that win condition.
I mean, Michigan State, they knew they wanted to play this late. They knew they wanted to drag this out. It's the same basic style as last time around. They got outscaled in their match up against Michigan. But Illinois is just saying, look, that's fine. We appreciate that you can scale late, but we're a team that can end. We're not just some random squad that you're going up against on ladder. We're not just some random scrim. We are a team who has won every single one of our games for a reason. We know how to win the video game.
They're doing a great job of it too. And they're also playing as a team. If you even look at the inventory, everybody has a control ward. There's 5 control wards. There were even more just a moment ago for Illinois. But you look over at Michigan State, they're not prioritizing vision. They're prioritizing at least getting to their items here. Now we start seeing some coming through, but we even have things like, Tarzan and Canyon is holding on to his potion instead of a control ward and contributing to the vision game that way. Whereas you can see that Project One, he's sold his. He's made sure that he's got something to contribute, and that's going to make the difference here. Top Potamus, though, he's 2v1. He's going to drop here, but that is the Baron started up for Illinois.
Yeah, this is him trying to create some space and
TP. They should TP into this and fight this.
That's what they're doing. Looking to go back right now. I'm not sure they're going to be able to get there in time, though. It looks like Michigan State's going to try and find this opening. Top of Potamus finds Tarzan and Canyon. The river flashes going through. Tarzan and Canyon can get himself out. The binding is not going to connect, but Project One chasing him right on down. And yes, they did get Illinois off of the Baron, but at what cost? They're continuing to stagger out these deaths and give Illinois more opportunity on the map.
Yeah, and that was so close there. Zeno actually almost died. If that was Dillaran committing to that, Zeno may have had to blow the flash. It may have been a different fight there, but they don't have the vision. They don't know what's going on as you see Illinois have choked them out of the Baron area.
Yeah, and I think with Runon's Hurricane, this Jinx here, they don't get that much off of it. And Tarzan and Canyon, I don't think he's going to get mad if I say this. 0-5, not worth that much right now. He goes in, sacrifices himself. I think Project One got a little too greedy with that kill. They might have been able to turn back around, collapse onto the Jinx. It is early on the Baron, so either way, Illinois showing restraint yet again and slowly increasing their lead.
At the same time, Michigan State, I actually want to bring this up because I always think it's very relevant. They are realistically only about 1,000 gold plus the Infernal Drake behind, because Ornn has 2 items, the Infinity Edge upgraded and the Abyssal Mask. The way that passive works is you upgrade somebody's item and it gives them a flat 1,000 gold worth of more combat stats. So they actually have around 38.2k in terms of what they have spent, what they have earned for their team. And from every level from here on forth, when they're able to upgrade an item, it's just 1,000 more gold of combat stats. It's that scaling that they want for the Kayle, the Jinx, and the Ornn is there to help that.
I mean, the Living Forge paying off right there, the masterwork and a masterclass on this champ so far. He has looked so solid. I think he's been sort of, I mean, I could make a terrible pun. He's been the sunlight. He's been the shining star for his team, but he truly has in this game.
Yeah, he's been fantastic. And it's honestly a frustrating one for him because he got ganked. He still almost killed 2 people. Then he almost killed the guy again. And then he did kill him. But if you had killed him that first time, it's way easier to kill. The second one would have worked. And then the third one would have been easier. And you could have been looking at an Ornn that had just 1v2'd and came out on top.
And you look at your teammate jungler saying, hey man, I absorbed so much pressure. What have you done with it?
Better jungler wins than team.
Oh, but this is sneaky. They take the blast cone over the back of the pit. It doesn't matter that the scuttle crab has been taken.
Yeah, they can't check.
There's no vision.
Oh, wow. And Illinois are just going to sneak this one out. It doesn't look like Michigan State have any idea.
And the reason is the Bosch is mid lane, so they're 3-manning it. They're using Zeno.
They're gonna try and rotate through. Yeah, this is good. They're putting bodies in between Michigan State and this Baron pit, but this was absolutely perfect from Illinois. This was such a solid call. Jinx is in no position to try and come to this at this point. And that's just a free Baron for Illinois. That was just a great series of decisions.
Yeah, and that's them playing as a team. It was even the small things like all the control wards they had. They had vision control of that area. They knew that things were taken. They knew that there were no wards. And Michigan State had people pushing, farming bottom lane. And it's like, well, it's time to do this. Sneak it, keep 2 people mid to make them think that we're still shoving and just have recalls. And by the time that they get it low enough, you rotate people over, you take it instantly. No contest there in a game where the gold is relatively even. And this is how you break the camel's back. That is the straw.
And Michigan State has a great ward line. It's just not in the river. And we've talked about how much they invested in vision in their last game against Michigan and even before that. However, this time they get punished for it. And these are the small little nuances that are the difference between good teams and great teams. Yeah, you're buying vision, that's great, but where are you placing it? Not far up enough, not contesting it, and not being on the same page.
Yeah, the way that vision works in League of Legends is you have to get pressure to get vision. right? You don't get vision and then pressure. You pressure to put vision down. So there's an innate risk in getting pressure because you have to pat. You can't pat, like, what? I guess I'll explain it in like the babyest way possible is you can't place wards without checking Fog of War, right? Unless you already had wards there, which meant you had pressured earlier. So you have to face check things at some point, and you do that by counting numbers and where people are. And they aren't doing that on Michigan State's side. They are just kind of letting things go to waste. And when they see somebody in a side lane, they just try to match instead of place down vision and use that pressure and then be able to contest. But it's honestly, I think, a huge misplay here in terms of the vision game overall for them.
Speaking of side lane pressure, Zeno has been putting on a clinic right now, continuing to split push like an absolute monster. We're seeing the 1-3-1. Illinois, this is something they are very comfortable doing. It's something they did yesterday in their matchups up against Purdue, and they're putting on a clinic right now.
Yeah, he was able to abuse the mid lane, and there is no one that can really stand up to that right now. Sunlight can hide under his turret, but they're going to have to hard engage. That's what they do here on the bottom side of the map.
They're going to go try and find Zeno right now.
Four
Can
members.
they get it done? Every single member is here trying to take him down, and they will be successful, committing a lot of resources
Jinx.
to do so. And the Jinx is there on the flank, but Illinois is going to say, all right, space created. We're pushing in everywhere else. We're going to take your turrets. We're going to look towards your inhibs. Can you get back in time?
Oh, I know that field. Jinx was trying to get the rocket to get the kill. Instead, he got dove upon in the mid lane turret, and now Project One trying to take down Sunlight. Sunlight very low, but the super minions doing a ton of help. The Q lands.
recall. Oh, he's got to give it. You got to do it to him. You get one.
You get one, and that was it. Talking about slam dunks, we're seeing some right now. Illinois able to get that inhib, able to get a couple of kills. They're feeling so comfortable at this stage in the game. Walk us through exactly what happened here.
Yeah, so they get the ultimate. He flashes to the side. That puts him right in front, and then they get the Lulu ultimate. There's the rocket, but I don't think he's looking at exactly what's going on. He gets bound. He gets bound with his flash still up, and that is massive where you need to flash that at that point. That is too much of an important person to lose because you can contest the wave, but if you're just going to eat a binding like that, no siree. It's just going to result in the team losing.
Yeah, and again, maybe if he gets the kill, he's able to get excited and move around and dodge the binding that way, but I really think that he was probably looking down on the bottom side of the map, wanted to make sure that his super mega death rocket landed, and before he could find out what was happening, Timmy Tommy just steps up and makes another MVP play. This is the best support in the league, and he's shown why.
The moment when you pan back over your champ, you go, oh, I'm dead now. I mean, yeah, he contributed to that kill. They were able to take down Zeno. They shut him down. He's now 1-1-4, giving him that first death there, but he's more than happy to trade his life for a mid turret and the inhib and that additional pressure and the kill onto the Jinx. Like, so many things were able to snowball off of that. And you want to talk about snowballs, doubling the kills now with Illinois. 3 Drakes to the name. They took the Baron. They've cracked the base. This is their game to lose.
It's their game to lose, and now I'm starting to get worried a little bit if I'm Michigan State, not only for this game, but Nightshade doesn't have an answer in his champ pool quite yet. They're like, okay, we'll get creative. We'll put you on something else that can scale. Just don't get punished. But he got absolutely wrecked by Zeno in the mid lane.
So I think what's going on here is Michigan State have such a high priority on Kale. They are first picking it, blind picking it, and obviously when you do that, you are saying, we haven't found anything that beats this champion. So we will take it, and you will have to answer. And they have answered with the Victor both times, and the Victor has won the lane both times and had a larger effect throughout the early, mid, and late game both times so far. So it may be time to drop that Kale, ban it if you don't have a counter to it, but it might be what they have to do to get back into this series.
It's that situation where you know it's good. You've seen that it's good. You've been beaten by great Kales. You've used Kale to success, but not up against a team like Illinois. Picking it just because you think it's good is not reason enough, and we're seeing it now as Illinois is continuing to pressure the base.
I think they have to fight right now. They have a level 16 Kale, and there's the Ornn ultimate.
Going on through, Call the Forge, got to start this off. Top Hippopotamus popping the ult, looking to try and re-engage. There's so much damage going down onto this inhib. Timmy Tommy taking damage, but he's more than content to do that.
They gotta go.
They gotta get out of here right now. Top Hippopotamus being the frontliner. Can they take him down? So much CC, so much damage going on through Project One, trying to leap on forward, but this Sivir damage driven through all of them. Sunlight trying to get himself on in. The binding's not going to connect, but they're forcing them back. They've already got the kill on Tarzan and Canyon. That Graves doing absolutely nothing, not having the farm, not having the impact, and this is Illinois continuing to mount this pressure.
He's got
Get it done, but they still find it. The Victor damage is just too much. 4 members of Illinois still alive. They get this inhib turret, but I think it's time to go.
Yeah, they got the inhib turret, or the Nexus turret there, and that's 2 inhibs down, though. The Baron is coming up right now. They don't care about the Cloud Drake. This is one where The Jinx, she does a lot of damage, but she needs a front line. It's the same thing with Kale. If the on-hit build needs time to ramp up, you have to get the stacks of Rage Blade, and even then, you have to thrash away at people. It's not that instantaneous, big 300 crits across people. You have to build that up. And we're seeing Nightshade, he's going to check right here. There's 3 people on that Baron.
Yeah, Nightshade is level 16. We'll be dishing out damage now. Project One
Top
forced it back off.
think
Top
he's dead.
Eponymous, where you going, bud? And now they give up Baron control. So yes, you do have 2 inhibs down, but you have a little window here to put down vision and possibly start baiting out Illinois. Once your players get back on the map, you're going to have a 5v4.
There's a moment for Michigan State to get back in this game. It is right here and right now. They staggered out the 1 kill on the top Eponymous so they can find a couple more. Look towards this Baron. This could be the moment where they reclaim some of that lost ground.
And one of the big things here is they were able to get the Scuttle Crab. So no matter how much Illinois wants to get rid of the vision, Michigan State will have some coverage.
Unless the Blast Cone comes back into play.
We're seeing the dance, the do-si-do.
I'm not even joking. The Bosch is in there.
Yeah, he's
and then
in.
Project One goes over, so they can show themselves like, hey, we're not doing it. But, they're going after Zeno there.
Trying to split him up. Can they get him
They
done?
see
They
him.
find Timmy Tommy on the flank. The Black Shield is there.
This is
Able to get him out.
5v4.
Project One has taken a lot of damage from this Baron, and Sunlight's going to look to try and go on in. Can he find the double kill? Can
Sunlight!
he get this done? He is such a beast right now at this stage of the game. His earlier work paying dividends. They get the Sivir. That's the key carry. And now Dillaran being chased down by Zeno. This victory is hitting so hard, but they can turn it. They've got the
Jinx!
team members. They can
And
do
the
this.
TP!
They've gotten it done. The TP going up through top Eponymous, walking right into his own demise. Go Gold, trying to stay a little bit longer. TP Tommy's the flank going, I can't save you in this.
Oh, Dillaran!
Unable to get the kill onto Dillaran as well. And this is Michigan State back in this game.
That was massive. Michigan State, they stand such a good chance now with the Kale being level 16. They protect Nightshade, and they don't find the same way into the fight here on Illinois side. They didn't have top Eponymous. They didn't have him there. It was a 4-on-4 is what it looked like. And then Dillaran TP's in. The Jinx was bottom lane, clearing minions, and they get that Baron.
And it was a questionable target selection here by Zeno. He flashed after the Graves, the 0-7 Graves, rather than dishing damage to Jinx. Let's see how this all unfolds to start off. Sunlight on the top side of the map, using the Unstoppable. Misses the knock-up here, but a huge ult by Lulu slows down the Lee Sin, and that creates the chase. Zeno's ult by Lonesome. Nightshade follows up, gets 2 kills, and then right here, instead of focusing anyone else, instead of focusing the Jinx, he goes after the Graves instead. Graves goes down, and this was so close. Just the stats have to be lining right up here for the Jinx.
Yeah, and that was really pretty unlucky for Zeno overall. The Lee Sin, like the backline just takes this gigantic ultimate from Tarzan and Canyon. Sure, he's 0-7, but his ultimate still burst that backline, and then they just rushed it down with I Am Nightshade with the movement speed increases that they have from the W as well as the Lulu, and it just did work in that fight. So now Michigan State, they're going to bring this back here. This on-hit build from Kale, he's got 4 items, and he's working on his last item, and he's going to get to that point where he doesn't get any stronger. He is just a killing machine.
They're finally reaching the point where the strategy they put into play in this draft is going to pay off, going to come to fruition. They're going to look to take down this mid turret and start to batter away at the hopes and dreams of a perfect series for Illinois. Look at how fast this turret is going down. They have hit this point of scaling. If they can kill so one of these key members to start this off, that could be all she wrote. They're now getting to the point where if they continue to push this in, win a convincing fight, that could be GG.
Yeah, they know there's no flash on the Jinx. If they are able to make anything connect with her and blow her up, it's huge. The Lulu ultimate is down. They still have the Kale ultimate, and that's something that you have to keep in the back of your mind as Illinois, but you can't let this pressure go to waste. You have to find opportunities to push other lanes and set things up, because you have overall map pressure for Illinois, but right now, Michigan State, they have that Baron, they get to relieve that pressure, and they get to push back for one of the first times.
Yeah, if you're Jinx, you have to consistently be aware of the bindings, where Lee Sin is, because Project One has been known to have great ultis backwards from such unique angles, as well as top Eponymous' never move. That's what almost killed him on that TP play there. He went golden and Jinx wasn't able to move, but now they're going on the offensive.
Call the Forge God to start this off. Zeno getting chunked, but in response, so much damage on the other support. Kale all being forced out in the back.
Sivir!
Tarzan and Canyon survives, but the Bosch is in so much trouble. Ignite's not going to take him down. Can they get this final damage? Timmy Tommy in a rough spot, forced to try and flash himself out. Dillaran, can he get the damage? Can he get it done? No, the Morgana doesn't live, but they want the Bosch. Can they find him? Yes, they do. And this is Michigan State turning this one around. around, getting those key kills. Can they keep pushing through this? That's the next turret. They want to go through, find this inhib turret, and get these last few kills onto Illinois, who are on the back step. Can they recover in all of this? Top Eponymous trying to survive through this. So much damage from Michigan State. They're grouping too much. This Jinx is an absolute beast right now.
There's no wave clear on the side of Illinois with the Sivir down and with the Victor down. That's going to be all she wrote. Michigan State has just one more turret, and here goes Project One trying to get the kick backwards, not able to get it. He's going to go down in Resurrection. Dillaran ignoring the kills and will take the Nexus and give Illinois their first game loss of the Big Ten Network Championship. What a game.
Degon, we questioned you. We doubted you. We said, really?
I got all
Michigan
the losses
State?
off yesterday.
That was it.
I was 1-6 in my predictions.
Dude, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You paid your dues then to go clutch today. And you know who else went clutch? It was Michigan State, back against the wall. Down 2 inhibs, pushed up into their Nexus turrets, but it did not matter. They stayed calm. They stayed cool. And Illinois made some mistakes. And then they were punished for it. Punished in a way they have not yet been in the Big Ten, tournament. At the end here, they felt a little bit overconfident. They went in for that bear and they said, "Yeah, we can do this. We can, we have it. We got this in the bag." They did not have it at all. And instead of having it in the bag, they were put into the ground in game number 2 in this best of 5, which means we got a tie series. Let's reset this best of 3 now. Degon, this is wild.
Yeah, and I've been waiting to see Michigan State play a game like this where their backs are up against the wall and then work their way back. We've seen Illinois do that time and time again to keep their game record perfect. And you have to wonder now, this is an Illinois squad that has been the bridesmaid, never the bride, multiple times here against Maryland. And they've gotten to the finals over and over again from the western side of the bracket. Maybe a little bit of doubt creeping up against this team that has not faced adversity in the form of a game loss. Now we've got ourselves a series, 1-1, just 3 games left.
Just 3 potential games left here in the end. We're going to hop onto a short break. When we come back, game number 3, Illinois, Michigan State. Don't go anywhere.
The BTN League of Legends Championship Tournament.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got a pentakill. That was beautiful.
This weekend, streaming live on Caffeine, Twitch, and YouTube.
August 11th, the BTN Big Ten K is back. Run with pride and show off your school spirit at Grant Park in Chicago. Then experience the ultimate post-race fan fest and tailgate party. Register right now at btnbig10k.com.
your Spartans, your network. BTN.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the BTN Championship Tournament. It's Illinois taking on Michigan State, where Michigan State just rallied in game number 2, tying up our series 1-1 here for our grand finals. I am Paul Inverum Toddkill, joined by Daniel Degon Gonzalez.
That's me.
That's you.
It's us.
It's us
We're
together. Zyrene's here too, but we just casted that.
And I'm here too.
Yay! He sounds so enthusiastic considering we just watched an absolute bloodbath of a game number 2, which I think we were all very pleased to see Michigan State giving us a series.
Yeah, and Michigan State, again, I mean, maybe some of us were surprised to see him give us a series. Maybe one of us wasn't as surprised. The Jinx was able to scale up in spite of Tarzan Canyon, not looking so great there. But I think Michigan State showing why they belong in these finals.
Yeah, let's take a look at the highlights from that last game because there were quite a few amazing moments, and I have to give Sunlight all the props in the world. Yes, he dies here, but he was one of those things, the glue that held his team together in this match.
Yeah, Sunlight doing a fantastic job absorbing pressure here for the rest of his team and going back to back to back right in those top lane fights, able to get through what was a very rough early and mid game for Nightshade. Nightshade got bodied by the Victor pick, and now we got to see the power of the preparation that the Fighting Illini did and why they kept going back to the Victor, not only just bullying, but later on just punishing this Kale. And then it started to look like Michigan State start to tilt. This fight here was just a poorly decided fight. And then at Baron, losing that one out as well, but then an aggressive play by the Fighting Illini to go for Baron in a 5v4. Turns out dreadful. Dillaran now finally turned on. Nightshade at level 16 in this fight. So close. Check out the HP bar of this Jinx. Any more, and he would have died. After that, they take Baron. They rush down the base, and Michigan State on the back foot the whole game find themselves a victory.
In the end, it just takes one solid, decisive fight to turn it all around, trusting the scaling of their Jinx, of their Kale. They make it work there in that game. Zyrene, I'm going to send it over to you to break down a play from this one. There were so many great plays. I can't imagine which one you chose.
I think I'm going to go with a Baron.
Okay.
The one that ended up getting Michigan State back into the game here. And we got to set this up a little bit first with the map, because the way that things stand right now is that your top laner is no longer alive. Top Hippopotamus was dead during this, so you have 4 people at the Baron, and then what is going to happen is you're deciding, well, you have shoving minion waves with inhibitors, both mid and in bot side. So that's going to take at least one person, and they saw 2 people there. And when you are down one person already, what you're going to do is you're going to try to force one person, they both have teleport, to come to the Baron and get rid of that summoner spell. And then you want to disengage the Baron because you don't have 5 people even on the map. But what ends up happening is there's a split call here is what it looks like, because they keep doing the Baron. Xeno is the person who's zoning, so they don't have a lot of damage on it. And as you can see, Top Hippopotamus is dead during this time. And they get the TP out of Nightshade. But it seems like it's not communicated that he TP'd in, and they should just back off because that is a victory in and of itself. And let's roll this clip out because you're going to see that they continue to fight this. Jinx and Kale were in the base. Jinx goes to the bottom side and is farming a minion wave. So they say, okay, 4-on-4. Sounds like a great time for them. But instead, they start going for a fight. And the big things to look at here is the positioning of the team. The first thing that you have that you need to worry about is that this happened where the Morgana, Timmy Tommy just got pushed out completely. If he wants to get back into this fight, he has to go through a Kale that is level 16. He's just going to get completely decimated. He does have his flash and his ultimate, and he wants to contribute to this, but he just got chased away. And when the Baron pit, everybody has experienced this in their games at some point. The Baron pit, your start gets disrupted, and everybody just scatters instead of communicating what way they're going to go and what way they can go. Because the way you want to go isn't always the way you can go. So they got hurted by having the blue team, by Michigan, went this way, so it made Xeno kind of guard this area, Project 1 guarded this area, and then Morgana was over here, and it ended up ending pretty poorly for them because Timmy Tommy's on the side, and then everybody is going to group up here because they're saying, all right, you're going to exit this way. Illinois is going to go up and out. So you got to catch them right here on this wall because they have to go through that. So Ornn is going to use his E. It's not going to make connection with the wall, but that doesn't matter. This fight could have been even worse. But what does matter is that this 0-6, 0-7 Graves at the time still gets the damage off. And let's continue to roll this here as you'll see Tarzan and Canyon, boom, gets the ultimate across them. Sunlight is able to chase them down. He gets these kills for Nightshade, and Timmy Tommy, he just pops up at the top like, oh, well, yikes, I'm not walking into that fight. And that ends up with a huge play going over to Michigan State. Now, if they had just backed off after the TP and said, that's a small victory, that's all we need, because they have 2 inhibs down, they could have done that. But instead, they ended up going for that play where they tried to burst the Baron and kind of retreat at the same time. There's no way they're doing that Baron as soon as Timmy Tommy is sectioned off. So I think they overplayed their hand, and they felt like their lead might have been stronger than it was.
Yeah, I think as you mentioned there before, having that orange to sort of counterbalance, giving those additional little bursts of gold and additional stats definitely made a difference in that last fight. And the earlier plays he made definitely paid off. We're going to head into our draft for game number 3. But as you mentioned, outplaying themselves. I feel like that was definitely the story there at the end of it. Illinois thinking they were further ahead. As I said, that's an uncharacteristic mistake from them. They don't normally feel so overconfident.
Yeah, and they've shown great restraint around Baron, but again, that is the exception, not the rule for most teams. And if something like that happens once in a while, you know, that's okay. That happens. In this case, it cost Illinois the game because of the way that Michigan State drafted. Now, what I don't like about that is that Michigan State needed Illinois to do that so that they could get back in the game, because they were getting wrecked in the mid lane. And surprisingly, on the bottom side of the map, although Illinois picked the most prioritized support in Morgana, they still were losing the lane. And Tarzani Canyon was getting wrecked as well. Project One didn't focus on the bottom side of the map at all, and this is the second game in a row where Dillaran was able to have an impact in the game when he shouldn't have any. He had no reason to at all. At the very beginning of that game, Moonlight burned Flash. There was no capitalization by Project One on that lane that was kind of vulnerable. So I want to see Project One. I think he did better playing aggressively and pushing the lead, but spread that out a little bit. It was 2 ganks at the top side of the map, and then 1 gank in the jungle when he got lucky that Tarzani Canyon was recalling, but he needs to start facilitating a little bit more, especially if he's playing that Lee Sin, because he's not having an impact in the game later on.
I mean, he's getting the odd, solid ult, pushing people out of position, but I would agree. I think he needs to continue to put on this pressure. He finds sporadic moments of it, but it's not consistent enough. It's not consistent enough to put Michigan State in a state where they're afraid to do anything. He needs to impose his will on that particular game. And I want to point out this Kale ban because it's interesting. Illinois, I mean, Michigan State, I was like, they're continuing to force it. You know, it's okay. It's working for them, and then it really worked for them at the end there. But clearly it worked enough that Illinois decided to need their ban, the respect ban.
Yeah, adjustment of the ban here. So Ari up for Michigan State. That's the champion that they traded out. They still did not want to give Zillion to Moonlight, the no fun revive through Chrono Shift champ, and then Silas, because that can be flexed multiple times. So Ari, a possibility. Michigan State going to prioritize that #1 support that is cropped up over and over again throughout the tournament. It will be Morgana first pick, and then Illinois going to flip it back on over, pick the Lulu into it. So far, inverse of this last draft. Still same sides, though. Michigan State still on the blue side, taking the first pick. Illinois still comfortable on the red side, getting the double counters, plus the counter pick at the very end. And yeah, they're going to go back to it. Project One, Lee Sin one trick. He's better than that. That's why you're getting the ban out of the Rek'Sai. However, he's warmed up on it and ready to go. And I think Lee Sin is one of those champions where as you play it more and more, you gain such higher mastery and you're warmed up on it. Michigan State shoehorned that Olaf back and forth. They decide against it. They go back with the Jinx, and right, my heart too, right? Tarzani Canyon looked like me trying to jungle when he was playing Olaf. He got lucky in their first matchup, in their round 1 match, and then in their semifinal match against Michigan, they tried to force that pick 2 times, and he looked terrible with it. So instead,
absolutely terrible.
Terrible with it.
Penn State, they took it. Against Michigan, not a chance.
And so what he will get is his #1 champion, the feared champion, another champion that was moved off the ban list, the Kazakhs. And so with that, Tarzan and Canyon will get to play as an aggressive champ.
Irene is making awkward hand gestures to me off camera, and I was trying to interpret what it was. I discovered that it's now Kazakhs. Perfect. That's what it was. There we go. He's going to secure this champ. It's sort of the switch-off ban that they got instead of the Kale, so Michigan State is going to capitalize on this. However, the Tristana going back over the way of Illinois this time, one of those champs that was so hotly contested in the Michigan State matchup. Now the Bosch is saying, Yeah, Siver's great, but I can flex this Tristana as well.
Yeah, Tipty, the AD carry for Michigan, play of the tournament, was able to use the buster shot into the explosive passive
That
to get
clip
a
was
double
sick.
kill, and then all of a sudden, Tristana just shot way up in the AD carry champ pool. Ari now banned away because they prioritize the Jinx and the Kazakhs, rightfully so. Again, worry about Nightshade's champ pool. Like, he hasn't shown proficiency on multiple champions quite yet. The Sylas already banned away. Something that has gone unbanned is the Lissandra. Lissandra was one of the most banned champions in the tournament just because it's a solid mid laner, provides CC, can also provide peel, gets snare down, and he all of a sudden is just fallen off the priority list a little bit. I would like to see Nightshade pull that one out if they decide to save the counter pick for mid lane. And the Bosch doesn't pick this one here. Yeah, it's going to be Corki in the mid lane for Zeno, and that will scale. Now another double AD carry composition, this time for Illinois.
Yeah, I like this pickup here. Zeno has played this champ, has looked incredibly dominant on it, has the wave clear, is able to get lane priority and then make his presence felt elsewhere. We know how good he is at just playing the raw CS game. He can just continue to poke. He took the turret at the 14-minute mark in that last game. I'm not worried about Zeno in this matchup, especially on this Corki. But if I'm Nightshade, you've got to wonder what your options are. And it looks like it's going to be the Orianna. I think it's a little bit safer. It's going to play more for these team fights. I actually like this pickup from him.
Yeah, this is a lot of protect the Jinx and then let Kazakhs do his own thing on the side and kind of flank. And I think both these junglers do fall off a little bit later. If you fall behind in Michigan State, Kazakhs isn't as helpful just because you're not going to find that many isolated targets. And if you do, Lulu's there to knock him up and you get CC chained or burst down by the Tristana and by the Corki as well. And they'll go back for a tank in the top lane for Sunlight. Not Ornn this time because it was removed from the game by Illinois. They said, oh wow, Sunlight actually does a lot of damage with this pseudo tank. As well as Zyrene's great point, when you use the passive of Ornn, you're basically funneling money on your teammates' top items. And so Michigan State, although they fell behind, that extra boost of gold onto the Jinx and I believe onto Sunlight himself was able to keep Michigan State in the game. On the opposite side, oh, it's going to be an answer for the top lane. Maokai going to get locked in. This is the first time we've seen Maokai in the BTN championships, so it'll be a tank versus tank matchup here for Topopotamus. Yeah, Topopotamus, you've died a couple too many times here. Let's just give you something where you're a little bit tankier.
Yeah, that Swain felt less impactful, to say the least, in that last game. He almost got that big game-changing explosion that killed the Jinx that might have been solid for him, but one small moment, not nearly enough. Zyrene, I got to tag you in on this one. I need to get your input on this draft.
I'm really peeved because college is supposed to be fun. This is the most boring draft in the world. Like, it's tank top. You have a carry jungler that's supposed to facilitate early game, mid lane control mage wave clear, and bot lane scaler with a protector. Like, this is the most basic draft on both sides. You're looking for front to back team fights. You're looking just to see who has the better tank who can take more damage. Who has more damage dealers that can kill the tank faster. Like, that's what this game is here. I actually don't think either team really came out on top in the draft. I think they're very even, but they both want to play exactly the same way.
So I have to ask for predictions now with a fairly even draft. And as this works, because that's how the graphics are, I have to go first. This is totally not fair. I honestly don't know who is going to take this one. I'm leaning a little bit in favor of Michigan State here just because I believe in the power of momentum and carrying that through. So I'm going to go with Michigan State.
I like it because you don't get a massive lead here in the draft. I like Illinois with the better players overall, as well as Zeno on the Corki. I think this will blow the game wide open in the mid lane. Orianna wants to absorb a lot of pressure. Corki will definitely be able to blow him up.
Zyrene?
I'm going to go with Illinois as well. Once again, I feel like with everything being pretty even in the draft, I think that they are slightly better players overall, just slightly better, right? So when that's even, I think it relies more on the gameplay. Boring draft, but at the same time, that makes it more exciting for who can play and who's the star who's going to go ahead and shine in this game.
When drafts are equal, skill will win out. You guys predicted Illinois. We'll see if that's going to be the case as we get into game number 3 of our grand finals here for the BTN Championship Tournament. Just a reminder, both of these schools have guaranteed their spot in the CLAL National Championships in the play-in stage, but the winner of this secures themselves a spot in the bracket. There's a lot more than just school pride on the line. They don't have to worry about those play-ins if they win this series right here, right now. Both are going into this with a perfect record, and one will walk away with that miracle run ended.
And let me tell you how important it is to seed directly into the bracket, because when you're in the play-ins, you have to play against seeds that didn't quite make make it in from north, west, and those regions are absolutely strong. Historically in Collegiate League of Legends, you have teams from a lot of Canadian schools, British Columbia, U of T. Like, you also have to go up against teams like potentially UCI. I think they'd make it through based off of, their scholarship program and stuff on the west, but there's always competitive teams, and the ones that don't make it directly in, the second seed, the third seed stuff, they're going in play-ins, and you have to be able to beat them. And judging by what history has said, it's a very tough matchup. You have to be willing to grind and grind as a team, and that becomes your focus for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, just take this series, for example. Whoever loses this one is still a fantastic team and has shown fight back and different ways to play. And speaking of different ways to play, you're saying this draft is kind of boring, it's relatively straightforward. I'm looking at these AD carry roles as an AD carrier made myself, but this is a dream. You have a tanky front line there, you have a little bit of fear and danger because there's an assassin jungler that wants to come and kick you, so you have to worry about spacing, and you got a mid laner that's going to take away some of the focus as well. Like, Dillaran and the Bosch are going to have a lot of fun in this game.
Oh wait, that wasn't an Ornn top, that's a Scion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They banned the Ornn.
Ornn was banned away.
Wait. Oh, yeah. Oopsies.
Don't worry, I can't read your writing either.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I was like, what?
What's happening right now?
Because I had heard that, and I was like, what? So yeah, the Scion, yeah, okay, so that makes it even more boring. Except for the fact that he has Smite! It's a Smite Scion!
Look, yeah, he just really wants to get involved, all right? That's what he's all about. He
no,
wants...
but the ball!
He still has TP, man, to be fine.
This makes him super easy to gank, especially with a Maokai there. Like, if I'm Project One, I'm like, I smell blood, top lane. Every single moment, I'm like, I gotta gank this top lane. And Scion, every single one of his abilities, all 4 of them, are AoE. He will push the wave whether he likes it or not. If he presses an ability, if he's trying to CS, he's gonna start shoving. It will happen, and so he will be vulnerable at some point. And especially when he has Smite. He's gonna be smiting things like the cannon minion, which means that his cannon minion is going to be higher HP, and it will push. So ultimately what he's looking for, though, is he's looking for the health multiplier item of Cinder Hulk, which with Scion, because of your Soul Furnace, you get HP per minion killed. You get to thousands of HP bonus health from that, so you are even more durable with that Cinder Hulk.
We're seeing a gank attempt in the mid. It was not actually going up top. It is, in fact, going on an Ion Nightshade. Ward hopping, trying to connect there, forcing out the flash, so we'll see if Lee Sin's going to be able to capitalize on that one later, laying the groundwork for more successful ganks from Illinois, already forcing back Michigan State.
Yeah, and that means he loses his blue buff, though. Project One, he does have his red, but it means that the Kazakhs will get a few camps off of him and get that bottom side. So he is ahead, and we were talking about Tarzan and Canyon. This is the champion that I was making hand gestures, pretending to be a praying mantis off camera to try and tell Paul that the Kazakhs wasn't banned, because this is a champion that Tarzan Canyon is very familiar with, and it was banned away from him previously in the previous 2 games, and that's the ban that they decided to drop on Illinois' side to get the Kale in there.
And I think they do that because in their series, in Michigan State's series against Michigan, Tarzan and Canyon did get Kazakhs once, and although they won, he didn't do great in it. He didn't hard carry like we would have expected. Kind of like the last game with I Am Nightshade. He looked good in flashes with the Ahri, but he didn't get the carry, and also they didn't get the win. So on the inverse side, if we had to drop one ban, it's not going to be the Zillion. For the Kale. It's not going to be the Silas for I Am Nightshade. We're not afraid of his Ahri. We'll go with the Kazakhs in the mid lane.
Speaking of the mid lane, I Am Nightshade once again saying hello to Project One. He's just making his presence felt every single time he rotates on in. He's going to just Q, land some damage. Just push him on back a bit. Just give Zeno a little bit more help in this lane matchup, because the Orianna, of course, is going to do okay in there, but again, it's playing it a little bit safer.
Yeah, and even though these matchups are safe both mid and top, and you would want to gank that top lane Scion, bottom lane may actually be where Project One needs to go here, because his bottom lane is getting wrecked. He would want to go top because there's no flash and no way to escape, and it's the easy gank, but bottom lane just gets to shove in because they know that the Lee Sin wants to play topside, that he crosses mid, and you see him go gank mid, and you're like, oh, well, now he's topside of the map. So you know what his position is, and that's huge, because look at the CS difference down bottom. The gold difference at the top, they're 600 gold up. They're basically first blood worth of gold up here off of those turret plates.
And Zeno trying to bait Tarzan and Canyon in, not falling for it though, forcing the Lee Sin out of his jungle. But yes, as you mentioned, the CS discrepancy is absolutely huge down here in the bottom, doubling essentially the CS of the Bosch down here. And we've complimented both of these bot laners so many times, but right now it's Michigan State coming out on top.
Yeah, and Project One trying to roam around and just create a ruckus. Goes into the jungle of Tarzan and Canyon with the support of Xeno. Good communication by I Am Nightshade to count that one out. And with the knowledge that Project One's on the top side of the map, Sunlight says, hey, I've got to play a little bit safer. The gank there on the top side of the map doesn't work out as well, so that's time wasted by the Lee Sin.
Sunlight's been doing an incredible job of playing back and making sure that he doesn't get ganked with the smite. So I'm actually very impressed by the way they're playing the map, saying, Sunlight, you have to play safe. Bottom lane, you will shove, Kha'Zix can hover there, and now you can see Lee Sin is saying, well, Project One, I gotta get down here, because if you just left everything as it is, you're going to lose your bottom turret eventually. They don't have the push, you have the Doran's shield versus Doran's blade, and then this Morgana is landing aggressive bindings frequently. Everything left to its own devices, you would lose this, and here comes the Kha'Zix.
Moonlight has the black shield to try and deny some of the CC. Tommy flashing forward, actually to try and commit on this, and now it's Tarzan and Kenny from the flank. That's the one kill. The Bosch forces the flash out. Tarzan and Kenny going to continue to put the pressure on here, try and get the double kill. Kenny Screw, yes, he does. Nicely done. And the Jinx is the one who gets the double kill. The TP's going to be coming down here from the mid as Xeno's trying to join on through. Line this one back up, but oh my, Michigan State carrying that, picking up the double kill on the bot lane.
And Moonlight with two huge bindings there. You saw the aggression by the Bosch and Timmy. Tommy turns around, lands the binding on that one, and then to stop the aggression from Xeno, lands one from long range over the fat wall. Let's take a look at it one more time. First binding lane, oh sorry, 3 bindings in a row here by Moonlight, and it's panic here. Dillaran gets the traps down, they focus onto Timmy. Tommy, the Bosch says, hey, this is time to go, and look at this, just turn around. I'm not exactly sure why they didn't expect the Morgana binding to come out. Easy pickings there. Kha'Zix there at the right time. The Bosch does a good job buying some time, and Dillaran gets the final auto, flash away, the heal there works out, and then the TP, it was stopped by, or tried to be stopped by a shockwave. Nightshade wasn't able to get it, and so now Xeno was on the warpath. Moonlight, long range binding, 3 in a row, and it changes the course of this game.
Yep, and we're seeing that Michigan State, they had prioritized the Kale first pick. It gets banned, they go Morgana now. It's Morgana time. They really want that pick, and it has been picked, I think, in every single game of the BTN tournament so far. It's been picked or banned 100%.
I think there was one game we didn't see it, and I commented on it saying like, wow, it's seen 100% involvement rate up until this point. I think we've only missed one, and there was a reason why. She offers so much utility, so much protection, and they're going to need all of it now as Illinois is looking to come on through here. This is a 3v2 situation. Top bottom is not really in position. Moonlight's going with the target. Can they save him? Oh, that's going to be it. And look at that. Dillaran, the counter kills. Look at that initiation, the TP to follow up, getting it done, getting some revenge.
And Illinois, this is where you have that sigh of relief. You can wipe the beads of sweat from your forehead because this was looking absolutely terrible for them. The bottom lane had barrier as their summoner spell instead of TP, so they thought they could take that previous fight. They die. Well, you can't get back to lane that easily. You can't catch that CS. They would fall so far behind. This Jinx is up. Look at that. It's a BF sword to BF sword, pickaxe, dagger, and a cull. It's just Dillaran has so much here going for him, and this matchup is just going to get worse at that point. So they have to make something happen. They pull down the top laner of Topopotamus, and they finally get something back.
Yeah, and it's because Sunlight had to TP back to the top side of the map because he didn't have flash and he's had to play safely, and they wanted him to scale. He played greedy, TP to the top. That makes it easy pickings for Topopotamus to choose to TP down there and save this game.
Yeah, I mean, Sunlight was able to, cut the wave there, get some additional damage onto that turret, try and get some of this plating. He's opting to just continue to play this slow, which I agree is the correct call, but it left his teammates out to dry, not having that response TV. Topopotamus playing a little bit more proactively here rather than reactively, knowing that they need to shut down this bottom lane. It's something they did not do enough of in the last game, and boy, did it cost them.
Yeah, we saw them kind of run away with the game, and it's been, honestly, Dillaran has been the guy to be like, we're ending the game. The first game, he almost made it to that Nexus. He almost had time alone with it. If, like, Sunlight potentially had stopped backs, then he may have been able to do it. But he also was the person that, at the end of the last one, popping off. So, contrary to what we thought at the start of the day, where this might be about Tarzan and Canyon if he has a good game, or even I Am Nightshade when we were talking about star mid laners, and Sunlight in the top, the guy who's got those weird builds. This is another one coming through here where he's just the guy where you're like, how does that work for him? And it just does. But Dillaran is the one that has been doing the most work for this team today. And you have to think about who's playing good on that day.
Who's playing good up here in the top has been a question mark, and it's going to get a lot harder for Sunlight when Lee Sin joins things on in. He's trying to keep himself alive, burning up the flash, burning up the summons, but I think that's going to be all she wrote up here. That is going to be the kill. Nice rotation from Illinois. This is what we called for. This is what we asked for from them And they have delivered.
Yeah, he finally finds a way into the top lane. Project One getting the kick, making sure that, you know, this Scion isn't able to get away. And he used his ultimate, and both people flashed in front of him. So that was a value Scion ultimate there.
Yep.
Because, or sorry, that was just one of them flashed in front of him. Oop, that was my bad. I thought it looked like two. I think it was a ward hop. Yeah, it was a ward hop, I believe, to try and get in front of him to stop it.
Yeah, and you were saying, when are you going to punish these Sunlight weird builds?
Yeah.
No flash. That's really risky and kind of disrespectful to the side of top Hippopotamus and the rest of
Timmy
Illinois.
Tommy.
But now on the bottom side of the map, we get the engage. Not going to be enough damage. Rooted down, but the boss should be okay. Good ult by Timmy Tommy to stop the aggression from Tarzan Kanan.
Oh, that's one of those moments where you're like, Dillaran, man, you should have believed in me, bro. If you had just thought the binding was going to land, you could walk up and maybe finish the kill. But they back off, they play it safe, they push the wave, and that turret is so close to dropping down. Remember, turret plates are still up right now. If it only has one left, it's still a turret plate plus that first turret gold that can't go over.
Yeah, you know that Michigan State's going to want to establish that additional burst of gold, put it right into the pocket if they can continue to pressure that on out. It's also going to open them up, potentially look to rotate here. We'll see how they decide to lane swap off the back of this. I Am Nightshade versus Zeno in the mid has been something we've been kind of quiet on since the start of the game. We oftentimes see teams having to flex that in, especially trying to shut down Zeno. There's always a priority for the team facing up against Illinois to shut this player down. And as you can see now, well, you're looking at why. He's continuing to push this down. Slightly slower turret push than last game, but that's not saying much considering he took the turret at 14 minutes.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting, weird kind of stage of the game now because your bottom lane took that turret. Do you keep putting him in the bottom lane? Well, if you aren't in the bottom lane, do you put the Orianna down in the bottom lane? And if you do that, then the Corki matches. Corki has TP, Orianna doesn't. So the Corki, all things just left alone, would push down. You're probably going to have to put him in the top lane and put the Scion in the bottom lane at that point. And then eventually when you try to take down that mid turret, that's when the Orianna having no TP is going to come into play.
Looks like that's exactly what we're going to see here as we're seeing the Scion rotating on down, and this is giving a small moment of respite for the Bosch and Timmy Tommy. They want to get back some of this turret plating that they have had stolen from them.
Yeah, this gives them a lot. And here comes the Rift Herald. They're actually using it on the opposite side. They're sniffing out that, hey, it was a lane swap. They see that in the top side now, finally, and they're going to try to push faster on this side.
They're going to have the Rift Herald to help them out, so I think they're going to get it done. I like the fact they're using this so early here, using it to get that additional turret plating gold. It always makes me so sad when they get the Rift Herald early and they use it after that 14 minutes. Like, that's free gold. It was just sitting there for you.
Yeah, they're going to push another wave. Lulu actually cancels the recall instead of backing to go ahead and support the top laner. And this is going to be the mid laner coming down too. Nightshade, if he... Okay, so yeah, they walk right by. I was like, if he might catch him, I don't know. They have to get enough damage here. The wave clear is why they brought the Orianna down too, and they aren't going to be able to get it.
There's a lot of resources right now in Michigan State split across the map with the Dragon spawning here very soon. The double bot lane duo still on the top side of the map. They're not going to be in position to contest this well.
Yeah, the Dragon coming up, that's the big thing is you're trying to trade turret plates on the top side for the Dragon on the bottom side. Ocean Drake is what's up, and are they going to rotate? They aren't, so that'll be Illinois getting a second Ocean Drake if they start it up and finish it.
Looks like they're going to do just that. I like this. It feels like Project One has such an innate sense of when he needs to be taking these objectives. Minus that one first Drake call, game number 1, that cost his team a few kills. He has been on point with this, taking these neutral map objectives. It seems like he's got the timings completely down pat in his head. He counts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, I know where every single one of my opponents are, and I know exactly how far I can push this, exactly how much control I have.
I'm sitting there going like, did he give up a Drake in game 2? Because he's gotten at least 7 across 2 different games.
I think there's only 3 or 4 Drakes in the last game. I think Michigan State got one or two.
No.
I don't think, but Illinois got all 5 in game 1, and that was the deciding factor for them in that game. So that was absolutely huge, and I like seeing this additional prioritization. I think it might be maybe not the best call, especially because you've got a Kha'Zix. Like, you can contest this. It's not like you're sitting back on something that can't really do a whole lot. You can go toe-to-toe at this stage.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd criticize them too much for it, because they got turret plate for that, and that was kind of the idea is we're putting all of our eggs into the Jinx. Like, it's one of those things where as an analyst, you have to go, what did they give up? What did they trade for it? I like to use the phrase, there's nothing, everybody goes like, oh, it's a free Drake. It's like, there's no such thing as a free objective. You always trade something for it because you could have been doing something else, or you could have been allocating people differently.
Well, right now, Tarzan and Canyon trying to allocate himself onto Project 1 and assert his dominance into the jungle, but here comes the Bosch. Goes for 1, goes for 2, King Me, but down goes Project 1, so it is a 2-for-1. Binding lands yet again. Moonlight hasn't missed these too much, but now Xeno coming to join in the fight.
This is the absolute pincer move from Illinois. Moonlight trying to get himself out, but Topopotamus from the top lane could be putting, well, the final blow in on this one. Still giving over to the Corki. Xeno able to go off right there. So in the end, trading out 2 for 1, I believe, potentially 3 for 1. Michigan State, not the best situation for them to be in.
Oh, man. This has just been not much on the opposite side here. Michigan State, they start trying to make this happen for them, and it is just not working out. As soon as you have the Boss show up, who has been getting beaten all game long down in CS, the Jinx is popping off. They are able to run him down the mid. He doesn't just stick to a lane. You have to have that X factor for you, and he gets 2 kills. That gets him right back in there. That gets him caught up to the Jinx, and then this last one here that I believe goes over to Xeno is also going to put him in a really good spot.
Yeah, so caught up in terms of kills, but if you take a look at the gold,
it says CS.
Yeah, it's still a 1,500 gold lead here for the Jinx.
Yeah, that 1,500 from CS, from turret plating, and it's hard to make that up because you have to kind of create that without the Jinx creating that at the same time, right? You're like, oh, let's just get like 60 CS. It's like, well, he's going to get that 60 CS at the same time. Like, you have to find a way to close this gap, and the kills are the way to do it here for Illinois. And like they have with the gold lead overall, they're doing quite well in some of their lanes. For example, that mid lane is still 30 CS up. It's not that 60 that you see on the bottom lane, but it is what they can play off of here with Xeno, who has the TP, and now that the side lanes have been kind of pushed down a bit, you can see Xeno in the top lane. He's threatening that top lane turret with his Trinity Force power spike up against the Orianna. This is where Xeno can start getting his team some cash, or he could get ganked here, and it could go very wrong for him.
Speaking of ganks, I think it's interesting because this is where Tarzan and Canyon, who we mention over and over, being one of the driving forces for this team, when he goes off, the team does well. And we saw the Kazakhs locked in. You were talking about it. Why is it's not banned? This is their chance. They're going to go for it. Everyone's like, oh yeah, big Kazakhs game for Tarzan and Canyon. And he's been quiet. He has been so quiet so far this game.
Yeah, and you see right there that Xeno, he was playing right there, and Tarzan and Canyon was scared to go in on him. Oh. And then Nightshade backed up. It's actually so freaking good.
And I asked for Tarzan and Canyon to make a little bit of noise, and I think I cast or curse Xeno in the process.
So there's such a small thing there that you need to look at in terms of nuance. The Xeno saw the way that Nightshade was playing at that wave. He's like, this Orianna is a little too bold, knowing that I'm ahead of her with the Trinity Force power spike. Like, she's not an idiot. She's got help. But then when you saw Nightshade back up, that was almost the tell to Xeno that, oh, the jungler walked away because he was wasting too much time here. So Xeno thought that Tarzan and Canyon wasn't as patient as he was, and that was a huge deal.
Now we're seeing a huge fight breaking out in the mid. Dillaran can be able to walk away with his life on that one, taking that to Tristana. This is absolutely massive. The TP's already come on through. Oh my! Timmy Tommy able to flash himself out with a beautiful blinding. I cannot believe it. Moonlight hits these bindings 100%, not quite, of the time, but now the Lee Sin is going to rotate through, drops the ult, brings it right back to the midst of all the team, but Sunlight is so tanky at this point, and then on the flank, we do actually see the Corki rotation. Xeno coming in there, able to pick up Jinx, but now he's stuck out in no man's land. He is on an island right now. Moonlight trying to get himself out. This team's going on through. Unstoppable onslaught! Sunlight making his presence felt. So tanky, survives 3 members of Illinois to help pick up a kill.
Yeah, and Dillaran subscribing to Lazy Recalls lose games. This time he gets caught out by a big rotation from Xeno, but the Xeno has nowhere to go, and Sunlight getting that so satisfactory, unstoppable onslaught right on into him. And another binding, by the way, landing by Moonlight, holding him in. Moonlight having himself a game.
Yeah, and that's going to be the Cloud Drake started up here by Michigan State. They haven't had too many rights to a lot of these Drakes in these games because they've been drafting for the late game. Here, it's a much more even draft. Even with their Jinx taken out, they know that there isn't really much threat on the side of Illinois. Let's take one more look at that here, because a lot of this is just the jump in from the Bosch. Doesn't quite get enough damage off to finish off Dillaran. I think he used his ultimate on Moonlight instead, and it would have been enough to finish him.
Yeah, and that was scary because Dillaran went back in. He wanted to get a kill onto the Lulu.
Package
and right
delivery,
here,
we got a package.
Pow! Package right on there.
Is there a Dillaran here?
An immediate respawn back in the base, and then again, Moonlight just on point. Here you go. He fakes it out. Look at the sidestep right here, Moonlight dodging out the rocket, and then boop,
I mean, that was right down the middle. Perfect positioning there from that Scion. Not only being the peel that the team needs earlier on in the fight, but then also showing up to help execute on those kills. Super solid play to recover what could have been a terrible situation.
And we saw that the Scion was getting beaten up by 3 people, right? The 1v3. But the reason these compositions are so standard is they have 2 big damage dealers. One of them is physical damage, the other one is magic damage. And that is a huge deal because the other members are just supportive. They're the front line, they're the engager, or they're the person who's going to be supporting them with items and giving them, kind of multiplying the carry's gold. So when the Bosch dies and Xeno dies, or Xeno is actually diving for a final kill, you got nothing to deal with that front line. Like I said, front to back is how you want to play these team fights. Whose tank is tankier, whose backline does more damage to those tanks. And right now, this game, especially with the item builds the way they are, Sunlight is going to be probably the beefiest Scion I have ever seen.
And that's why this gold lead on the bottom side of the map is so huge here for the side of Michigan State, because when you say whose tank is tankier, it's more like whose damage dealer is dealing more damage, and it's hands down Dillaran right now with a massive amount of gold earned there. As, kill by Kha'Zix, and now another one coming on in. The Bosch is going to be the second to fall. Where's that damage for Illinois? It's not around anymore, and Topopotamus will be chopped down.
Absolute beautiful play, pitting them all in place and then executing them at range. Dillaran untouched through the course of that, and this is now the opening that Michigan State needs. All the back of Tarzan and Canyon. I asked, and he delivered.
Yeah, when you're looking for the binding, they're just trying to keep Xeno out. He's that one big damage dealer left, and he's just going to get zoned away. When the compositions are the same, the skill is what ends up showcasing and what ends up deciding the match. But when you look at that skill, it's the person who outplays, it's the people who get the gold.
This is a support in the tank versus some damage dealers, and Michigan State is walking away more than content to continue to trade. Sunlight is an absolute monster. Project One forced to kick him back through, trying to keep his Corki alive. That's the Baron going over to Michigan State. They are putting on the pressure. Illinois is looking a little lost.
Yeah, they are. They're on the back foot now after this whole series. Michigan State has been on the back foot. Let's take a look at it one more time. The Bosch, again, just stepping over vision, stepping over wards, trying to do his part and clear things out. And then,
he walks up with sweeper down, so he doesn't even know. He doesn't have anybody there either. Topopotamus was coming from the top side as the Maokai. If you just wait a second or two more, then you're good to go. But the Bosch just gets destroyed, and then Dillaran assists with the tank pickup. And like we've been talking about, when the compositions are very similar, it's the skill, but also it's where the gold is. Like, if you have gold and you are ahead, if somebody is identical to you, but you're just better or you're more fed, you're going to win. It's like when you play a mirror matchup. They have 2 long swords and I have 1. Well, how do you outplay them when they do exactly the same thing as you? It's a stat check. And right now, Michigan State have cashed in on that early game, and the stats are looking good.
Yeah, very close to
look at the
Flame
CS
Horizon.
discrepancy.
Yeah.
Look at this Jinx.
That's exactly it. Almost a Flame Horizon down there, named after famed top laner Flame. 100 CS up on the opponent, and Jinx just dishing out a ton of damage.
Root goes down on the side, forces out the Maokai up, but look at how tanky this Scion is. They're going to continue to
Watch
push down the turret.
Watch Project One.
He's coming down the flank, can't he make it happen? But no, he's too scared to go in, and now Topopotamus is taking all the damage. That is going to be the Corki trying to split this fight in half. Not able to do so, trying to push back.
Oh!
Moonlight goes gold, stays alive through all the damage. Illinois trying to recover, trying to rally, but look at Dillaran on the flank. Oh my! Hitting like an absolute freight train, forcing Illinois back underneath the turret. Can they get this done? I think they just want to reset, walk away. Both teams licking their wounds.
That was so close. Project One, he got the resonating strike, or at least the sonic wave, onto the Morgana, and he was just thinking about it. His mind was telling him no, and he was like, I just can't, and he wanted to get the flash off, potentially kick Dillaran in, potentially kick a carry in, but they spread out perfectly on the side of Michigan State. They gave nothing there in order to just have an even fight where they get to continue the pressure with Baron.
Yeah, and think about all the things that barely missed. The phosphorus bomb onto Moonlight. Moonlight uses Zonia's right at the right time. The rockets coming on through, someone body blocking, and then the ult coming out of Dillaran. That barely missing everybody. And so overall, 2 turrets going into the hands of Michigan State, but it could have been a lot worse for the Fighting Illini.
Illinois potentially facing a wipe right there. That was on a razor's edge of going horribly wrong for them. They recovered well, but not well enough. They lost 2 turrets and the Drake. This is Michigan State pulling ahead. They are ahead 7K gold, 2 kills, and it's in the right place. You guys talked about it before. This Jinx is reaching the point where she is just terrifying. She's really happy about it. She's super excited.
I'm just checking in on this Scion here because she's super excited. She got a super exciting front line that really makes the Bosch's job difficult. I'm looking at how much the Soul Furnace, the extra HP, 1,100 for the Scion. His Cinder Hulk has given him an extra 300 here. And Zeno, he's going to get just blown up.
Oh, Dillarin doesn't even need a front line on that one.
You just give him the speed up, and he's just ready to go.
Walks on in. He does burn the flash to secure that kill, but more than worth it, shutting down the most potent member of Illinois. That has to be Zeno. He's the one they rallied behind. He's the one they're listening to. He's the one who starts the charge, but now he's looking at that gray screen, and they're pushing in full force.
Yeah, and it's a great opportunity shot call right now because
Deja
he's dead,
vu.
but here comes the unstoppable onslaught.
Scion walks in, taking the damage from every single member. The shockwave pulls them on back through. Can they survive through it? No, that is absolutely the kill. The Scion is so tanky. But Jason, the Tarzani Canyon and crew are continuing to get these kills. Timmy Tommy running for dear life, and that's not going to be it. Dillaran going off right now, chasing him through. That's most likely going to be the game. The turret is still standing, but it is not long for this world. Double kill going over to the Jinx. Michigan State University looking so solid here in game number 3. Illinois looks like this will be it. Looks like they'll be down for the count here in this game. Michigan State is going to push in for the win. Zeno's alive, but it's not nearly enough to get it done. D-Gom, that's going to be GG.
That is GG, and Michigan State, with a stamp on this game, take a victory here. One win away from being the BTN League of Legends champions. My goodness, and I think they proved me wrong right there. As better players, lol, not the case here. The Spartans taking care of business, and Illinois just kind of looking a little bit out of sorts here a couple of times. We haven't seen this from them all season, possibly because they haven't been tested this way all season.
I think it's interesting because it just felt like Michigan State was the prime example of a lot of little things done right. A lot of small decisions compounding, further extending their leads. It wasn't a lot of super huge, super flashy plays. It was just a lot of little things that they did really well. Some innovative builds, some creative choices.
Yeah,
and
Morgana.
Yeah.
Morgana is one of those little things because Moonlight didn't miss. Moonlight shone
Nope.
everywhere, and everyone was getting hit by dark bindings.
Yeah, I mean, the darkest night,
Might have
just
been bright
Moonlight.
bindings.
Yeah, so good. Either way, that was game number 3 in the books. And that's Michigan State taking it now 2-1, but they're not out of this yet. If you are an Illinois fan, we're going to hop onto a short break. When we come back, potentially our last game, it's going to be game number 4.
The BTN League of Legends Championship Tournament.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got a pentakill. That was beautiful.
This weekend, streaming live on Caffeine, Twitch, and YouTube.
August 11th, the BTN Big 10K is back. Run with pride and show off your school spirit at Grant Park in Chicago. Then experience the ultimate post-race fan fest and tailgate party. Register right now at btnbig10k.com.
I, your network, BTN.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the BTN Championship Tournament. It's the Grand Finals, where we just saw Michigan State rally in a big way, taking game number 3, putting themselves up 2-1 in our very final series. I'm Paul Inverum, Todd Kill, joined by Daniel Degon Gonzalez. We've been watching these teams progress all season long, and I have to say, I could not have asked for a better finals.
Yeah, no, it's a back and forth between these two teams, and it's been a fantastic show of their personalities through their gameplay, and the adaptation of the draft so far has been interesting. Both teams ditching their strategies into, let's just play team fights, tank in the top, assassins in the jungle, mages in the mid lane, and let's get those scaling AD carries going. In this case, Michigan State taking the win. Dillaran having himself a series as well as Moonlight.
Oh, yeah. I mean, let's take a look at the highlights back from that last game, because I have to say it's so awesome to see both of these teams playing standard and just who can play standard better. You know, you guys are like, oh, the better team will win. Ideally, Michigan State's like, yeah, we think we are the better team. We think we can get this done, and they did so. Again, playing this front to back, like Cyrene was saying, they got it done. There's a lot of great ganks back and forth, but in the end, it just came to some mid to late game team fights and decision making.
Yeah, and the Bosch got himself a couple of kills, but these bindings consistently landed, and they didn't matter as much because Dillaran and Moonlight did work down there. It was such a major deficit by the Fighting Illini that they weren't able to ever catch up with the Bosch and Timmy Tommy, and we haven't seen them struggle like this. We've seen Zeno have like okay games. We've seen Project One feed. We've seen Topopotamus get caught out before, but that bot lane has been consistent. It's been the rock, and so now the Fighting Illini, with their backs against the wall, down 2-1 in this best-of-5 series, need to come up with the solution here, because it seems like when the Bosch doesn't get going, no one gets going here.
Yeah, I think this, I could not agree more. I think the big X factor for me has to be this bottom lane. There doesn't seem to be much priority put there from Illinois. They're like, it's fine, we'll win top, we'll win mid, all that good stuff. We can trust Zeno, and Zeno we trust. He'll carry us on through. Because the Bosch and Timmy Tommy are always so consistent, but this has not been the case for them today. They've been getting out-CS'd, out-pushed, out-laned, and this feeling, I think, of being uncomfortable for them has just put the whole team off. They need to recover here for game number 4.
Yeah, and I have a question here for Project One. Are you going to play something else other than Lee Sin? Like, you are not having the impact on the game because it's going a little bit later, and you're unable to snowball the way that Lee Sin's should be able to. He's no longer dictating the pace, and when they went Assassin Jungler versus Assassin Jungler, neither one really did anything, but that bodes better for the Kazakhs compared to the Lee Sin.
Yeah, I mean, we're asking questions here of Illinois, and obviously it's great to see these players playing top-tier League of Legends, but it's also cool to see what these schools are doing on campus. Let's check in with Illinois and see what they've been up to.
I've never been more inspired than when I work with working dogs, because they devote their entire life to keeping us safe.
Barco is with me 24/7. He's not only my friend, but he has a job to do, and he could save my life or someone else's life. So providing the extra care for him is instrumental.
Starting in 2018, working dogs who are injured in the line of duty will be able to be transported in a human ambulance.
We are partnering with the Carle, Illinois College of Medicine and the Carle Hospital to create a transport protocol. And the transport protocol would show them how to muzzle them appropriately and how to give them some emergency first aid.
EMTs and firefighters are already really well trained in this area. They just need little tips and tricks of applying that knowledge to the dog.
Aw, that's amazing. I mean, anything that'll help out the pets, I'm all for that. That's actually really fantastic, because I feel like that's something that would just be overlooked. That's something I've never thought about before, giving medical care to these service dogs, but that's fantastic.
Yeah, loving what they're doing over there in Champaign. And as we've seen all season long, these Live Big features by the Big Ten schools, making the world a better place.
Yeah, it's so great to see the huge diversity of initiatives from all these schools, from re-exploring sections from history and medical advancements, technological advancements, cool social change, stuff like this. It's really neat to see. You're all here for League of Legends, but it's also kind of nice to think that, well, some players may be toxic. There's some good in the world, everybody. That's what we're here for. Let's get into Champ Select, Deacon. Don't give me that face.
We almost made it, guys. We had fantastic transitions all day, and then we had to get one of those.
We did.
Thank you very much, Paul, for that one. And let's get ourselves back into some League of Legos right here. 2-1 is the score. Michigan State up 2-1. 1 game away from booking their ticket straight into the group stages, no play-in stage. And I think slight surprise here. We thought Illinois was the Untouchables. I think dubbed by Zyrene here as the Immortal Fighting Illini here. But they've had their blood spilled a couple times, 2-1. What are the adaptations? 1, they changed sides. That's the first big one, so the Fighting Illini will take the blue side. 2, they'll ban away the Jinx. So Dillaran found something else other than the Draven that he could play, and the Tristana, so Jinx gets taken away. Zillion will still not be played by Moonlight. Moonlight, I think, we talked about everyone on this roster. Moonlight's had himself a series.
Oh, both supports have been super impressive from both schools. I actually think they've been the most consistent factors for both of these teams. If I have 3 people to highlight, it's Sunlight, it's Moonlight, and it's Timmy Tommy. Timmy Tommy's been a little bit quieter, more so than he was yesterday, but Sunlight, Moonlight, this duo, you know, the anchors on both sides of the rift here have been doing work for their teams. We do see that Morgana banned for good reasons.
And I like that. Yes. I like that a lot just because it takes away from both teams here. So now the support pool will be completely revamped here. And that removes a lot of the unabashed aggression that some of these teams have played with because you do not have the spell shield. And we've seen this in the BTN. We've seen this across all competitive League of Legends. The priority on that spell shield on Morgana has shot way, way up. And so now we can see different types of bot lanes. I wouldn't be surprised if Dillaran gets his hands on Draven. Let's see what the first pick is. And the Fighting Illini going to take themselves that late game scale and kill. We like a little bit of that.
I like it.
So we're going to roll with it. First pickable. Do Michigan State have a response? This is the question that was asked earlier by Zyrene. The Victor worked super well against it. Can they play it? Answer there is, we'll see, because Silas was not banned away from Nightshade. That is the champion he used in Game 5 to pop off and really carry the Spartans into the victory. We had the slow-mo, Zyrene's breakdown of that Game 5 play against the University of Michigan. He'll have another opportunity to steal some ults and make some plays. Lulu going to be in the hands of Moonlight. Good champ, has been supportive there, keeps your AD carry live, keeps the divers off of him. We'll see how that works around for them.
I love this first pickup here for Michigan State, putting I Am Nightshade on such a comfort pick. But speaking of comfort, Project One. We always talk about Tarzan and Canyons Cossacks, but Project One has a fantastic one as well. And you asked him a question, Degon. You said, can you play anything other than Lee? This is your, Can you play anything other than Lee Sin?
Oh, this is my what? My words or my voice?
This is your voice,
totally. Can you play anything other than Lee Sin? I've been wondering if that's possible because I believe over the whole BTN Championship, you have not done so. So, with that, I'm excited beyond belief as we go a little Australian there. Okay, so
it was great up until that point.
Sorry, Rusty. Sorry, everybody over in Ocean. My bad. Sorry, Pyra. Now, Kazakhs will be put onto Project One. It stays along the same theme of aggressive junglers, so I expect Project One to continue to take advantage of this early game compared to Tarzan and Canyon. Xeno back on the Cassiopeia. We got to see how massive those miasmas were in the team fights. He places them so well where it covers the whole river, and when you're trying to do combos, we saw it actually mess up Moonlight when he tried to flash in and then use Zhonya's. He actually messed up his combo, never used Zhonya's, and then just ended up flashing in and dying. So it's those kind of small things that a cast does in team fights, and now Nightshade will get his hands on the core key to stay a little bit further back and dish out mixed damage.
I think this is really interesting how much we're flexing the adaptations here from both sides, because Xeno, I think it's so critical for him, not only just having this lane matchup, but also what this miasma can deny. That is so huge here from him. We are also seeing the Draven and Tristana denials from both sides. Dillaran not getting his Draven, the Bosch not getting his Tristana. Once again, heads up plays, but Illinois, 1, 2, 3, building it from the top down. I like what they're doing with this draft so far.
I do too, and I will say this because I don't think there's any more solo laners positions available. Where's Lysandra? The priority of Lysandra over this tournament has just plummeted.
Zero. She has zero involvement in the finals so far.
No picks, no bans. And it just seems like something like that would be beneficial to just blind pick. I do like the fact that they do pick their mid laner before the second set of bans. I'm sad that we might see the overplayed Season 9 bot lane of like Ezreal Lucian, because I've enjoyed seeing some Jinx. I've enjoyed seeing Tristana. We could also see something like the Lovers duo as well with the Xayah Rakan, some changes there. Xayah now getting a huge buff to her plumage, deadly plumage, the auto attack speed there. But Michigan State going to pick first, has possibly jungler, possibly a top laner, because Silas can flex around. We've seen Tarzan and Canyon use that before. Or the AD carry role, or you could see Corki at the AD carry role. Doubtful, but we'll see with their time expiring. What are they going to roll with here?
Oh, it's going to be
Sejuani. Okay, right. So they do go with the jungler. They will shove Silas to the top side of the map on Sunlight. So Sunlight, done great on these tanky champions. Now going to have his opportunity to dish out some damage with the Silas, the opposite side. There's the Xayah.
Now we're going to see the Rakan.
There it is.
You ask for a Lovers duo, and you show. It's almost like you're a professional or something.
It's almost like I do this as an expert. Big brain.
For a living. I like it. That's going to be the pickup there. This is a solid draft from Illinois. Lacking a little bit of potential tankiness, especially in the earlier starts of things. K won't really start to scale up in any form of tankiness until much later, so that's possibly something that Michigan State...
Don't do this to me, Dylan. Are you going to really do it? Oh, no. Oh, okay. We're going to have the
Kog'Maw, all right.
Kog'Maw. So Kog'Maw has been popping up in priority as well in professional play, but we haven't seen it a ton here in the BTN. So Dillaran puts himself on another immobile champion that wants to scale but can absolutely tear through things from range at level 16.
Oh, yeah. This is two interesting drafts from both sides here. Zyrene, I got to get your input on this one.
No more boring drafts. I'm really happy about that. It went back to having those carry top laners, back to having a little bit of action across the map. This is what I want to see. I love it. So this is way more scaling again, but there's a lot of engage on the side of Illinois from the Rakan. He's going to be the one that they're looking for there. The Michigan State side, it's going to be the Sejuani, and I think there's so much in each of these lanes that during the game, we're going to have a lot to talk about here. That Kog'Maw wants to scale up, and the Lulu with the double marksman is a huge composition with the front line that can work out. I'm interested to see what Sunlight goes for, because the full AP Silas build was something that people were doing before, and the tank build was something that top laners were doing, but the tank build did get nerfed because there was more put into AP ratios for him. So I don't know if he'll be part of that front line or if he's just going to sustain through being a mage and being a big healer there. So I'm looking at both these drafts, and I'm liking the scaling of both of them. It's just that early game is a little bit concerning on the side of Michigan State.
All right, well, we got some back and forth there. Both teams have their advantages, have their potential disadvantages, so this is where we get to go in and do our predictions. Looking at these two drafts, I am leaning towards Illinois on this one. I like what they've put together here for themselves. I think they're going to, again, lacking maybe a little bit of tankiness, but overall, I'm digging what Illinois is doing. I think they're going to rally. I think we're going to see a Game 5.
Yeah, I like the Kale. I like the scaling here. They've shown that they can do it. Lovers duo, that's where I have some pause here by Illinois, but I like the fact that Zeno, back on his Cassiopeia, something that he's so comfortable with and impactful with. I'm with the Fighting Illini as well.
All right, Zyrene, are we going to have a unified desk for once, or?
You're going to be making 3 eyes at the bottom of the screen there. I think that honestly, I like the composition. I like the Kale on the top. I feel like that bottom lane gives them a little bit of a pushing lane, so it gives them stuff to play off of from the jungle. I like it a little bit more. I like Zeno back on that Cassiopeia. He was fantastic on that champion, and so I'm just going, Dillaran on a scaling marksman, though, is the big worry here, because he has just proven in every game so far that he's a force to be reckoned with.
He is indeed. An II captain. That's going to be it. It's the unified desk for us. We're leaning towards Illinois on this one, which, again, if we are correct, we are going to see a game number 5, and I would expect nothing less for our grand finals. If you are just joining us, of course, this is the BTN Championship Tournament. This is playing into the CLOL National Championships. Both of these teams have had 8 weeks of play. 14 teams started out, and now we're down to only 2. Both of these teams have qualified to be in the play-ins for the CLOL National Championships, but the winner of this secures their spot in the bracket. So it's not just school pride. It's not just wanting to be the best. There is a true, tangible result of this. Fly out to California, play. It's a big deal for these students.
Yeah, and Zyrene hit a great point earlier about some of the other regions that go into the play-ins. Those are some huge teams here. So you get a big boost and an opportunity to win the championship, the national championship, if you go straight into the group stage.
They will indeed, but it all starts right here with this game. They got to take this one step forward. So let's get into game number 4. If you're a fan of Illinois, you need them to win this back against the wall. If Michigan State is the victor here, they will take the series 3-1, and they will be your BTN champions.
So the Fighting Illini going to do everything they can to work through that one again. On the back of their captain, mid laner Zeno, the Bosch, the young guy who was there in California at the semifinals when the Fighting Illini dropped as an analyst, bringing his experience and his skill, trying to lead himself, Timmy, Tommy, and the rest of the boys into a decisive Game 5. This time they get the scaling top lane Kale.
Yeah, it's really interesting, too, because we saw before, man, Grasp of the Undying, fantastic.
Yeah.
We saw Kleptomancy. Okay, now it's Fleet Footwork. We've got every single thing coming out here. The Fleet Footwork, I'm trying to think of how much there is merit to it versus being a ranged kind of poke champion in a melee matchup versus the Grasp. So it would mostly be the fact that you get to go 3 other things in the precision tree. Potentially Overheal or Triumph is something he might be looking at. But then you get some more attack speed, maybe lifesteal if that's what you're looking for to survive the lane. And I think that's kind of the biggest part here to look at for Topopotamus.
Right, and that seems to be the name of the game. What is the best way to survive? Is it Grasp? Is it getting the defensive stats? Is it actually getting the lifesteal, the attack speed, more attack, more auto attack speed, more lifesteal per hit? So it's been interesting to see how these teams have been trying to solve that puzzle.
And already we're seeing a fight breaking out down here in the bottom, looking to put some initial pressure onto the side of Michigan State is Illinois. The Lovers duo starting things off strong. While they're having any fights between them, they're taking down their opponents.
Yeah, and I feel like this is going to be some of that bread and butter for that bottom lane. We see them play things like it was the Vayne and Morgana. Now they're going back to no TP, heal, ignite, kill pressure, try to wave clear, shove in, and potentially take over that bottom side of the map and give your mid laner, also your jungler, some room to breathe on that bottom side with the dragon.
We're seeing fairly quiet mid so far. Zeno, we know how deadly he can be on actually both these champions. And how important is that as a mid laner to play both sides of the equation? You know how far you can push your champ, but you also know how far the opponent can push theirs. If you play this from both sides, how important is that, especially at this competitive level?
It's very important to be able to know matchups. I think mid lane is the second highest in terms of what you need to know for matchup specific. I think top lane is actually probably the most important because mid lane, a lot of the times it'll be neutral or washes where you guys just CS, whereas top lane, you have to know how to fight over every single CS against a range champion, a mage, a marksman sometimes, a tank, and it becomes very difficult because, of course, you don't have infinite time in the world. You can't play that champion into every single matchup. But I think it's important to understand the matchups and when you're strong and when you are not strong.
Yeah, different type of skill set that you need for the mid lane. Not that it's any less important. It's just matchups are one portion of being the mid laner. You got to know pressure. You got to know the jungle pathing so you know when your jungler is going to be there. In case your jungler's not feeding you information, you need to know where the opposing jungle is going to be there. So there's a lot of other things in it, but it's very important that you at least know how your 1v1 matchup works out. You need to know everything because so many things can go mid and can play top. You know, it's almost like a YouTube series. Can it mid? And see if you're able to make that work there. So Zeno.
Oh boy, a freeze. I think they freeze this. Yep, you freeze this. There were extra caster minions or melee minions in that wave that they had actually forced the enemy to push. So what they're going to do is they're going to freeze this wave, deny minions, keep it on this side of the map. Then you're going to have Timmy Tommy threatening to kind of zone people away. And they'll go for recalls here to be the call for Dillaran, something that you don't always want on the Kog'Maw. Sure, it's got that on-hit healing a little bit, but this is the long haul. He's saying, all right, you're going to have BF Sword by the time you back for items, and I'm just going to have this call. It's survival time. It's trying to have something here that allows them to push.
And that's huge here because this is the first time we've seen Dillaran and this Michigan State bot lane on the back foot. Even in the Fighting Illini win, Dillaran was still a huge threat until they finally were able to take him down. Let's see how Dillaran and Moonlight play from behind.
I love this decision from Illinois, and this is something that I looked for from them, to put more priority into this. Timmy Tommy goes in, finds absolutely nothing. That's a complete whiff. Goes in, does a pirouette, walks away, and, well, that's a little embarrassing.
Hits him with the taunt as well. Like
Yeah.
that I think that's the confidence by Dillaran said, hey, win or lose, I'm feeling great. You guys are going to have to do more than try to knock me down.
Yeah, that was fancy footwork. He walked up for that cannon minion, didn't get it, I believe, but then also he's able to dodge out, and that's huge because when that ability is down, you know you have a window of time where the Rakan can't do anything to you. So you walk up, you get to CS the minion wave for once, and you get to push it. So that Rakan W actually broke the freeze completely because it was a wasted ability. It's like there's more pressure in having the ability up than using it and missing it.
It's called a grand entrance, and let's just say it was a little bit less than spectacular, but Michigan State, this now gives them the opportunity to play back into this. Dilleran, of course, wants to sit back and just CS all day on this one.
Well, is a little bit less than spectacular grand? Or is grand larger than spectacular?
In my escalation, I think grand is under spectacular. So you know what? Maybe it was exactly no Twit's name.
It was just an entrance.
Yeah, it was an entrance.
A regular entrance.
Just a regular old one. I mean, let's be honest, it's Rakan. It's probably a little bit extra.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, man. But it's interesting because what they're doing is they're freezing the bottom lane and denying CS more than they're actually killing. And they are the ones who have, like, Ignite and all that. Oh, well, I don't know if that Cannon minion saw him, but this Kha'Zix has definitely been spotted out. I think there's a ward to the left of him. I think there's a ward in that bush.
The bush before the Krugs. And
yeah.
So he gets spotted out, and the control ward will continue to last. Good wardage so far here for the Michigan State bot lane. Yes, they're getting frozen out. Yes, they're down in CS, but they have complete vision from everything down from mid.
I think this is a huge improvement from that last game. Actually, yeah, that last game as well even. That early game, they were lacking distinctly in vision, and they were able to obviously recover and turn it around. But Illinois traditionally has been the one to play the better vision game, and I think they're actually, they're struggling a little bit this time around with it.
One of these days, you got to check that bush in the river. It's been giving so much information away. And Project One, he's just running around, getting spotted out like that. And like you're saying, this is going to be really strained for them in the bottom side of the map, especially because you want to have these all-ins. And also, he's sitting on a ton of gold on that Xayah. You want to get a back in at some point, and the jungler is the one who's going to be able to kind of hand it off to you, help you push the wave, and then you can take that back. But they're so focused on denying.
Yeah, sitting on a BF sword and boots at 1,700 gold. Wants to go back at some point. And so Kha'Zix is at Krug, so you can see him possibly doing something now. Oh, nice root, catching out Dilleran.
Timmy Tommy gets the polymorph. They're still doing so much damage on Dilleran right now. Will the damage to the boss be able to go on through? Timmy Tommy with one little bit of HP, but the heal keeps him alive. Tarzan and Canyon trying to come back in, turn this around, but that clutch heal keeps him in the game.
Yeah, and Timmy Tommy, again, missing the W. That is really something that can't happen in this lane phase because you need to get the flash out of him at least in order to make it worth it.
And that's one of the things with these patch changes and champions changing over and over again. Rakan was a first pick, must pick champion in Season 8 over and over again, gets nerfed, and now people are looking real rusty on it. Timmy Tommy, one of those guys, he is consistently missing, now burning all of his summoners and the heal from the Bosch, and they still haven't gotten their back yet.
This is so uncharacteristic from Timmy Tommy. This is the guy who's pulling off Morgana outplays, going on through, finding 2v1, 3v1 situations and making his work for his carry, and now he's looking more like a burden than anything else.
Yeah, honestly, but the idea is that he has to go ahead and get back to this lane. They have to spend some gold on this bottom side, and I like now it's going to be a lot easier for them because he's going for that Essence Reaver on the Bosch. Timmy Tommy, like you were saying, he's going to be able to have a little bit more firepower here in this matchup. And this plate will go down, and they'll end up losing that, but it's going to be right as they come back, so it'll be another counter shove. And they had to buy there because Dilleran came back in with a recurve bow, and now Zeno has something to say about this. The Kog'Maw has no flash.
They're trying to bait this out, though, and Zeno...
Kog'Maw no flash.
Kog'Maw no flash. Dilleran goes in the Petrifying Gaze to try and slow him on through. Timmy Tommy to knock him back up, and Dilleran is going to be going down. Nightshade is on the flank. Will they have the rotation here? They do not. That was just a solid walking on in. Kind of gank from Illinois.
Yeah, and we've been looking for something larger than a grand entrance. This is the spectacular entrance. This one lands. He doesn't miss. Timmy Tommy heard all your criticisms there.
Perfect.
And he picks that one up. And I was just about to say, when we were looking at the gold, based off right before this, the gold is actually equal. So all that early pressure that Timmy Tommy and the Bosch had put down was neutralized, and then Dilleran goes, gets caught out. Nice play by Moonlight to get himself to safety. But Illinois weathering the storm early and find themselves not only a kill, but now now trying to work their way back in towards the Drake.
Oh my, Kha'Zix is actually going to be able to pick that one up, and Tarzan and Canyon as well, paying for his hubris. They're running them back down, but now 3 members of Michigan State are trying to recover through this. The Bosch turning this through, and oh my, Illinois show up in a big way.
Yep, they get that Drake stolen as well, and now Zeno, he's looking for this blue.
Is greedy.
Oh no.
Oh, Project One.
Dylan coming in from the flank. What can he do with this? Blue buff, I think actually.
Oh!
The snipe going through onto the Kazakhs. Corky from the downtown shot. That rocket might as well have been heat-seeking.
Yeah, you're able to get one kill off of it, but again, there are a lot of members of Michigan State there, and Zeno just starts turning onto the blue buff, trying to get a lot here, and instead he gets his jungler killed. Great shot with the big one from I Am Nightshade through the wall and picking up a kill and slowing down the tide here for the Fighting Illini. Let's take a look at it one more time.
Yeah, and it's crucial that they're able to pick this up here. Ultimate from the Rakan, the quickening, he goes in. That makes the Sejuani kind of panic, doesn't get the flash off, or the smite off in time. They pick him up, and then the Bosch wants to back up here. Half HP, throws down the ultimate, and now Zeno saying, well, I saw Nightshade with almost no mana. That's the go button right there. Time to walk up. He does end up getting the blue for himself, but then, whew.
Oh my.
I think that was blind too. That looked like it was blind, or they potentially saw him with the Kog'Maw ultimate hitting him from before.
Yeah,
so I think it was the Kog'Maw ultimate hitting him from before, just giving him vision. So team effort there to line him up.
And speaking of a team effort, we've got 2v2 up here. A little bit of a skirmish breaking out potentially up on the top side of the map. Zeno looking to make his presence felt, giving some space for his Kale to back up. Topopotamus has been quiet so far this game, but that's a good thing.
Yeah.
He wants to be quiet. He wants to sit back and scale. He's like, hey, don't worry about me. Focus on everybody else. I'm just a Kale. I don't scale at all.
Gank was kind of successful, though, because they were able to blow the flash onto Topopotamus. Another rotation there later, possibly with the package from I Am Nightshade. Topopotamus might find himself in a little bit of trouble.
And Topopotamus is doing an interesting build here. I don't know if he's going to sit on that Negatron cloak and go for like the Blade of the Ruined King first, or if he's going to just go straight Wit's End. It looks like he's going to go straight Wit's End here, because there is a decent amount of magic damage on that entire composition. It's actually going to go a long way. Actually, this is a very intelligent buy, because Sylas does magic damage, Sejuani's primarily magic damage with the percent HP, Corky converts to magic damage, and same thing with Kog'Maw and Lulu. So yeah, it's going to give him a lot of mileage.
Yeah, he won't be dishing out as much damage up front, but again, the goal isn't dishing out damage up front. It's to survive, sustain, get to level 16. One way to do that, Wit's End. Every time you auto attack, you get more MR. And so
steal it too. So
yeah,
you increase the Cassio's damage to the target as well.
So that'll be a big team buy here for Topopotamus.
I really like that call, because this whole champ is built for the team. This is not something you're going to show off early. This is not something you're going to make big plays like we're seeing breaking down here in the bottom as Tarzan and Kansas are going to go on through and in the back line. Who do you see the flank? Oh, that is a massive glacial prison. Can they follow up? All
Good
the heal
snare.
being burned. The Bosch is going to be the target, and he is going to follow the TP committal. All four members from Michigan State going to get it done. They pick up the kill onto the carry, and they want to follow up onto this turret, and that's going to be Timmy Tommy. Nice sidestep as I Am Nightshade is going to try and push on through. The Flash committed as well. The double kill in the bot lane. All five members from Michigan State get it done.
And he had just enough mana to do that. He had to burn the flash because he didn't have enough for another rocket afterwards. But meanwhile, they got the Rift Herald on the top side of the map for Illinois, and they placed that one down. But we have to watch that one more time, because this is a TP flank where you come in with the Sylas from behind, and then the Glacial Prison, like you had called out, Paul, goes straight in, hits him when he's already knocked up. Beautifully played there, and then the Sylas comes in to pick this up, to help contribute. Like we see there, the Rift Herald, of course, but then Nightshade, all about this. The auto, the Q doesn't hit, but then this one right here, the flash afterwards to get that final attack, because he was out of mana completely.
Yeah, and the Gatling gun burning down the armor of Timmy Tommy. Even if he might have been able to survive with no armor statistics, that would have hurt. And I like the fact that Sunlight's like, he sees Topopotamus by Wit's End and says, all right, so if I'm not going to be able to kill you, I'll TP down to the other side of the map. Forget your MR. You know who doesn't have MR? The bottom side. And it starts breaking this game open just a bit.
And what I like as well for the side of Michigan State, or overall things changed up a little bit here, is this bottom lane. We're not looking at any massive CS discrepancy like we saw the last time around. We are seeing a much more even game in that regard. We did see trading a turret there and a turret, a couple of kills. So we're seeing a much more even back and forth to start this off. Neither side has been building any sort of distinct advantage.
Yeah, the interesting part about this as well is the action was on the bottom side, yes, but if you look at the CS, it isn't actually that large of a lead. It's 20 CS difference between the Kog'Maw and the Xayah, and the Xayah and Rakan are now, they're built for this lane. They don't have TP or anything like that. They have the Ignite, they're looking to kill, they have the Spell Thieves Edge, but it's only a 20 CS advantage, and everything's all said and done, and they lost their turret, Whereas you look at the top lane CS advantage, that one's 20, and then you look at the mid lane, that one's 30 there. So honestly, at the end of the day, this bottom lane, there was focus on it, but it hasn't paid off in the way that they wanted to. The Kog'Maw is not as far behind as you would want him to be, and he's about to pop his Cull in 22 more CS, so he'll catch up, and he got some plate gold.
So now Michigan State this time on the red side have control of the Dragon Pit, and they obviously have access to it based off of the way the map is shaped. They'll get there first and are controlling it and fighting the Fighting Illini over Vision. You talked about having to phase check to put down Vision, absorb some pressure so that they have better vision to prevent pressure in the future. Well, every time they step forward and try to get some wards down, Michigan State are there at every turn, and they're preventing the Fighting Illini from getting in.
It seems like there was a memo that went out that we weren't privy to. At 15 minutes, we ARAM, as all 10 members have joined the party here in the mid. Looks like Michigan State is going to start to pick up this Drake. And, well, they're going to finish picking it up. We're taking that down real quick. So finding an opening there from Illinois, looking to back up Zeno in the mid. Taking advantage of that is Michigan State, even out these Drakes 1-1.
Yeah, and now it's just going to be pushing mid for Illinois. They want to get this middle turret. It's very, very low, so they're going to bring 3 to 4 people here. And then the Kale will catch the bottom wave, try to hit level 11 in scale. And then I feel as though you need to make something else happen on the bottom side after this. You want that last turret. See, they just forced this one down, and now you have to play for the bot side. There's no Drake, there's no Rift Herald, there's nothing to play for on the map neutral-wise. Now you have to play for turrets, and you have to play for CS.
Yeah, and they have the wave shoved on the top side of the map. Silas there, you see, has to walk up there and shove it in. And with no other neutral objective on the map and the Rift Herald already used, so you don't have to be worried about putting numbers on one side or the other, you can kind of like ARAM, but down on the bottom side of that. More like bot lane ARAM and work your way through it. Try to break it down.
The Bay-Ram.
A Bay-Ram, yeah.
All random, all bot. You guys are not even close.
Yeah, well, you know, whatever. So they can go down to the bottom side of the map and 5-man that last turn.
Yeah, and that's what I'm going to see. I want to look for is taking down these last tier ones and really opening things up, because this is where things get interesting for both these teams. When they can start to push forward this ward line, when they can start to establish additional levels of control in the opposing team's jungles and start to take control of tempo, because tempo has to be one of these things we talk about in a game of this level. You know, because if you're pushing up here, what are you losing? You talked about it earlier, Zyrene. There's no such thing as a free objective, and Topopotamus is maybe getting punished down here, missing the ult from the Sejuani, forcing that ult, the flash as well. Topopotamus in a rough spot, but he's bringing them right back. It's a little bit longer. Kendra's indicating it. No, the beautiful body block's bringing them back in place. Now the rest of the team's going to try and follow up in the Starlight. Can he go back in? Sunlight, not a chance. There's 3 members here. He survives a little bit longer. The Silas is absolutely huge, but he actually is going to be able to get himself out. Moonlight on the flank, keeping him in it.
Yeah, but Zaya now on the wrong side of the fight. Where's the Silas going to go? He goes over the wall, gets himself to safety, but we've been pushing Timmy Tommy. Where's that grand entrance? Another one there that turns into the battle dance and gives just enough shield for Kale as the guys are posturing back and forth. Let's take a look at this one more time.
That was absolutely nutty. Topopotamus actually having the presence of mind to just ulti right here. Says, okay, he has the combo. We're going to go ahead, blow through, flashes, get stunned afterwards, and then it's just boom, boom. He's not able to get the shield on Topopotamus first, so he has to use somebody as a pop-off point, and they killed Sejuani before I think the W2 came through, so that Topopotamus didn't die to the second half of it. If he had lived even a half second more, he would have killed the Kale.
And you got to go back and look at Tarzan and Canyon missing the Glacial Prison. Like that, I think that's where a lot of this starts. Even if Topopotamus is able to get the Divine Judgment out, missing that allowed him to juke around, flash back to safety, and get to his teammates.
So as somebody who loves Sejuani, like I played the original one, I love the new rework and all of that from before. One of the things that makes you a fantastic Sejuani player is understanding that throwing your ultimate directly at the person isn't always the solution. They saw Kale was at that pass where you either go behind the turret or you go above it. If you throw it directly at her, she flashes forward and she potentially gets away. If you throw it in front of her, it will explode for this area of effect that will slow her later, and then it's basically the same amount of CC, but she can't react to it, flash through it. It's zone control at that point. Granted, you do always want to hit the person, but if they have flash up, leading them is always better in those situations.
You're literally saying a zoning ultimate.
It is a zoning ultimate. I know, all memes aside. And actually, the zoning ultimate used to be more potent because it used to delay, and then it would pop, and then if you were in it, it would slow you for 3 seconds. Now it's only 1 second, so it's not as potent, but it used to be ridiculous when you would do that to people.
I do think you're just giving all mediocre Sejuani players way too much hope here. Cyrene, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, Tarzan Canyon just missed that one.
I mean, maybe he's expecting the forward flash. I agree. I'd rather put it in front of him to make sure you get the slow no matter what. Don't aim it at where he is. Aim it at where he's going to be. This is Sejuani 101. We all know it, but this is still an opportunity to go back and forth in this game. Michigan State giving up 1 kill here, now making it 3-3, and we are looking dead even. I mean, dead even in terms of gold here. Illinois does not want to go quietly into this good night. They are not going down without a fight, and they're pushing in now into the jungle of Michigan State. They want to continue to put this pressure in on the map.
Yeah, and the Fighting Illini, they're the ones that control the Scuttle Crab on the bottom side of the map. They're here first, so they're going to have the direct line to the next Infernal Drake.
I'm actually really surprised that Corky didn't stay top lane to kill the turret. He's got teleport. He wanted to back, complete his rapid fire cannon, and then maybe TP in, pick up a package. That's what it looks like. He's picking up the package, going to rush straight down there. But I think he had time to actually finish that turret off. And they are committing to this fight. They 100% want to fight this.
Here they go on in, but the Drake's already been taking force in the back into the choke. That was absolutely massive. Sunlight's here on the flank. What can you do? This is Sejuani not going to connect with anybody. Now they're trying to split this fight. Project One is on the flank, going to the massive stun. The fall of the Cassiopeia off the petrifying gauge, stopping Michigan State in their tracks. But this is still a 1-for-1 trade, but Michigan State not in the best spot. Sunlight trying to go in, but with the sacrificial lamb, but they're not going to get much for it. Zeno is continuing to push on through. These miasmas have been absolutely massive. Now I Am Nightshade is trying to run. Dillaran and Moonlight are here, but what can they do about it? Does Dillaran have the damage? This Corky, though, is going off. I Am Nightshade is making his presence felt.
The Bosch!
The Bosch has to walk away here, but overall, just a 2-for-1. The Drake does head on over to the side of the Fighting Illini, and it does look like these things are going to slow down just a bit. Yeah, recall's going back as we take a look at how all this broke down. Good focus onto the Drake, and as you said, a clear sign that Michigan State wanted to sell out and get into this fight, but a great reaction by Timmy Tommy to start things off and get the initial burst damage down.
Yeah, and right there, that ultimate again. Slows 4 people, and then, oh man, the Silas ultimate, the Cassiopeia mimic, the hijack, it didn't end up hitting anybody, and then Zeno just gets him back.
Yeah, but we got fighting right now at live. Zeno gonna get shut down, biting off more than he could chew. So did Topopotamus. And so 2 kills heading back on over to the side of Michigan State.
They can start Baron.
Just for 1, yeah. There goes the rest of Michigan State heading on over to Baron. The Fighting Illini realizing this is an opportunity, so they have to start rotating on up.
If you're Sunlight, what you want to do right now is you want to hijack the ultimate from the Rakan, so that the big tool to keep people out of the pit. So as soon as you see him walk up, steal it, try to make something happen.
Not going to happen if you are dead. I mean, that's the first kill there onto the Kog'Maw. We are seeing Illinois going right back on through. This is absolutely massive. The Bosch is going to be the counter kill, though. Project One in the back line. Topopotamus is joining on through. This is Sunlight now trying to rally with his team. Project One on the wrong side of the line of scrimmage, but oh my! The damage from Topopotamus is going to be there. They want to continue to chase this. Sunlight's going to be the next target. He's able to try and dash himself out. His Moonlight's going to be rejoining the fray right here. The support is going to be able to keep his team up and in this. On the flank, though, Tarzan and Canyon is still going head-to-head here with Topopotamus. They may want to still keep fighting. They need me to be careful. Sorry, Timmy Tommy, I should say, who is able to get himself out.
Yeah, and if you are Dillaran, you are so upset right now. You are trying to walk on into the Baron pit with everybody, and everyone's like, Baron, 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 not who can kill our AD carry that's going to dish out most damage. And here comes Project One just right on the tail end to just snipe him down as we take a look at it one more time. Look at this positioning. No one's there with him, and he just gets shut down immediately, and that's without the ult from the Rakan. Then he turns it on, and it buys it more time for the rest of the team to come on in.
Yeah, never leave your puppy unattended like that. And he just came out of nowhere, and honestly, it's because the vision control is still there. They could see him walking into that. He had no idea what he was walking into. It's dark on the bottom half for him, and he just gets picked off. No escort there.
Not an ideal situation in that one, but we do see still a very even game. We missed a couple of kills, counter kills from Michigan State there. Then the counter kills from Illinois. This game has been non-stop action.
Yeah, and this kind of goes back to the draft where they pinpointed that, hey, when it's the Jinx, when it's the Tristana, this dude is hard to catch. If you jump on him, he's got protection from a Morgana or a Lulu, and even if you get to him and you can get through that, the Tristana has a lot of self-peel. The Jinx is able to throw down traps and peel. Kog'Maw has almost nothing. He just kind of vomits all over the ground, and then you're slowed. That's about it. It's very, very soft CC, and now he's in a position where he can get caught out very easily.
Speaking of getting caught out.
Very easily.
I mean, that was Silas walking in going, I can take this 1v1 all day, and Project One's like, you probably could, but hello.
I can break these chains. You can't break those cuffs. It's like,
Absolutely not.
oh.
One for each hand.
Yeah, and the Silas, I mean, he's going for a Lichbane build without too much AP just yet. So it was that on-hit kind of get the sheen, make sure he has some punching damage. But I honestly think the Topopotamus build is doing way more work. He's got the Wit's End. He's very close. He's got the components to the Rage Blade. So he is actually particularly ahead here with that Blade of the Ruined King too. I actually favor the Kale a lot more in these matchups, and he's got 2 levels to go before he hits that level 16 that everybody talks about.
That is the point of critical mass, that in the late game, Kale just becomes one of these super scary threats. The reason this champ has been the most highly contested pick so far this series. Currently 1-1, but Illinois is looking to make that 2-1 with this one, and 2-2 in the overall game set. Of course, if they win this, they will go to game number 5. We are seeing a bit of a scuffle breaking out in the entrance to the Michigan State jungle. Keep an eye on Timmy Tommy.
Yeah, and the reason why we're finding a lot of attention down here on the bottom side of the map for the 3rd time in a row, it's going to be an Infernal Drake, the 3rd Infernal Drake. The Fighting Illini do not want to give this one up. 3 Infernal Drake, 24% extra damage, and you see both teams now 5v5 around the dragon, and it's been awoken.
This is going to be the big fight right now. Which one is going to be able to walk out on top? Tarzan and Canyon's the one to start things off into the flank. Timmy Tommy's there for the multiple man knock, but this is Sejuani getting absolutely chunked through all this. Sunlight's going to be the next target, but oh man, the massive stun, trying to find the back line. Nightshade goes on in, but he can't get it done. The instantly turn and shut him down. And now this is Michigan State looking in a terrible position as Dillaran is forced to get himself out of there, but they might try and rally, might try and turn on this. Can they get it done? Topopotamus reaches the point that where he's
no smite.
so scary. No smite to go on and contest this. Topopotamus has to be the one to zone this out. The miasma as well from Zeno to split this, and yes, they've got it. No problem. Michigan State cannot get it done.
That's the triple Infernal for them. The Cassiopeia is going to love that. The fact that Zeno has been keeping them pretty much in this game from that mid lane, it has been fantastic. Let's see that one more time here, where you see Topopotamus go to the back line, and they're able to get rid of that front line very quickly. Here comes the Sejuani ultimate. It gets blocked by Project 1. Ultimate on Project 1, make sure he doesn't get burst, but then the back line gets picked up there, and then the Cassiopeia ultimate again. I actually don't know if that was a backwards ultimate or not from Sunlight.
Yeah, Sunlight, I think, is starting to feel the pressure, and we're not used to seeing him misperform like that. I did think it looked bad at first for the Fighting Illini when Topopotamus dropped the ultimate onto Project 1 and the Project 1 got out safe. It was like, hey, this wasn't all that beneficial. Let's take a look at it one more time.
Uh-oh. Yeah, Zeno winning that 1v1 there in that situation. No man, no problem, walks away with that solo kill onto Sunlight. You're saying you're not used to seeing these misplays from him. I think they're starting to compound. We might be seeing a little bit of tilt, misevaluating how much damage he has at his disposal. Trying to 1v1 Zeno, the all-star player from Illinois, the consummate veteran, the leader and shot caller for this team, will not go down in that 1v1.
Double-checked it. Sunlight, even though he drops there, he didn't actually use the ultimate backwards. It was just the Kale splash through that kind of looked like it for a second. He ultied forward, the Cassiopeia one, but didn't actually do as much damage as you would think because he doesn't have that much AP at this moment. He's got 2 items that don't completely synergize. It's one to hit, one to wave clear, and he doesn't have that oomph behind him. He doesn't have anything like the Ludens, nothing like a Death Cap just yet. Or even, I would say, a Void Staff could be worth it at this point. There is a decent amount of magic resistance in this game, and the catch out onto the easy member to catch.
Polymorph goes through, but they keep him alive with the ult. Now they want to turn on this and try and fight. Michigan State peeling back beautifully, though, and the damage has been done into Timmy Tommy. He's not going to be going in anytime soon. Both teams looking away, licking their wounds, not wanting to overextend, not wanting to give away too much, but Michigan State realizes they have the slight advantage here. They're going to keep up this pressure.
Timmy Tommy's going to recall. He has to recall, places down all of his wards to make sure that they can't get control over the Baron here for Michigan State's side.
Yeah, no quickening. No quickness, no Featherstorm for the bot lane of the Fighting Illini. On the opposite side, Tarzan Canyon doesn't have Glacial Prison, so this might be an opportunity to start posturing around for Michigan State to get the vision back. So you know that the wards are coming back because Timmy Tommy had to recall because you chunked him, so everyone's just going to take a quick breather, head back to the base, spend some money, get some wards, and reset.
This game is feeling reminiscent of game number 1 for this set, where Illinois just started to chain together these Drakes and started to put the pressure in terms of tempo on Michigan State and needing to respond. Now that the Baron is up and a target both teams are fighting for, this is going to only get worse. Michigan State is now at the point where they're starting to live on a bit of a timer. You combine the Kale into this as well, and they've got to make something happen soon.
Yeah, the Kale hitting level 16 there. 3 items for Topopotamus. He's almost at that point. He's got half a level to go, and the Baron is on the table. You don't have control of it if you're Michigan State. I'm sitting here going, Michigan State, these fights against Illinois, all series long, it's what it's come down to. If you can keep Dillaran alive, if you can win these team fights, the Corky is scaling now, and you're at a position where it comes down to execution in these fights. That is what this series has been, is everybody is good enough to play those early games, but nobody's coming out with a major significant advantage in the majority of these games. It becomes even, it comes down to the execution, the team play, and the macro in these final moments.
And as you said, that suits Michigan State. We've seen Illinois fall on the back foot and then use their superior macro play to get themselves out of trouble. But when it came down to team fights, that's been Michigan State's bread and butter all season long. And that's what it seems like it'll be coming down to. There is a Drake spawning in a minute, so we might start seeing some more focus on the bottom side of the map. It is an Ocean Drake. But now, Kale, level 16, that's going to be huge here for these next couple of team fights.
This is what Illinois wanted. They just sat back, they just played this out, no problem, no questions asked. We'll maintain this truce a little bit longer because it only benefits us more and more. And this is scary. If you're the side of Michigan State, what do you do at this point?
At this point in the game, you have to look for that crucial pick. It can't be on Cassiopeia because he has the cleanse. It can't be on the Kale now either because he just purchased QSS. You have to find a way to either blow up Timmy Tommy before the fight starts with the Sejuani ultimate or get Project 1. But the Kale is doing a great job of covering that. So Topopotamus has effectively cut off a lot of the options, but you do have to find a way to navigate these fights. Front to back should favor Michigan State if they can do something about Zeno, can put pressure on him in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, this seems to be the first time we see a Kale not lose hard and wait for scaling. Impactful already, and here we go.
Fight breaking out in the jungle. Moonlight is going to be the target to follow up the knock of the CC. Instantly deleted there. Sejuani is trying to get himself out of it. The entire side of Illinois is going on through, chasing this down to the turret. It does not matter as Tarzan and Canyon is absolutely gone. That is the quick double kill going for the way of Illinois.
Mid-lane.
We are seeing the split push going on through, and Sunlight is going to be the next one up on the menu. The follow-up kill, all 3 dead. Michigan State is trying to get something off the back of this, but is it going to be enough?
This is the Michigan State special is what it seems. They're just like up the gut every time. You can go kill people, that's fine. We're just going to go for your turret, for your base. And now they feel like 2 people have recalled. They're going to try to maybe look at this. I don't know.
This is going to be the pincer movement to end all pincer movement. This Corky and Kog'Maw need to run for dear life. Corky doesn't really have legs, but that's fine. He's still going to be running away. I mean, maybe he has legs, but
they're
he's
tucked
flying.
away in the plane.
They are. This is the call, Nightshade. Are you sure this is the call you want to make?
Ocean Drake slows you when it hits you, so
yeah. So I think he's just pulling it. He's pulling it to say, all right, I'm going to start it, pull it out, so if they chase me, it'll hit them in an AoE area and stop the chase. Big brain. That was the big brain play there by the Nightshade.
They both lived. They both lived.
Yeah, they both got away because it's just dark in their own jungle on the side of Illinois. Because Illinois have been winning this game. You see where all the control wards are. Look at that. They're all over the map on the top side. They have complete Baron control for Illinois. They picked it up. Now they get to shove those lanes and use that vision here to just get turrets.
Yeah, and I thought that was highly questionable by Moonlight and Tarzan and Canyon just walking into their own jungle. You know that they've been slowly and methodically taking the vision from the top side of the map, so that has to be a team effort to go get that back, not just a 2-man effort with 0 damage between the Lulu and the Sejuani.
Yeah.
They got absolutely wrecked, and it turned into a free Baron. Good job by Michigan State making the best out of a bad situation by taking 2 turrets and now an open path to the inhib.
Yeah, but the reason that they walk in there is you can't just leave the Baron unattended. We've seen it in this series already where Barons have been stolen or slash, they've been started up in Fog of War. So if you have any lapses in your vision, you really do get a bit paranoid.
We're seeing the push continuing now for Illinois. They've got these Baron-empowered minions. The turret, not long for this world as they're going to continue this 4-1 push. Kale is on the flank here. Sunlight's going to try and steal himself out something pretty, as we are seeing response from Michigan State. They've got to try and answer multiple different fronts simultaneously, but this is going to be the moment of the death by 1,000 cuts. This is where Illinois excels, putting on the chokehold, and that's why they want to say no. The ult does go in from the Sejuani. There's a lot of damage. The follow-up ult is going to get it done. Nice turn there from the Silas, but Tarzan and Candy is going to pick off the trade going to the Sejuani, as we do see Zeno not going to be able to escape. Beautiful done, but now the flank coming in. The Kale, what an absolute beast. So much damage from Mime Night. Turn this, he finds the counter kill. Now 3 for 3. Can Michigan State hold this? Topopotamus is still here, and he hurts so hard.
Yeah, he definitely does, and you got to keep sieging right there. Not exactly sure what the flash forward by Dillaran was. He immediately got blown up, and it was just a little bit of help by Timmy Tommy forcing Tarzan and Canyon to go in and make sure they get the kill. And so you lose your tank, but you still have got your big wave clear with Corki. It's not enough to take out that mid cannon, and so now the inhib does open up. No inhibs down, but both mid lane inhibs exposed.
Yeah, I actually really like that, though, for Michigan State. They're in a losing position. They find an opportunity because Kale is topside, and they're like, well, we can blow somebody up before the ultimate comes through, and they're able to achieve that, and that helps them take the back end of the fight slightly. But even though they lose that turret, they had already gotten the mid lane turret from Illinois in the same one, so it's pretty much in an even game state here, save for the gold and those Infernal Drakes. The Dragon Control pays off.
Yeah, and it was the target that you said that they needed to hit. Needed to be Timmy Tommy before he gets his ultimate down, before the quickening goes down, or the quickness goes down, gets on the back line and taunts everybody up. Great target selection there by Tarzan and Canyon. And you think about this, we don't get to talk about it this often, but this Baron defense by Michigan State. They did the weird path after getting 2 turrets, wasted some time off of the Baron. Yes, they did lose a couple of turrets back, but you answered those. It could have been so much worse here, so good here by the Spartans to buy some time and still keep the gap close.
And now I feel like if there was a window for catching people like you asked, Paul, I feel like that one is closing very quickly here. The Sejuani ultimate, there really isn't a prime target left anymore. There's a QSS on the Bosch. There's a QSS now on Timmy Tommy, so he'll be able to get out if he gets hit by it. In fact, he wants to soak it for his team and pop that QSS and go back. You want to be in the front line and absorb it. Cassiopeia has Banshee's Veil, and then you have another QSS/Mercurial Scimitar top lane. Project 1 is the most likely target, but he has both a stopwatch and he has an Edge of Night. So if he's using that shield to active appropriately, he shouldn't be getting hit by Sejuani ultimates. So now Tarzan Canyon has his work cut out for him in an almost impossible situation.
He walks in, he's got to be that frontliner, but there's just more damage than he can soak. He's got to try and peel and keep his team in a position where they can dish that damage, but it's rough because there's so much range, so much poke from Illinois to start these fights off as well. You can't understate that. And the second the Miasma goes down, if they can catch out 1 or 2 members and capitalize on it, you can ground them, shut them all through. And this is what we're seeing. The Miasma goes down, and you've got to back up. You cannot fight in this because they will pounce and they will wreck your face.
And I was going to say, maybe a way to get rid of all those QSSs is hijacking Cassiopeia's ultimate Petrifying Gaze, but a smart buy by Zeno, you have Banshee's Veil.
Yep.
So you have to poke that first and get rid of it before you can just hop on in, and now Sunlight getting caught out.
Nice dodge there on the Sejuani up from the flank, but a lot of damage going through
Timmy
into Timmy
Tommy's
Tommy.
dead.
That's going to be the first kill, but look at this Kale
Dillaran.
damage! Ripping on through them, Topopotamus getting the counter kill on the Cogman. That's absolutely massive. Now Michigan State has to try and back up through. Tarzan Canyon trying to peel for his team, but it's Zeno. They can't do nothing as Topopotamus is continuing to shred the HP bars of Michigan State. They might as well not even be there. That's auto on auto. That is 2 quick kills.
Yeah, and it's disgusting to watch this Kale dish out damage. It's just a couple of auto attacks, and not only is it Kale reaching the critical mass, but the fact that you have 3 Infernal Drakes and now the Elder Dragon as well. Holy moly, things are looking terrible for the Spartans in the Fighting Illini, this close to punching their ticket to a Game 5.
You thought it was bad before, and then there was an Elder Dragon. I don't think this is one that Michigan State can win at this point. This is them back against the wall. One more team fight's all it's going to take for Illinois. They are looking indomitable at this point.
Yeah, they are, but again, Tarzan and Canyon found a split fight and initiated it. So the Fighting Illini aren't fighting this perfect at all. They just have the stats to kind of make up for their positioning mistakes right now.
Something that I think they need to consider is stealing Kale ultimate and putting it on your boy, Dillaran, because
oh right, Dillaran's in this game.
Yeah, he's the Kog'Maw. He doesn't really get to do much because his front line is something that just kind of melts like paper to a Cassiopeia and a Kale. But if you're able to protect the Kog'Maw, give him that boost, it might be worth it. And he does a lot of damage if he's able to just sit and spit, be in one spot.
I've never heard it phrased quite that way, but thank you for that one.
It's the Kog'Maw, just allow him to stay in one spot. It's the sit and spit. Blah, blah, blah.
Thanks, Deacon.
The demonstration was absolutely necessary.
Yeah. Perfect.
Yep.
I wouldn't have known if it wasn't for that. We're
That's
now
what I'm
looking
here
at the
for.
push. Oh boy, Illinois, they've got this mid-inhib open on up. They've got Baron empowered minions, and at this stage, Michigan State needs the fight of their life if they have any chance. They're going to go in on this inhib. They've got to give it up. This is not much they can do.
Give it away. Just don't do anything about it. The Elder Dragon is over halfway done already, So just wait, be patient if you're Michigan State, and just look for the opportunity when it presents itself after the buff has fallen off. Because even if it presents itself now, you stand a very low chance of winning that fight.
Yeah, probably 2 inhibs here if you're being fully patient, but you're starting to run out of objectives. At some point, you're going to have to pull the trigger.
At some point, you're going to run out of structures, but very wisely, Michigan State realizing they cannot take this fight. They are better to fight under their last 2 Nexus turrets if they have any chance of taking this, staying in this game, any hope of ending this series right here, right now. Illinois being calm, cool, and collective. They want this perfect game. They want every single structure as they continue to push this through, split pushing the mid and the top. Holding their ground, though, is Michigan State.
Oh, poor Dillaran just stuck. Look at that. The miasma has done half of his health. There's no other damage on him except the miasma stepping on it. So difficult. The go button's got to be sometime soon. Tarzan and Canyon, can you find it? There it is. The Banshee's Veil has been knocked by Nightshade.
Dragon's off.
Now they're going to go on through. This is the chance for Michigan State to try and find a fight. There's the ult. Instantly being denied. The Tommy getting himself back out. He's going to take a lot of damage. Goes gold to try and spread through. But oh no, the damage, the turn, the follow-up. Every single member of Michigan State is getting absolutely shredded. And that is going to be it. That is going to be Illinois taking this back in their hands. And that means we get a game number 5.
As expected, cue the Silver Scrapes. Game 5 rolling on through. The Fighting Illini living up to their name, fighting back 2-1, tying it up 2-2. And, you know, wherever the Kale goes, it seems like that's the way to go and win. My goodness here, the Fighting Illini making it happen. And the Spartans, I think, did a good job, but I got to look at the jungle rule. Tarzan and Canyon finishing that game 1-8. Not having the impact that we'd expected. And I think, again, it goes back to those missed glacial prisons. It's so clear when you miss that, because if you hit it, most of the time, it's going to lead to a kill. By the time you started hitting them, everyone on the other team had a QSS or a Banshee's Veil. It became very difficult to play that champ.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that happened in that game. But you know what, Diga? I think we need a break. Everybody else at home, go grab a drink, go grab a snack. We're going to be right back in just a bit with game number 5. So don't go anywhere.
The BTN League of Legends Championship Tournament.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got a pentakill. That was beautiful.
This weekend, streaming live on Caffeine, Twitch, and YouTube.
August 11th, the BTN Big 10K is back. Run with pride and show off your school spirit at Grant Park in Chicago. Then experience the ultimate post-race fan fest and tailgate party. Register right now at btnbig10k.com.
Your Spartans. Your network. BTN.
Welcome back, everyone, to the BTN Championship Tournament. It's grand finals time, and we've made it all the way to game number 5 between Illinois and Michigan State. As always, I'm in Verum. That's Degon. Zarian's here somewhere. We've been covering all these amazing games, and I don't know about you, Degon, but I'm pretty hyped because we made it all the way to game number 5.
Yeah, 2 deserving teams going the distance, and now we have our final game 5 to crown our champion.
I mean, I wouldn't have it any other way because both of these teams were undefeated in terms of matches going into this. So I think it's only fair for us, the viewers at home, everybody else, to see what happens when you push it all the way to a game 5. Because after all this, after every game, after the regular season, after group stages, play-ins, for the final, everything, it comes down to one single game.
That's right. And again, both these teams have punched their ticket to the CELAL National Championship, but the winner will go straight to the group stage phase, not have to play in the play-ins, and that is huge based on the competition all across North America. It could mean the difference between a semifinals run and a thank you for coming to LA. I hope your vacation has been nice.
Ouch. Yes, that's exactly it. The series has been intense, though, Degon. Let's take a look at our highlights from that last game. And we all predicted Illinois was going to walk away with this one. We liked the draft. We liked the execution. And it was really just a series of great plays back-to-back.
Yeah, and you got to see the power of Kazakhs, this time in the hands of Project One instead of Tarzan and Canyon. And I think the thing that bothered me the most about the draft for Michigan State was Dillaran on the Kog'Maw. This was no longer a champion that had any movement speed. Even with the Jinx, if you're able to get excited and get away, he was able to do that multiple times. But with an immobile champion like Kog'Maw, you have to have fantastic positioning, and I don't think that's what Dillaran's great at in these fights going back and forth. Zeno has had great miasmas, just putting it down and making it very difficult to get in. And then as the game got later and later, Kale continued to scale up. Tarzan and Canyon started to run out of targets to hit because everyone built a QSS or had a Banshee's Veil, and then Kale covered whoever got blown up immediately with the Divine Judgment. And so I think now you've got to look at the Kale in the top side of the map. It's been played in mid. It has continually won over and over again, except when it was played in mid. But the power of it as you continue to get to scale is scary.
It is, and there's a reason this champ has also been banned as well in this series. Either been first picked or banned every single game, and for a good reason. It has only lost that one time. But we've seen these teams go back and forth, trading wins every single time, and now it all comes down to this. And this is now the point where we start to say, okay, how much does nerves come into play? How much does the ability to stay cool and come under pressure? There's also fatigue. You've been going at this for the last 4 hours mentally, physically, just still sitting there. It's intense when you get to this point.
Yeah, as well as the fact that this has been over several days and the fact that a lot of these guys had exams. This was exam week, so we had to schedule around that. They had to go do their exams and then come back and finish it out. Student athletes to the T of the definition of the word. So I think you really have to think about the mental aspect of things other than the execution.
Yeah, and I mean, keep in mind, if you're just joining us now, this championship tournament has been going on over the last 4 days. We saw 14 teams originally broke it down, quarters, semifinals. Each side of the bracket had their own respective semifinals. This is the West and the East now clashing, meeting here, and it all comes down to game number 5. Let's get into our draft. And Degon, I don't know what to expect here. We've seen some craziness. We've seen some different picks coming out. I would like to see things start going back to a little bit more standard, and I would like to see, at the time we saw the most standard draft, we were all kind of leaning towards Illinois, but in the end, Michigan State pulled that one out on top, but I want to see Illinois go back there again. I know they lost the last time around, but I think when it comes to Game 5, when it comes to the ability to, maintain the pace, I think they maybe have it a little bit over Michigan State.
Well, Michigan State will take back the blue side. The Fighting Illini will take the red side. The blue side has had a lot of pressure around Berrien, but the Fighting Illini, regardless of what side they've been on, have done a great job of controlling Dragon, and that's been a focus of this team that makes the Elder Dragon at the end of the game so much more important. You can't ignore it. One thing you can't ignore is the Kale. The Fighting Illini first banned that one away. So no Kale. Silas removed from the game. So even though there was no victory here for Sunlight, he won't get the opportunity to play it again. But this is what they left open. They left open the Zillion, and Moonlight, who's had himself a series, will get his chance to make those clutch chrono shifts at the right time.
I expect Morgana to be the counter pick up here as well from Illinois, getting their own support off this. But I cannot understate how good Moonlight is on this Zillion. He's an absolute beast. His chrono shifts, I think we saw him miss like one in an entire series when he got this champ. It's wild. His stun's on point every single. We saw him get a 5-man stun. It was one of our highlight reels a couple weeks ago.
Hit him with the double bombs, yeah.
Oh yeah, this is scary now. I mean, Michigan State probably got the best first pick they could ask for.
Yeah, I mean, the best for them. And it's been interesting to see the draft evolve and switch around. This time, the Cassiopeia gets removed, and that leaves up the Kazakhs. So Kazakhs Morgana, as you expected, will be picked up by Illinois. And I think that's okay. Usually you prevent the double bombs from stunning whoever with the Black Shield. But the way Michigan State plays with the Zillion is less about the double bombs and getting the stun down and more about the usage of the chrono shift, allowing these aggressive players, Dillaran, Tarzan and Canyon, to get in the face of the opponents without fear of getting burst down. And that's kind of actually the team composition that Illinois built, because everyone had a QSS, and in case they blew your QSS and then you get CC'd again, Kale was there. And so you saw Project One getting very aggressive multiple times, taking the glacial prison by Tarzan and Canyon, and not really worrying about it because he knew he had a backup plan. So with the Tristana can jump on in, get down the damage, and if he gets caught out, Zillion can bring him back to life. Hovering the Nami was Nightshade. He's the one that always trolls the picks. That's why I didn't talk about it at all.
Yep,
and Tarzan and Canyon going back to a Game 5 Graves. Did it last time, found success in it. Early pressure from the Graves will help dictate the pace, even in the face of this Kazakhs. But a double AD carry composition yet again for Michigan State. And the Vladimir, which has been banned over and over again against Topopotamus, that one slides on through. And so now we've got ourselves a bunch of comfort picks all over the place.
And this is interesting. I think me and everybody else forgot about the Vladimir. We were so focused on everything else, so focused on the Kale prioritization and the Zillion, that we forgot about this Vlad, who has been almost first banned every single game. We're now going to be seeing it in the hands of Topopotamus here, most likely. And it's interesting because we've seen two forms of Tarzan and Canyon with his Graves. We've seen Game 5 against Michigan yesterday, where he was a beast. And then we saw him earlier today, where he was a little bit less impactful. More ADCs being denied off the board here for Michigan State, getting rid of the Draven, getting rid of that Sivir, no surprise there. And then the target over towards I Am Nightshade. Get rid of his Ahri, get rid of his Orianna.
Oh, okay, I was getting really excited. I was like, the Bosch, you know what they're leaving up? His Vayne, which he's played multiple times, and they did get wins, but he didn't look fantastic on it, but they went back to it over and over again. This time they're going to go with the Varus. This is probably one of the first times we've seen Varus in competitive play in the BTN. Definitely the first time in the BTN Championship. Varus with the CC, with the chains of corruption, something to keep your eye on. He can now dictate the pace, and there's so many ways that you can build the Varus. You can do on-hit, you can do crit, you can do lethality, poke Varus, I believe definitely for the Golden Guardians, my boy definitely. Matthew Chen, shoutouts. Got to play that yesterday, and it was fantastic. But then when Wild Turtle got it, he played the on-hit build, and that one carried them to the late game. I'd imagine he would go the on-hit build because you already have burst damage with the Kazakhs in the game. So 2 lethality champions, not usually the greatest thing to run. On the opposite side, Sunlight going to get his hands back on the Ornn. Ornn was not banned out as they focus down the mid lane, and it'll be Lulu. So, ooh, okay. So the Zillion will be rotated over to the mid lane for I Am Nightshade. Morgana can flex in the mid lane here, so we might have ourselves a great flex draft. I'm not exactly sure yet, but this is a lot riding on the hands of Dillaran right here. You've got 2 supports, and this is something that slid on through. It's the Kassadin, so you've got yourself the late scaling Kassadin. Illinois gets Zeno his champion.
I think this Illinois just absolutely massacred this draft. I think Illinois just walked away with this, no questions asked. That's my opinion. Zyrene, I got to get your opinion on this one.
I'm actually of a similar opinion. The fact that they get the Vladimir and they get the Morgana, and I think what they exchange is a pretty much pocket pick of the Zillion. And, you know, we were talking about Moonlight on this. I think this might be a Lulu mid to kind of harass, and I think the Lulu mid will be able to, like, poke the Kassadin a decent amount. But that's really what I think it'll be, because I think Moonlight has been such a fantastic Zillion. That's what they traded, is 1 for 2 there. But then the Kassadin is something that you have to consider. It can turn online. It can have a really good matchup into both the Ornn or the Lulu, where it doesn't get punished too much. And he's looking to scale because they have such good late game here. Also, the Varus is a counter pick to Tristana. His range early is superior, and then he has a lot of kind of mechanics that will slow her down, allow him to poke her and deal damage. So the Varus is mostly to counter the Tristana during the early parts of the game and trade back with her when she explosive charges. He just hits back, Blighted Quiver, and then he's able to get this burst damage.
Which is smart because Dillaran has owned the early part of the laning phases throughout the series, except that last series where he started falling behind. But, I mean, he has looked dominant, and even when the Fighting Illini were winning all across the map, it was on the back of Michigan State's AD carry and support that they found ways to stall the game out, allow those lanes that fell behind early to get some gold, get some items, and have an impact. So a counter pick in that bottom lane might be the antidote here.
Counters and counters. I'm so happy the Moonlight is playing the Cillian, but I'm less happy about this Lulu in the mid. Then there's the adaptation throwing the cast up top, winning the Vladimir. Then to counter that, again, moves and counter moves from both of these teams. I'm still favoring the draft of Illinois, and as I ask for these predictions, I think that's going to be my final one here. I think in terms of overall predictions, I'm giving this one to Illinois. I think they have the superior draft, and they're looking solid after that last game. I think they're going to take it in game number 5.
I think that's a good choice, but what I'm thinking here is that Michigan State wants to have very early aggressive plays in skirmishes, not in team fights, but with Graves on one side or Tristan on the other side, and have Lulu or Zillion support. I think they get it done because they've consistently played on the knife's edge. Michigan State going to be your BTN champions.
All right, that's what Degon's thinking. Zyrene, what about you?
Oh, I think he just made them de-gone from the tournament because I don't think the draft is going to hold up. I feel like the Illinois side, I like their draft. Their scaling is far superior. By the time that the Tristana even comes online, how is she going to deal with a Kassadin and a Vladimir? Because they have a front line where it's like, all right, we have Ornn in the front. We're going to have everybody else behind that. We'll have some supportive champions. They're all so squishy that Kassadin plus a Vladimir getting to your backline, they will flank. They'll take teleports to look for that collapse on the backline. They'll just go right past the Ornn and go into that fight. And that's what I think is really going to wreck that team in the mid-late game.
Hey, if there's a guy that's going to do it for Michigan State, it's going to be Dillaran.
It's going to be Dillaran.
Yeah, that's true. He has been popping off.
This is one for the ages because this is a point now. Illinois hasn't won. They've gotten to these finals 2 years in a row, and they haven't been, or I think now 3 years in a row actually, but they haven't been able to get it done in any of them. Maryland has taken them down every single time. This is their opportunity to find redemption.
Yeah, and this is, to that point, this will be the first BTN champion that aren't the Maryland Terrapins.
Absolutely incredible. We saw Maryland fall earlier to Michigan. They've been out for a while. This is potentially Illinois' time to shine. Let's get into game number 5. It all comes down to this. All the blood, sweat, and tears, the scrims, the practice, the hours spent in solo queue, all comes down to one final game.
And for Illinois, it'd be the first time that all of that hard work, like you guys have been talking about, all of it finally pays off. The returning members coming back, the 3 guys on the top side, the new bottom lane, finally being able to lift that BTN tournament championship trophy and say they are the champions. But on Michigan State's side, these were the guys that were not expected to be here. It was expected to be Maryland. They came out of the round robin going, hey, we're number 1. They take down Maryland. They take down, they take down Michigan, and then they are going to take down Illinois here to have to get themselves to that championship. It has been one of the hardest roads that they have ever had, and they have fought tooth and nail for that.
I could not agree more. I mean, you look at the path you had to take to get here. I mean, Illinois, I feel like Purdue gave them a bit of struggle for sure, but I agree. I think Michigan State has had the much tougher road.
Yeah, and it's funny because the Bosch said, oh yeah, by far the West, stronger conference. And after watching season long full of games, I think it's the East. You know, you had multiple challengers there, the returning experience of Maryland, the upstart of Michigan, and even a team like Penn State who was punching above their weight every now and then. That's 4 teams battling for the championship.
I have to agree, Degon, as the game starts itself out here. Neither team, I mean, part of me was hoping for a level 1 and 5-man invade just to change it up.
In game 5, no way.
Those never happened in game 5.
Never happened, come on. I mean, you're absolutely right, but yeah, a guy can dream.
But the Bosch looking just for some chunk damage. He wants to get multiple people. Yep, just get a little bit there. And Timmy Tommy, see if he actually just walks out. He took Tormented Soil, but look at this. The invade there, Project, he went for the blue buff start. I always hate this because of this exact reason. The Grave just goes red, straight into the jungle. is there a collapse? Here comes the Morgana. The Morgana does have Tormented Soil, though, so he can't really do much in terms of the Q.
Yeah, and so because he doesn't know that he has Tormented Soil, I guess that wasn't communicated across, Graves will just walk out and say, hey, that's okay with that. I slowed down his pathing and took control of the Scuttle Crab on the bottom side.
Yeah.
Now, something I wanted to note here was the Bosch will be doing the on-hit build. He has lethal tempo, so every time he gets the auto attack, he gets the attack speed buff and can go over the attack speed cap, which is 2.5 auto attacks per second. And so that'll be something to keep your eye on.
And when you have that, you really, I always look at the Varus, and it was something with like North America, especially in the LCS, it was like, why do our Varuses suck? And it was because, it's because our supports weren't defending them the same way that other supports from other regions do. The Jannas that will peel, like for Gorilla, for example, right, was playing it so well that it makes the Varus look even better. And here, having a Morgana, having somebody who can just defend him, give him a black shield, so his positioning isn't as under the microscope, where if he makes a tiny misstep, he's dead. It'll allow him to be able to misstep and not be completely destroyed.
And now we're seeing more invades coming through. Tarzan and Canyon putting it to Project One right now. He's like, you struck my champion, I'm gonna take your jungle.
Yeah, I don't know why he starts on the blue like that, too. I actually think that's so bad. Like, I understand it, like, hey, maybe you want to, get this leg up, and maybe you want to, throw him for a loop and say, oh, I started blue, because people never do that. It's that next level play where it's so bad that it's good because people don't expect you to do it. But he gets to invade him off this. See, he doesn't have red. Goes into the jungle, says, all right, doesn't matter if we run into each other. I win because I have the superior buff.
And that seems to be the time in this series when teams have fallen apart. It's when they outsmart themselves. We saw in Game 2 when Illinois tried to go for the second sneaky Baron using the Blast Cone when it was 4v5.
Oh, yeah.
That's cheeky, but that's not a smart play. And so same thing right here. Not a smart play to start your blue buff when you do all the auto attacks. And Project One now finds himself in a major deficit after the first clear.
Now we're continuing to see the battle down here in the bottom. This is really where I'm keeping my eyes this game. The Bosch and Dillaran, two names we've been talking about all series long. If one of them goes off, if one of them lights the fuse, they could be the bomb that explodes the dreams of their opponent. Sanguine Pool is being popped. Topopotamus trying to get himself back, baiting Tarzan Canyon back underneath the turret. Topopotamus contesting this. He's got the grit.
Yeah, that was fancy footwork there. He's able to use the Crimson Pact transfusion to make to get full HP life steal there at the last second, and was able to dodge out the end of the line. So smart play to draw some pressure, and that gives a Project One opportunity to take the chickens on the other side of the map.
You see the jungler on the top side, go to the bottom side, steal the camps from him. The chickens typically respawn if people have done them earlier. I don't know if he did them at all, actually, for the first round, because it's a little bit past the normal time of when they would respawn. So, yeah, the Kha'Zix picks him up. He's back on track here. You see the CS, he's just about 9 down, about 2 camps, little change. But I'm watching this mid lane in particular, because if you're the Lulu, you can't be down versus a Caston. You got to push him out. And the Caston had TP, so Xeno's able to come back to lane with some more HP, refilled potions, and if he's CSing fine, it's like, well, the Lulu's not bullying him in lane, so you're picking the Lulu for the scaling to help the Tristana and the Graves, but then by that point, the Caston's going to be online.
Yeah, at that point, all the wild growths in the world aren't going to do anything at that point, because Xeno on his Caston, we've seen it before. He is an absolute beast. You also have Topopotamus on this Vladimir as well. They've got so much options. They've got options. They've got mobility. They've got the ability to get into the backline. You've got the Kha'Zix as well. There's not going to be a back-to-front fight on this one. There is going to be only the dive. And my question will become, will Michigan State have an answer for it?
What's going on?
Yeah, Tarzan Canyon starting the Dragon, but
Yeah,
it has been pinged out.
Okay.
Like, it was already been pinged out by the Fighting Illini, and they know he's coming, and he doesn't have enough damage. And I think the Illini are going to get themselves a free Infernal Drake. Thank you very much for the leash, good sir.
Yeah.
I think they're wondering what's going on, because they see it, and there's nobody else there, and I think if you're Illinois, you're this perfect combination of happy and confused.
Type in all chat, TY for leash. That one is one that you know what, we take those here. we take those. Oh no.
Take what is offered. What can I say?
Like, it's a frustrating moment where in game 5 you're like, all right, I'm ahead. I got pressure. Kha'Zix was in the base. Tristana walked up. Lulu walked up and was like, I have to recall. And then Tristana goes back to lane, and it's like, the Dragon boys, like, come on.
This is what I was talking about before the game, is that the idea that we're on game 5 now. You've been playing for 4 straight hours. Is fatigue a factor? You math it out in your head. I have enough HP to take this Drake. I don't have enough HP to take this Drake. Like, there's that moment of panic where you're like, I didn't bring my calculator, guys. My middle school teacher told me this moment would come. I don't have one on me. This is a disaster. And now Illinois is in a position where they're just continuing to push this little momentum. Michigan State is ahead in terms of goal, but like I feel like Illinois already got to be happy with this.
Yeah, and they do, because like the momentum was on the side of Michigan State with all the jungle pathing that Tarzan Canyon was able to get down on Project 1, the failed gank on the top side of the map, now this gifted over Infernal Drake. Things slow back down as the second buff start to respawn, and it's on the back of a couple of mistakes here by Tarzan Canyon.
Project One's doing a good job though of finding camps where he can. It's kind of, this is where, you know, the other jungler, he's your lord, he's in command. You just have to be like, please Lord, leave me a camp, and you're like, oh, thank you for these scraps. I will take these raptors. You're like, oh yeah, yes, I'll take your grump. I don't care if it's level 1 or something. Please, thank you. It's like you'll take anything at that point to stay in the game as the Kazakhs, and he's done exactly that. He gave up his blue buff just now, and his I guess it's the top side or bot side. It's the bot side jungle. It's the red side blue buff. I guess I'll use that terminology. It's the red side blue buff. He gave that one over to the Graves, and the Graves is now going to clear his side of the jungle and then go back to the opposite side, find his wolves and all that. But it's almost back to even here because of all the scraps that Project One has been able to pick up.
And the Scuttle Crab spawning on the top side of the map, that worked out for him as well. So RNG is on the side of Illinois to start things off.
Drake helps too.
But if we look at the bottom side of the map, this is where we're starting to see a big discrepancy in Dillaran getting a bit aggressive.
Oh, he's dead.
Does get caught. He's not dead because Moonlight has Zillion.
Level 6 is a big deal. That chrono shift to be able to keep him in the fight. Dillaran walking right back through. The Bosch is a whole of HP. Look at the top left of your screen. And that's going to be Tarzan and Canyon looking to swing on in and pick himself up a couple of kills. They have vision of this. This is going to be the TP. Tarzan and Canyon doesn't know this is about to be potentially falling on his head. Topopotamus coming on down from the top.
Hit him with the dark bind.
Hit him with the dark bind, and the Morgana is here. The flash forward for Topopotamus going right on through the ult. Not nearly enough, but that is the Ornn coming on through as well. Sunlight trying to get to the Bellows Breath, doing a lot of damage to follow with the bomb. And I cannot believe they're walking away from this. No deaths. Timmy Thomas, Dillaran says, I want more, but does he dive in to his death? Call the Horse Guard, he doesn't even get the kill, turn around. Dillaran gets himself back out, and now Sunlight walks back in. This is not over yet, dear sir. The Bosch, the knockup from Morano to get it done. Sunlight, the shining star for MSU. He will die, but oh so worth.
And there's so many things that happen in that fight. The TPs, he will die to turret, but the kill does go over to Vladimir because the auto attack was in time. Let's take a look at that one more time. I want you to keep your eyes not only on Tarzan and Canyon, but also Project One as this thing plays on out. Originally, the binding lands on top of the CC. They didn't quite layer it, but the kill goes through. However, Chrono Shift keeps him up. And then as you go through this, you were pointing this out, Irene, they have full vision of the ward on top of Tarzan and Canyon. The TP was actually started by Sunlight, but then it was counter TP'd by Topopotamus, so this turns this into a de facto 3v4. The rotation on over from Project One, and then keep your eyes where Project One jumps here. Good juke by Tarzan and Canyon. Project One just jumps like away from the free kill.
He doesn't have vision of him, so he went around the corner, and it turns out Graves was heading down. You were heading up, and then right here, Dillaran goes in, and he says, all right. Then he Rocket flashes out, and it's like, tag me in, bro. Tries to bring the bomb to him. He's ready to go. He's like, all right, and then he still gets it. And a lot of this is actually made possible by the fact that Kassadin's TP was about 10 seconds away by this point here. It was so close to being up, and if you were able to have Xeno join that fight, it would have been completely different, and that Kassadin could have spelled disaster. And the Lulu Nightshade poked him out as well during that point.
Yeah, and that was my point. Right before that, that would have allowed Xeno to TP on in. Nightshade went aggressive. He went full aggressive, used all his spells, used the Ignite, and so Project One, Xeno had to go back. Now Project One and Tarzan and Canyon have a 1v1 duel, 1v1 me in the jungle, bro. And it will be Project One being #1, but he's on the wrong side. Nightshade trying to catch him out. The ult not going to land. Sunlight is here, leaving the top side of the map wide open. Vladimir's getting to farm free, but Project One will die, giving it over to the Lulu instead of the Ornn. And so Ornn kind of wasting his time there.
Well, he's also on the bottom side of the map. It's time to go do that Infernal Drake. You just killed the jungler, so kind of make use of your time here. Say, all right, guys, push out bottom. Ornn is going to look for an Ornn Horn bottom, potentially maybe get kills, but also zone them off. And look for this Infernal. I feel like that should be the play now, especially since you're giving Topotamus room.
A whole lot of gold.
Oh, yeah. I mean, again, there's a reason that Vladimir was banned in every single one of these games. He slipped on through in this one, and he's continuing to assert his dominance. Michigan State getting something back, though, picking up a Drake of their own, equalizing that out. No hesitation. Great call from them. Getting that in a few seconds, but putting them back even in terms of that. If we look in terms of gold, though, almost a 2K lead for Michigan State.
Yeah, Michigan State off on the right foot here. A lot of that is that turret played in gold in the early parts of the game, and you can see 1,100 of that on the Tristana. Dillaran, you guys said it at the start. If anybody's going to carry this game for MSU, it's Dillaran. He has been fantastic. Even in this counter matchup, he's up 40 CS already. He's at that 10 per minute mark. And Moonlight on that first pickable for MSU champion of the Zillion, where they were like, we see Zillion, we take Zillion. That is an easy lock-in for them. They almost like insta-locked it when they saw it. They're like, you guys, you done goofed. And so far, it's paying off.
Not taking Zillion, ain't nobody got time for that.
that is an older meme. I haven't heard that one in a good while, man. You're bringing them back.
I'm glad. I had no idea. I thought that was making that up fresh. Perfect.
Ain't nobody got time for that?
No. Okay,
What?
fair. In the context of Zillion.
Oh.
Because
I meant that ain't nobody got time for that.
all right, that's fair. All right, a little
Yeah.
bit old school. I mean, hopefully some of our audience was alive or was born for that.
Oh, they were.
They definitely were. We're seeing the push continuing down from Michigan State, and they've done a lot of work on this turret. You're talking about turret plating, and the Tristana doing a lot of work with that. Dillaran so comfortable on this champion. It's one of those champs been around forever. Everybody's super comfortable playing it, and it's showing here the Varus a bit more of an unknown factor, I think, in this one.
Yeah, the interesting thing about this is that they're saying, Dillaran, you'll get this large CS advantage bottom. They're playing through him now. But the one thing that's kind of different in this match than the previous ones is that Zeno is not crushing mid lane. He's up, but hold on, Project One. Oh, he's just stalking Tarzaning.
Yeah, Tarzani Canyon, that's the second time he's died in his jungle. He's getting him back for all the early pathing, and I think that's a sign of a player that understands what his
It's the
role
rebellion.
is
It's the
after
uprising.
after he gets pushed back. Like, you see so many times junglers trying to push and press at the wrong times once they get further behind, but Project One taking those scraps, putting it together, and now finding themselves 2 kills to 0 of the opposing jungle.
I'm now looking at a situation where, remember we talked about how like Lulu's supposed to be pushing in this mid lane and pushing back to Caston, and oh my, we're knocking over everything on set, everything's going amazing. But here's the thing, is Cassidy is ahead in terms of CS, and this is Zeno. This is the player who's getting caught out right now, but also one of the rising stars for the side of Illinois. He's getting caught up right now, forced to flash, but he may actually look to try and liver it here. Is Sunlight there on the flank? All 5 members of Michigan State are going to try and chase down Topotamus, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to get it done as the rest of the side of Illinois is coming on in here on the flank. Can they find this?
This goes too long. He can TP back in after.
Oh my, there's the rune on I Am Nightshade, and the follow-up is there. That is going to be the TP continuing this. Zeno gets caught out, but continues his rampage.
Yeah, and the Chrono Shift was used early by Moonlight, so once the ulti went down by the Bosch, nothing to do for Nightshade. He falls, and that aggression gets reversed around by the Fighting Illini. They'll take control of the Rift Herald now.
Yeah, and what I was getting at with the whole Zeno isn't up 20, 30 CS or whatever in the mid lane. He's up 20-ish right now, but the big thing is, it's going to be backloaded in this game. Zeno's going to pop off later, not early.
Now we're seeing the fight continue to break out as Michigan State is trying to pull back into this. Dillaran jumping on in. Project One standing tall.
Zeno,
and instantly getting cut down to side. But Zeno is here on the flank. He's up against 4 members by himself. The rest of the team has backed on out. Shelly will leash. Not a big deal here. So, nice little counter kill for Michigan State.
They stopped the Rift Herald being taken, which is the biggest success of that, and they get the kill on top of it. So it's kind of, you'll take what you can get at that point, and they are still ahead. Zeno, though, scaling up at that level 11. Kind of the first real power spike for that Cassidy. And look, they're trying to get the Rift Herald for themselves here. So if Michigan State are able to pick this one up, they can easily break that mid turret. The Caston wave clear isn't very good, and then you push the Caston in, you keep him under that tier 2, and he can't really get to those side lanes, which is where he becomes a really big terror.
Or the Dragon Pit, because the Dragon will be coming up. And again, it's been the 3rd Infernal. We've seen 3 Infernals throughout this series. This is great RNG here if you like action. And I think the big thing to note is that Zeno didn't get that kill, but the scaling champ of at Michigan State University did. Dillarian was the one that picked that one up. I think he needs to be careful now with his combos. He's so used to hopping on in, using the charging shot, and killing someone with the buster shot. You need to be aware. Maybe you need to save that buster shot for a Xeno that wants to hop on you and make him use Rift Walk one extra time. The pressure now going down on the mid lane, forcing Xeno back, and these two teams starting to stalk their way down to the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, I like this. They want to establish this control, make sure they go wards down. Xeno not realizing there's 5 members here, trying to get himself out. We do see the orange charging on through. So the rest of the side of Illinois is going to walk back through this, call the Forge God.
Whoa.
Maybe actually going to find 2. Nice black shield, though, denying a lot of that damage. Something's going to walk in the back line, though.
Vladimir!
So much damage. The Vlad is there. The Sanguine Pool doing so much work, and now they're continuing to chunk that down. Timmy Tommy is here, and the rest of the side of Michigan State, though, in a terrible position. Topopotamus looking to continue keeping the pressure up on Moonlight. As we see Sunlight on the flank, being chased down by Project One. He is in no man's land once again.
And this is what I was talking about compositionally, where it's so hard to deal with a Vladimir from the back and a Caston from the side, and then the rest of the team is just in that front. That is going to be another kill. They eventually picked that one up, but now it's time for that Infernal. They should be able to pick this one up before there's too much interference. It's just the Zillion. It's a support. You don't have to pay it too much mind. Just take this very quickly. There's the TP, but get back on it. Topopotamus.
Nightshade is here on the flank, trying to find Topopotamus. Got the Sanguine Pool, but that's going to be the Drake being picked up by the Bears. Project One's going to give his life for it. But I think Illinois is all right with that trade.
Just focus the damn thing. Like, the Topopotamus almost died there, too, to the Lulu walking up and, like, autoing the Ignite. That is so close. It's too close for comfort.
Keep your eye on where Nightshade ended, or where Moonlight put the ultimate down, because he had to use it early in that last Dragon team fight. Not on Dillarian. I think it was the first time where he didn't use it on Dillarian, and so an early ult burned by the Bosch. You're thinking, okay, like this is our go time. No knock up there, and Project One's able to get out, but the flank goes huge.
It's a misclick. It's a misclick.
Yeah, that's what it is. And so Moonlight accidentally uses it on himself, saying, hey, I'm the important one, right?
Yep.
And he gets in trouble because he used it on himself. Nightshade decided to use the ult on him as well, so both supportive ults going on the supports rather than your glass cannon 80 carry.
Yeah, he meant to put it onto Tarzan and Canyon because Tarzan and Canyon was right on top of him and getting blown up and not able to get it off in time. And even then, Dillarian would have died because of that pressure from Topopotamus. They went too far forward, and this one here, this is another overextension. Just, oh, it's so close. He's burning down just barely. That red buff almost got him, and I am Nightshade doing work there, getting that kill, and almost getting the other. He's a little bummed on that.
And something that people always forget, back in season 4, season 5, Baker playing Lulu mid. Lulu mid has a lot of burst damage in this mid game. Yes, falls off definitely, but definitely can do the damage. And you saw there at the very last second how much burst damage was in that the help picks afterwards.
Speaking of mid, I mean, during that replay, we saw the Rift Herald being summoned from Michigan State, taking down the turrets in the mid, opening up all the way to the inhib turret of Illinois. So that is a clear path towards the win condition for Michigan State if they can continue to push that on through. Great utilization there of that Rift Herald.
Yeah. And Illinois, on the other hand, though, even though that's the win condition where they want to push up for Michigan State, Illinois want to delay. You will give away structures. It's okay to give up turrets. Just make them fight for it without losing anybody yourself. You want to make it be as hard as possible. Don't seed them completely, but make it difficult. Make them sweat for it, because the Caston will hit level 16 and will be able to blow up a lot of this backline.
Now we're continuing to see Illinois rallying here, just playing towards this, and it seems like Illinois is doing all right in a lot of these engages, but they're still behind in gold. They're still behind in structures. I mean, they've yet to actually take a turret in this game.
Yeah, and a lot of that is to be expected off the back of the fact they have Vladimir that scales and the Caston that scales. It's that bottom lane that was the surprise, because they took offensive summoners and they had the counter matchup, but it was really Dillarian going in, turning around a fight that they didn't think they would actually take on the side of Illinois. They got the binding, they got the ultimate, and then it was the Zillion ultimate from Moonlight that had really come up huge. So the Zillion was the X factor in that bottom lane.
All right, positioning around the top side, though, is Project One, and Tristana is there by herself. Dillarian has to be smart here.
Is the horror movie.
Oh no, goes in the Bosch ultim and the instant cleanup. The nightmare from the dark. Tristana blink and you miss her. And that was the insta-give from Illinois.
That's the jump scare Varus ultimate. Out of the fog of war, he actually, I think he ulti-flashed there as well. You cast the R before flashing and it'll still come out of your new location. Instead of having the quarter-second cast time after you flash, it'll be before, so you buffer that. And that makes it even quicker and harder to react to.
paying off for Illinois, trying to reclaim some ground here. Look towards 3 turrets simultaneously. The macro play is starting to kick in online. We're seeing the Zillion ult being utilized there on himself. The chrono shift once more keeping him alive. This time, casting on himself was on purpose.
Yeah, it definitely was, and I'm not sure if we caught that. He used it immediately because Project One did the quickest burst damage throughout the game. Let's take a look at that top lane one more time and see the mechanics of the Varus buffered ultimate in a second. Once we have it, there we go. All right, and so Dillaran just kind of waiting around, knows that, hey, look, Morgana's there on the bottom side of the map. And then, gosh, yeah, that's just tough.
Yeah, he's already got his hand moving before he even flashes. So yeah, he was doing the ulti flash. And we saw there as well that Project One had actually gone from one bush to the other while the minion wave was still alive. He just snuck past them.
Did indeed, but speaking of sneaking in, Project One and crew sitting in this tribe rush. I have to appreciate Moonlight, though. This aggressive warding, just positioning, making sure they do not lose that. He's not afraid to face check at that point. You mentioned there's always got to be the one point where you go and you face check that first bush to get vision up, and they did it there, able to force it out. Zeno might have found himself on the wrong side of town. Nice dodge call. The Forge God gets himself out of there, but he's in a terrible position, and he is on the wrong side of the line of scrimmage. He's totally fine right up until he runs to this Tristana. I feel like there's been multiple members of Illinois who have sacrificed themselves to this very turret in this very spot.
He's TPing. Wait.
He can ult him.
Not a
Is he going to get ulted? He's going to get ulted.
He got ulted, yeah.
Wait, he's going to turn this around, though, right? Dillaran picks him up.
Oh, boy.
I was going to say laser recalls lose games, but that's not what that was.
No, that was a forced TP. Forced TP gets you nothing. I was going to say gets him a Drake. Gets you a turret. So they're able to get the turret on the bottom side of the map to open things up. But smartly, Michigan State only send Tristana there to cancel that one out, and now they have control of the mid game.
Yep, and what they want to do is they want to actually go towards this Baron, potentially start it up, because there's no TP on the Kassadin. You know that the Vladimir's bottom side, so the Kassadin cannot make it to this in time. It will be a guaranteed 4v5 at best for Illinois.
Question becomes, how much damage do they take before this real fight breaks out? They're going to keep themselves topped up through all this. Tommy trying to find the binding on the flank. Project One is here as well. Looking to lead.
They got to get a ward in there.
They got to go in there soon. They have to get vision down. Tommy's going to be the target. The Black Shield, the ult going through, not doing a whole lot, and that's the first blood.
Vladimir.
Morgana, the Vlad goes in. Top Eponymous finds it. The nice Zillion to keep him alive. Turns in again. The flank is going down. That's going to be the kill in the graves. Dillaran is trying to continue this, but no! The double kill for the Cossacks. 4v5 matters not. If you were on Illinois, they lose one, but do so much damage.
Yeah, and Dillaran had the choice after the revive. Do I jump away to safety, or do I go in and make the hero play? And he tried so close to try and shut down Project One and then bounce himself to safety. And Project One auto attack away, maybe 2 auto attacks away, lives through it as we take a look at how this all unfolded one more time.
And you got to keep your eyes on top of Potamus. He is providing threat from the bottom side, and then right here, they use a lot on Tommy. Tommy actually is doing he's doing the Lord's work. He is being the support that he absorbed spells. He absorbed a slow that would have been used on Vladimir instead, and Top Potamus gets a great ultimate off, followed by the Tides of Blood, able to get himself into that back line.
And now I see the reason why Dillaran went back in is because Nightshade was there. Nightshade was right there to get one more auto attack off, maybe a Glitter Lance, but ran far enough away once Tarzan and Canyon went down. He wasn't in range to get the auto attack off, to get the spell off, to keep Dillaran alive and get the reset down. And because of that, it made Dillaran look like, hey, that was a questionable call. It's just a lack of communication in that quick second fight.
So one of the things that I think is going to break down here for Michigan State is the composition. You have the Ornn top, that's a bunch of CC. You have the Graves in the jungle, some damage. You have the Lulu mid, some damage, and then he's also supported. But then Tristana is your big damage dealer, and Zillion really doesn't do too much. He's mostly a CC bot. You're kind of going, we have 2 big damage dealers and one kind of secondary, you have like 2.5 damage dealers. On the opposite side, there's like 4 damage dealers, or 3.5, or even more than that if you want to consider some of these scaling champions to be higher in that regard. But if you're trying to out-sustain the Vladimir or out-damage him, it's not going to happen. And he gets tankier and tankier. So I'm actually sitting here scratching my head going, how do you kill this Vladimir as a Graves with a Tristana before he's able to sustain up, even just use his ultimate in Zonia's? And it's got to come down to the Lulu being able to polymorph him before he gets into that nice little pool. And that's what they really have to look out for. They're trying to get his TP now by starting this off, though.
There's going to be full awareness, and there is the TP. The flank from Zeno is here, pushing them all back. Sunlight crew need to be careful. The rest of Illinois is starting to come on in. but very smartly, Michigan State's backing up.
Yeah, and that seemed a little too easy for Michigan State. They just walk right on in. Illinois starts to panic a bit. They do have a ton of minions there on the bot lane turret, but I don't think it'll fall because it gets answered by their own cannon minion wave. And so no TP power for Topopotamus.
Oh.
And the chain
That
of corruption almost landed.
Optimistic.
Yeah, I think he's maybe fishing for it because he doesn't have flash, and then Tarzana Canyon actually had to E to the left. I think he just barely got out of the way. They're toying with them right now. Illinois are kind of saying if somebody's caught out of position, they know they don't have the flashes, and there are some good flashes on Illinois' side.
They're going in. Tarzana Canyon knows this is the time. They need to make a call. They need to fight right now. Tarzana Canyon goes in, no problem, finds multiple members, doesn't find the Bosch, and finds his own demise. Instead, Topopotamus goes gold with the Zoni in the mid.
That's
Taking a lot of
Topopotamus.
CC, but he's got everything. So that keep him, or Anon, I should say, he just goes down instantly. Now this is Zeno. This is a 4v4 situation. Goes in the wild growth on his sunlight. Maybe not the ideal target here as he's walking through. He's the tank, but he's not going to be able to do a whole lot. Zeno is still through this. Watch Project One on the flank, though. This is going to be absolutely massive. Topopotamus does get picked off there. That was absolutely huge. And this is Michigan State's chance to continue this push, but watch the flank coming in. They're trying to find it. Project One is there. Zeno goes gold a little bit longer. He's got the black shield to keep him in, but a lot of poke damage has been done. This is the collapse from Illinois. Can they make it happen? I'm waiting for this Kha'Zix, but Project One's deciding he never wants to go in.
Yeah, he can't go in quite yet.
Slow,
the sunlight is
slows.
there. Yeah, you're trying to use the slow. Zeno very low. Gets his Seraph's Embrace in time. Dillard wants to get the resets. Here we go!
This is Tristana trying to go in. He finds one of the Morgana. The Bosch is going to be the next target. Finally, Project One goes in, but is it too little too late? There's a lot of damage being done in return. But Illinois, they've already taken the casualties. They've already taken the losses. That's the triple kill for the Tristana.
And Tristana finally showing up huge. The patience there by Project One does not pay off. And oh God, it's just the rapid fire cannon. You want to buy so many different Zeal items. This one is the one that paid off for Dillaren. He was able to get a couple of extended range auto attacks off, including the one onto Timmy Tommy that let him get the resets. Zeno falls, and now it looks like they're trying to end.
They're trying to go for it right now. Deke on the TP. All 5 members are going to be here. Sunlight comes back with full HP. There's the second with a lot of damage going on out. Can he survive? He will be able to get back. Not doing enough damage. Zeno's on the flank. He has the black shield to keep him in this. I think this is the moment Michigan State needs to realize they've got what they came for. It's time to back out. What an absolute insane scrap of a fight. And Zeno just continuing to pester and poke as they walk away.
This has been an incredible back and forth here. They've been protecting Dillaren, the guy who has been playing the best on the squad all day long. I talked about it in the previous games. It's not about always what your level is. It's who's playing best on that day. Dillaren is performing incredibly well, and Nightshade is able to back him up. So is Moonlight.
Yeah, but I don't understand why Sunlight just TP'd back in there. You just lost all the tempo. Your health bars are gone. Your ults are down. And this gives the Fighting Illini an opportunity to do their patented move. It's the blast cone over the wall onto the Baron. There's no vision on it. Zeno has TP, and this is going to swing things right back to the Fighting Illini if there's no opportunity for Michigan State to steal this one back.
This is going to be it. That's going to be the Baron going over to Illinois. Tarzana Canyon walks in and then goes, uh-oh, what just happened? You talk about tempo turned on its head. Illinois back against the wall. They were trapped in a corner with no way out, and they just punched through that wall, brought themselves back in this game.
Oh, the TP from Sunlight. They did such a good job baiting this out of the Vladimir earlier on Topopotamus, and then just kind of wasted that. I think it was just a hyphy call. Yeah, let's end. We won this team fight. And then realize, oh shoot, they're all respawning. Topopotamus just ulted on 4 of us. We got to run away.
And it's an overstay, and they can't actually contest the Baron there with their HP bars. They maybe could, but it was also a sneaky Baron from Illinois who's supposed to be kind of in their base right now, kind of licking their wounds. And instead, they're out there getting that Baron.
Now they're looking towards this next Drake. What an intense game. Number 5, more than 500 gold at the 30-minute mark. But let's be honest, guys, I would not have this any other way.
Yeah, I agree. And I think if you're the Fighting Illini, you're so happy you wouldn't have it any other way either, because that Baron, it's not necessarily important to get turrets with it. It's the fact that you get to continue to stall this game out.
Yeah, and
You've
scale.
seen the impact that Vladimir has had. You know what Zeno can do. And the Bosch and Timmy Tommy give you 2 forms of certain CC. It's going to be tough for Michigan State if this game goes past 35 to 40 minutes.
It's going to be tough. but they do have one ace in the hole, a trick up their sleeve, and his name is Dillaran, because he has been an absolute monster in this game. The Tristana has been hitting like a freight train getting into this post 30-minute mark. Look at the items, just absolute just dominance so far. I mean, won the early CS game that's continued to translate into this lead. 7-3-3, the 600 gold bounty on his head. Dillaran is feeling still fairly confident.
Yeah, and he's doing really well for himself, but I have to bring attention to something else here. Zeno, he's level 17. He's running around here as his Caston that's mega power spiked. He can get one more level, but then you look at, even just on the opposite side, Sunlight, this top laner is still level 13. He is like
most of them are 13.
Yeah, I was expecting him to be a higher level. He's the same. This top laner is the same level as his support. Granted, it is a Zillion that can give experience and gain some, but he's like only one level above the enemy support. He's very behind the Vladimir. He just got 2 magic resist items finally completed, so he's been down about an item, a half item at that point, and he isn't even CSing that well at the same time. He's very far behind.
And a lot of that came off of the back of baiting out the TPs from Zeno and Topopotamus. That meant they were grouping earlier. When they were grouping earlier and baiting out these TPs, they were able to get a couple of advantages, including TP advantage, but then they never really went back to the side lane to bait the TP game out, right? Does Topopotamus have TP? No. Sunlight go to the bottom side of the map. They never really did that. They have been so focused on keeping Dillaran alive that they've been missing XP and missing CS.
Oh, I love that right there. Moonlight started giving a level to Nightshade, and he's like, wait a second, gives it to Sunlight instead, because Sunlight, the Ornn, he hit level 13. He can give other people items now, gives 1,000 gold over to Dillaran by upgrading his Infinity Edge, the Molten Edge. That's why he did that. He's like, all right, making him stronger makes the Tristana stronger. So I like that from him, kind of conscious of that, and that they can give over items and make this guy even stronger than he was before, because he is their win condition at this point. You need to keep him alive.
All right, so now vision will be cleared out. We've got ourselves a Death Bush. Sunlight gonna just sneakily show up into the mid lane if you're the side of the Fighting Illini. I mean, like, yeah, that's kind of weird that Sunlight just walked from the mid lane, no worries. But here we go. 13 to 11, 35 minutes, 33 minutes into the game. Timmy Tommy stepping up. Here goes Dillaran.
They find Timmy Tommy, forcing to flash himself forward. Call the Forge God goes in, only connects into one, but a lot of damage. Sanguine Bull trying to get Topopotamus out, and he will be able to do so for now, able to survive and escape. Caston's coming in from the flank. Zeno was there, but a lot of initial damage has been done. All 5 members of Michigan State are marching down the mid lane. They see an inhib. They smell blood. They want to continue to go through. The flank is potentially going to go through, find it, and the binding not going to connect. But all the members of Illinois are here. This is the perfect flank, every single direction, but any single member could get caught out. Project One gets spotted out by the minion wave. Are they going to look to go on in? Zeno is there, and they managed to force them back out without taking any casualties. They found the inhib, though. Michigan State got what they came for.
That was so scary for Michigan State. At one point, there were 4 fronts that the fight was going to be coming from. You had Kha'Zix behind you, you had Kassadin on your left, you had Morgana on your right, and in front of you were the Vladimir and the Varus. Thank goodness the Bosch used the ultimate earlier, otherwise that would have been the ultimate collapse. Instead, the Spartans get away without being turned into a Spartan sandwich. But now, Dragon and Baron will be spawning in a minute.
Yeah, it's a minute though, so all you get to do is set up right now, prep, recall, and then you get to get back out on the map. And this is going to be that Elder Dragon as well. It's one that you want to pick up for both teams. They're going to fight over that a little bit more than the Baron, I would think, because it's an easier objective to take. It doesn't do as much damage, and both teams would benefit greatly from it.
Well, there's a lot of vision right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, all 5 control wards on the top side of the map for Illinois. There's no vision anywhere right now for Michigan State. It's kind of scary, so Moonlight's got to step up, start clearing out vision. Okay, you see all 4 members of the opposing team in the mid lane, so you feel a little bit safer to step up and clear out some vision. Kassadin on the bottom side of the map pushing the wave back, so you know, okay, now he can step up, we can clear things out. A lot of that control that Illinois put down gets removed by Michigan State, and now Michigan State will have control of the Baron Pit.
But look at all the control wards that were just purchased here by Illinois. We even had a Dark Seal being sold by Zeno to pick up 2 control wards. Right now in their inventories, they have what? 9 control wards.
Freak would be happy.
And oh yeah, absolutely. It's something that you can only buy 2 at a time, so 10 is the maximum, and they're ready to go. But they're going to go for this. They're going to go for this Elder.
We're going to see the trade. Yeah, this is absolutely massive for Illinois right now. They got the double Infernal. That's going to be absolutely huge. They are going to be boosted out of their minds right now. This is going to be the Baron going over the way of Michigan State, but it's not really going to affect their win condition at all. At some point, they need to win a fight, and this is now where Illinois has an advantage.
And I love this, how ironic this is, because the team fighting team of Michigan State, they get the macro buff of Baron. Illinois, the macro team, get the team fighting buff of the Dragon. Just these identities now being forced to switch here in the final game of the BTN Championship.
Well, you don't want to give them their strength and enhance that. You want to shore up your weakness. And right here, though, this, like you said, the team fighting of the Elder Dragon is going to help them out a lot. It's going to give them that pressure, even though the Baron buff is on the other side. Ooh. But you have to watch Zeno in these fights. Dillaran, he keeps getting sped up by the Zillion and the Lulu. That is a lot of micro you have to watch. If he gets hit by anything, Dark Binding, any of that stuff, he might be just flat out dead. He does have the QSS, but he has to control his champion perfectly in these fights.
He also bought a stopwatch, so I want to keep my eye on the usage of Chrono Shift by Moonlight and the ulti from Nightshade.
Yeah, they're actually giving him so much. It's the movement speed increases, they have the redemption, they even have a Mikhail's Crucible. They're like, yo, yeah, if you screw up your QSS, we have an insurance policy here. It's the Mikhail's Crucible ready to get him out of another crowd control effect.
What I'm seeing is a lot of ways to counter synergy yourself. I'm seeing a lot of ways, unless their communication is absolutely flawless, it's a lot of way to waste a lot of resources. So we'll see now if they're going to be able to rally and go through this. They're pushing this back on through. I don't mind this call from Illinois. They're going to back up. They're going to try and reset the macro a bit. They continue to push this through. But they're on a timer. They want to use this Elder Dragon buff, but they also don't want to throw this game. Because again, you're now 37, 38 minutes in. You just had this insane series. You want to slow it down, and you want to force your opponent to make a mistake.
That's right. You are less on a timer if you're Illinois than Michigan State, because you're Vladimir, who's going to be massive, doing AoE damage, only has 4 completed items. He has space for 1 more. The Kassadin has space for 1 more. The Kha'Zix has space for 1 more. On the opposite side for Michigan State, he has the stopwatch, which will build into the Guardian Angel, but that's not that much more damage. He's already almost at max damage output.
Yeah, this is where if you haven't used a stopwatch this game, you should probably buy one. That's what we'll be seeing. You see Kha'Zix just gets one there. So Project 1 has that.
Tarzan and Canyon for Michigan State has one as well. We're going to see a lot go golden here.
Yeah. It's a great investment. A lot of people back for elixirs. I think the stopwatch, if you don't ever use it, is the new meta, where you want to pick that up. And even if you had it and built it into like a GA, might as well just buy one on top of that.
All right, here we go. I think the inhibitor will be spawning very soon, but keep your eye on Project 1.
Kha'Zix is here on the flank. Call the Forge God goes in to try and start this fight. Who can they hit? Absolutely no one. Ring, and nobody answers. But there we go. Zeno on the flank getting absolutely chunked. The Kha'Zix is going in as well, trying to split back the fight. The ult is in. Can they make anything happen? On the backside, the team is completely split. Timmy Tommy is getting not blown up, though. Goes gold. This is actually taking down the Ornn to start this off. Now they're going to continue doing a lot of damage. Illinois is continuing to chase this down. Can they go on through? Can they find this goal? Try to survive a little longer. Moonlight on the flank is going to pick up the double kill.
Wait!
Vladimir is going in. Illinois going on for their last fight. They're continuing to chunk down the damage. They find the Tristana. The key carry for Michigan State does get picked up, and that is going to be it, most likely continuing down the chase. The quadra kill from Vladimir. Topopotamus goes off in this, and this is potentially Illinois taking this game.
The Fighting Illini finally, after 39 minutes, find the fight they want. Sunlight initiates it, doesn't hit anyone with the Ornn ultimate, and Topopotamus is able to run right on through the rest of the team. Every single piece of CC reduction that you were talking about, Zyrene, utilized in that last team fight, and Dillaran is not able to get through.
And Illinois, they're going for the final push here. They talked about it for years. They ended up in the finals. They were always the bridesmaid, never the bride, and right here, they're trying to change history.
Michigan State is respawning, trying to keep themselves back into it. The Ornn ult is connected, but the Nexus is exposed, and that is going to be it. GG, Illinois are your BTN tournament champions.
Congratulations, Fighting Illini, everyone in Champaign, Illinois, feeling it, and after years of being in second place, they get their deserved victory after a dominant season, and it feels great to see them do it and earn it in such a worthy fashion against a worthy adversary here. Holy cow, the Michigan State Spartans put up one heck of a fight, and I love the way that these teams played to their identities. It was play around Dillaran on the bottom side of the map, or play the map like the Fighting Illini. They were able to get it done in that last team fight.
If you're Michigan State, you have absolutely nothing to be ashamed of. You gave it your all in that match. But today, any given Sunday, Illinois came out on top. They got it done. They persevered. They stayed calm under pressure, and they executed their game plan. Illinois absolutely deserve this championship. It's been 3 years in the making. No Maryland to stand in their way this time. They got it done.
They did get it done, and with that victory, they will be punching their ticket directly to the CLOL National Championship play-ins with group stage with Michigan State also deserving of the play-in spot as well. So both teams will be headed to LA for the national championships.
Let's take a look at those highlights, D-Con, because there were so many moments in that game, so many back and forth kills, so many amazing macro plays, so many moments where I thought one team was going to run away with it, but no, it stayed even from start to finish. Nobody giving an inch, nobody taking a mile. It was a bloodbath from start to finish.
Yeah, it was, and you thought that, like, possibly you were waiting for a team to get outscaled, but even in that last team fight, I think it was so much execution rather than just stats of a team. And Dillaran popping off, and you could see how low he was getting in these team fights, and over again, Michigan State sticking to their game plan and keeping their AD carry alive. And then right here in this last team fight, finally, the flash forward, Zeno getting a multi-man Hemo Plague. The Zonias, I thought he was dead right here, and Dillaran still able to buy time. Great shield by Nightshade. And then even after that binding lands, he gets a couple auto attacks off and almost gets the resets for one more time, but you're out of CC reduction, nothing to cleanse anything out, and Nightshade goes down. Topopotamus going huge.
Oh man, so many amazing plays in that game, and I have a bunch of smiling faces in front of me. The crew from Illinois are here. You just won your championship.
Woo!
Yeah, there we go. Some emotion. Come on, guys. You guys just did it.
Not second anymore.
How many years has it been now? How long have you guys been working towards this? How long has it been?
Well, if we actually go by the people in their video, it's Charlie's first year after 2 years of getting second. It's my first time after getting 1 year second, and this is actually Bosch. The Bosch is actually just a winner every season, I guess, because this is his first season playing.
Yeah, and again, Bosch, you were the new guy coming on in. What was that like in that series? Talk to me about the final moments in that team fight. You guys were scaling. It was going back and forth. What were comms like?
It was the most stressful thing I've ever done in my life. I'm so thankful for my team because they trusted me, and then the last fight, I thought it was over. I thought I was dead, and then all of a sudden my GA popped, and we just kept on going. I kept on questioning if we could end, but we could end, and I just hit Nexus, and the only thing I was in smoke screen, so the only thing I was hitting was Nexus. I didn't know if we were going to win, and we did, so thank God.
Yeah, you guys obviously had one intense series. I know we kind of talked, you guys joked about 3-0 earlier, and I'll shoot this over to you two, Zeno's Topopotamus. Did you expect this to go all 5 games?
No, I did not think this would go all 5 games. Honestly, I didn't think that Michigan would be able to put up such a great series, but they had a really good strategy. They played to identity, which is just like hyper scaling and hope zone carries, and they were able to catch us off guard for game 2 and 3, and even in game 3 and 4. Wait. No, game 2 and 3, and then even in our last game, game 5.
Yeah, Zeno, I'm going to need you to pass this on to Topopotamus for me. As the member that has gotten second. Oh, wait. All right.
Hello?
Hey, Topopotamus, congratulations. As the member that has gotten second place multiple times, tell us how this feels to finally get that monkey off your back.
Oh, this feels amazing. So much like, going into that 5th game, it's like the world was on my shoulders. It felt like just like, could not end second again.
And how's it feel? How's it feel knowing that it was your quadra kill to end it, right? It was a long game of scaling, but your Vladimir was finally able to pop off.
If you told me like 6 months ago that I was gonna get a quadra to win us Big Ten, I'd say bullshit. I would not believe you. It's unbelievable. That's not Maokai.
Not Maokai at all.
That's it. I mean, again, you guys put in the work all season long. You've now secured your spot. You're going to LA. You've been there before, but now you're coming back as the champion. Do you think you're going to take it all the way? Are you going to be our CLOL national champions?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, we could be.
I like it. I like it. All right, we're going to give it back to Zeno for one final question here, as we do. Excellent. Zeno, you're sitting there in the mid lane. You're helping to lead this team. You now have to lead them to the national championships here. What are the final words for your team, who you've gone through this entire season with? What are your final words for them, having just won the championships with them?
Honestly, I'm glad I won the championships with you guys. I don't think I could have done it with anyone else, and I'm glad everyone on our team, including our staff, is a part of this victory.
Awesome. All right, guys. Well, that's going to be it from us. Congratulations once again. Do you have any final shout-outs, anything else before we say goodbye?
Yeah, let's start with you, the Bosch.
Just first of all, great game to Michigan. You got Michigan State. You guys played fantastic. Truly, like, you guys were a respectable and amazing opponent. After that, thanks to all my teammates for supporting me. Thanks to my family and my friends. And overall, just thank you so much for this opportunity. So happy to be here.
Go ahead, Zeno.
Shout out to my family, my friends, our staff, my team. And honestly, even though a really big meme is on the enemy team, shout out to him. He had a rough series. I hope he can feel better about this loss and hopefully bounce back for play-ins.
All right, you want to close it out with Topopotamus? All right, shout-outs, buddy.
Thanks to the fans, the family, everyone watching. It means the world. I want to thank my team for playing their hearts out. It was amazing. Yeah, that's it.
Awesome. Well, congratulations once again, guys. You can walk out of this with your heads held high. You are our BTN tournament champions. Go celebrate, go have some fun, or go do exams. Whatever you got to do. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
Whew. So many smiling faces there. You can just feel the energy, but it's like after all that, it's the relief as much as anything else walking away from it. It's been 3 years for some of them, and now they finally did it.
Yeah, I know, and again, feels so good for Topopotamus, and I just want to I don't want to understate what a series that was for Michigan State and what a year it's been for them as well. And I'm glad that they have the opportunity to still continue on in the CLAW National Championships through the play-in stage. They can look at this tape and say, hey, look, we just ran into a great team. We have a lot to learn, but we did a lot of things right, and they'll be doing good in LA in April.
Oh, yeah. No, I want to give that also, for sure, that final shout-out to Michigan State because, as you said, they played their hearts out. They went through such a crazy side of the bracket to get here. They took down the upstarts in Penn State. They went 5 games with Michigan, and now to go 5 games against Illinois. I think no matter what you take away from this, if you are a fan of the Big Ten going into CLAW, you just got to be happy with your chances overall because you have 2 incredibly strong teams. No matter what, I'm a little bit nervous for the rest of the teams now, I got to say. So from us, from everybody here, I don't know if Zyrene wants to say one final goodbye as well before we say goodbye here. This has been an amazing time from us, the cast and crew on the desk. Zyrene, do you have any final words for us as well before we say goodbye?
Nope.
Excellent. Thank you so much. From all of us at the desk, from all of us, the cast and crew here at ESL BTN, thank you all so much for a fantastic season, Degon. It's been great to cast with you from start to finish, man. And we will see you all next time. We'll see you at the CLAW National Champions. Thank you all so much. Have a great night.